The incompetent villainous prince wants to survive. I was reincarnated into a romance RPG as a mob villain, but I will ignore the original work and aim to become the strongest. Volume 4, by Sanbin. Translated by Bea Busco. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 190, Giving Gift to Someone Important. From next month will be second years. Lloyd muttered as he slumped over his desk. It had already been almost a year since we entered the Royal Academy. Today, we were once again chatting like students in the classroom. More than that, I'm just glad that everyone was able to advance to the next grade. That's true thanks to Haru-san's intense training. We barely managed to get passing grades on the year-end exams. Liliana smiled with genuine relief as she spoke to me, though both Liz, Liliana, and Lloyd barely passed with just enough marks. Since the practical exams were cancelled, everything depended on the written exams, and considering that, Liliana-sama and Lloyd-sama, you both should be proud of your results. You're right, Monica-san. So, Haru-san, I think you should give me a bigger reward, meet. By the way, I worked hard too, so I would like a reward as well. Monica, joining in with Liliana, pushed her glasses up as she asked for a reward. I really wish they would stop going along with this. I see. If Liliana-san and Monica want a reward that much, I shall prepare it for you both. Aye. From sapphire-colored eyes, the light disappeared, and Xandra grinned, lifting the corners of her mouth. The moment they saw this, both Monica and Liliana let out light screams. Sigh, I knew this would happen from the start. Hey, Xandra, don't get so angry. It's always like this with these two. Haru-sama, you're impossible. I tried to calm her down by holding her hand, and Xandra pouted. My most beloved fiancée is just as jealous as ever today. She's cute. What the hell, always showing off like that. Explode, rip apart. For some reason, Lloyd suddenly started scratching his head and shouting. I'm not trying to show off, but it seems that for Lloyd, who has neither a fiancée nor a girlfriend, seeing me and Xandra getting along was too much for him. He can watch more if he wants. Well, Lloyd does have someone he likes. Though it's a guy, I wonder how he's doing. Haru-sama. Oh, never mind. When Xandra peeked at me with a puzzled look, I hastily tried to cover it up. It was only 3 months ago, but that person had already somehow become my important people, so I can't help but feel a little conflicted. Though, I'm sure we'll meet again soon. But it will be as enemies. Your Highness Herald, the item you ordered has arrived. Finally, it's here. I jumped up from my bed in the dormitory, running toward Monica as she made a formal bow and reported the news. Phew, I'm glad it made it in time. But why at this time for a gift from a lady? Her birthday was 2 months ago. It's fine. Yes, this gift was absolutely necessary for me. It was a bit expensive, but there's no helping it this time. Honestly, I wanted to get something even better, but with only 3 months, this was the best I could manage. Wow, that looks great. Cass, do you want something like this too? Yeah, it's so sparkly, it's really beautiful. I see. Well, Cass is my important partner, so I'd totally give him a gift. Still. What's wrong? No, I was just thinking, would you like to go see it in town right now? Really? Of course. I smiled and nodded at the surprised Cass. Yay, let's go. Cass-san, I'm glad for you. While watching Cass get all excited, Monica kept glancing at me. Yeah, you want something too, don't you? So we went. We arrived at a jewelry store in the city center. Cass was staring at the display window, eyes sparkling. For this, Xandra stayed behind at the dorm. Well, I didn't tell her. If I brought her along, I'd have to explain the whole reason for coming here, and that's not something I want to do. I can't have her finding out that I'm getting a gift for her. What kind of accessory would you like? Though, in your case, it's probably going to be a collar. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, but I can pick out the gem, right? Of course. Cass, all excited, was so cute. In the end, I still can't tell if Cass is a boy or a girl. At the very least, Cass had a mother, so there must be some gender, right? This. What I found was a topaz necklace, the same color as Monica's eyes. I think this would look good on her. Excuse me, could I see this one? Certainly. I took the topaz necklace from the shop assistant. Monica, come here for a sec. Yes. I waved Monica over, who had been keeping Cass company, and I stood behind her. Yeah, it really suits you well. I nodded in satisfaction as I looked at Monica with the necklace on. Monica's so beautiful, I knew she would look great in something like this. Thank you very much. I'll take this one too. Thank you very much. Why, Your Highness Harold? As I placed the order, Monica shouted. She always teases and asks for things, but when it actually comes to giving her something, she's always so reluctant. I'm sorry, but I won't accept any refusals. You're my important someone, my irreplaceable personal maid. Why, you really are. I smiled softly as I watched Monica, unusually moved, looking at me. Seeing her like this made me happy too. But, Haru-sama. Yes. When I returned to the dormitory, Xandra started interrogating me intensely. Chapter 191, Proposing to Beloved Fiancé. My stomach is killing me. Late at night, in front of the dormitory entrance, I gently rubbed my stomach. To be honest, Xandra's interrogation was seriously harsh. On top of that, Monica and Cass gleefully showed her those things, which made her sulk even more afterward. Well, from Xandra's perspective, she was left out and didn't even get such a gift, so. I sighed as I touched the present for Xandra in my pocket. I have to keep this secret until the right moment, which is tough on me too. Just then. Haru-sama, thank you for waiting. The one who appeared was Xandra, in a white-based dress. Since tonight was a late-night date for just the two of us, I had asked her to wear it. No, I just got here myself. Please don't lie, you've been here for at least an hour, haven't you? How did you know? I raised my voice in surprise, but Xandra just chuckled and wouldn't tell me. I'll definitely be more careful next time. Well, shall we go? It's a bit of a walk, is that okay? Foo-foo, of course. Walking with you under the moonlight sounds wonderful. Taking Xandra's small hand, we left the dormitory and headed toward the capital's central district. It was only about a 10-minute walk, but since we usually traveled by carriage, it felt somewhat refreshing. The breeze feels nice, doesn't it? Are you cold? No, or rather, I am a little chilly. As she said that, Xandra glanced at me, stealing occasional looks. In other words, she wanted me to lend her my coat. Here you go. Foo-foo, thank you. When I draped the coat over her, she happily buried her face into it. She seemed satisfied, which was a relief. By the way, where are you taking me tonight? That's a surprise. Oh my. When Xandra asked, I teased her, and she pouted a little in dissatisfaction. But that expression didn't last long, and she quickly relaxed her cheeks. And then, this place is. The place we arrived at was a facility located in the center of the capital. It was the Balshan Church, which also happened to be Lloyd's family home. Come on, let's go inside. Why, yes. Holding Xandra's hand, I led her inside the church, where she looked slightly unsettled. We've been waiting for you. Haru, Xandra. You're late. Monica and Cass, who had arrived earlier, were waiting inside. What is the meaning of this? I thought tonight was supposed to be a date just for the two of us. I'm sorry. I lied. Xandra, confused, stared at me as I stuck out my tongue and gave her a mischievous smile. Though a date for just the two of us would have been nice, we needed to make a proper vow. Haru-sama, please tell me your true intentions now. Ayahaha, right. Standing before Xandra, who furrowed her brows, I gazed seriously into her sapphire eyes. Xandra, please listen. I need to tell you about a possible, terrible future. I slowly opened my mouth and began to explain. Xandra, you may find this hard to believe, but there exists a certain story that closely resembles this world. In that story, I was one of the characters, known as the incompetent bratty prince. I was always flattering my older brother Cardis and taking out my frustrations on others, a truly despicable prince. Well, you already knew that was true up until 2 years ago. But in the story, neither my personality nor my attitude ever improves. Even after entering the Royal Academy, I remain the same. Wilfred, who was the same age as me, also entered the Royal Academy. Unlike me, he was surrounded by companions he met there. And then, on April 5th of our second year, we were summoned by King Ibar to the audience chamber. Cardis and Raphael were there as well. Shortly after, King Ibar appeared, accompanied by chamberlains and ministers, and made a declaration. The one who brings back the best fiancé shall become the next king. Everyone present was shocked, and the 4 of us princes were no exception. However, King Ibar's will was firm, and thus we began a search for the world's best fiancé. Even though both Cardis and I already had fiancés, I don't need to spell it out for you. Yes, in response to King Ibar's declaration, I, Harold, broke off my engagement with Alexandra Ob Chevalier. I proclaimed it loudly, with a vile, twisted grin. You silently accepted it, and our engagement was formally annulled. Yes, I truly am the worst kind of man. Naturally, your father, His Excellency Chevalier, and your brother, Cedric, were enraged. They rebelled against the kingdom and marched on the capital, but unfortunately, Wilfred's efforts thwarted them, and the Chevalier household was destroyed. You, too, were executed alongside His Excellency Chevalier and Cedric. From then on, I constantly competed with Wilfred, vying for the affection of the women he set his sights on, only to lose to him every time. And after repeating such foolishness, I eventually staged a coup and was swiftly executed. I won't accept such a story. At some point, Xandra's sapphire eyes had turned a blood-red hue as she glared at me with a fierce expression. She's right. Such a story, no, such a future must never be allowed to happen. Just like in that story, I'll likely be summoned by King Ibar next month on April 5th. He'll make that same declaration. The one who brings back the best fiancé shall become the next king. Haru-sama, do you intend to break off our engagement as in that story? Xandra's voice trembled as tears began streaming from her crimson eyes. I don't know, but I absolutely don't want to break off our engagement, nor do I have any intention of doing so. Even so, even if that's how I feel, if the game's force compels me, I can't deny the possibility that I might act in such a despicable way, against my own will. That's why I've been thinking, how can I avoid starting such a miserable, tragic ending? And my answer is, Xandra, I love you more than anyone. That's why please marry me. Here now this very moment. Chapter 192, Became a Married Couple. Xandra, I love you more than anyone. That's why please marry me. Here now this very moment. I took Xandra's hand and kissed it, pleading with her. Yes, this was the only answer I found to defy fate. Even if the force of compulsion made me declare the annulment of our engagement, it wouldn't matter if Xandra and I were already married. After all, being both married and engaged would be a contradiction. Xandra was bewildered by my determination and confession. Of course. No matter how much I want to avoid the worst future, this is far too sudden. But my feelings are absolutely genuine. I want to become a married couple with you as soon as possible. Or rather, borrowing your own words, it might be more accurate to say I want us to be bound mates. When I decided to marry her and consulted Monica, she told me about Xandra's ability, Dragon's Favor, a curse said to have been bestowed upon the first Duke Chevalier by the legendary dragon Fafnir. An ability that makes the wielder obsessively love their chosen mate, growing infinitely stronger for their sake, a truly yandere-focused skill, both the strongest and the most dangerous. And those who possess the dragon's blessing simply wish to become bound mates with their chosen partner and spend their lives together. Of course, such a skill doesn't exist in Enhaz, and according to Monica, even in the history of the Chevalier household, only the first Duke, Xandra, and one other person had ever manifested it. Therefore, since Xandra, who was annulled by Harold and lost her life in Enhaz, no longer appeared, it made sense that the skill didn't exist either. However, the yandere-focused skill is a double-edged sword, and if the one chosen as the mate fails to fully accept their love, they would supposedly meet a tragic end. For someone like me, who has adored Xandra as my ultimate favorite from my previous life, this isn't a problem at all. Haru-sama, you knew, didn't you? Yeah, but even knowing you have Dragon's Blessing, my love for you hasn't changed. Rather, isn't a skill that makes you love only me the best thing ever. No matter how handsome someone else might be, there's zero chance of you being stolen away. And on top of that, Xandra is incredibly devoted. From my perspective, it's all benefits. Although, since it seems like she could lose control easily, I'd need to stay by her side and be careful. What do you think? Even though Xandra loves me, partly due to the effect of Dragon's Blessing, my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of my chest after making this once-in-a-lifetime proposal. I haven't even received her answer yet, and if she rejects me here, the worst possible ending awaits. Wait, what? How could I not accept? I've longed for the day I could be with you. I've yearned for your love for so long. Xandra leapt into my chest, pouring out her feelings. Every single word of hers resonated deeply in my heart. Even now, though I've gained such strength by fully utilizing my knowledge from my previous life, and even though most no longer call me the incompetent bratty prince, it's all because of Xandra. You were the first to acknowledge me, and without you, none of this would have happened. So, I'm so happy, so happy. I lifted Xandra and spun around in joy. Am I crying? Of course I am. It's because my most beloved fiancée from my previous life is now becoming my wife. To formally become a married couple, you must hold a proper ceremony. Therefore, I, Monica Ashton, and I, Caspar League the Calamity Beast, will serve as your witnesses. Having my precious partner and irreplaceable personal maid as witnesses is the best. Yeah. Please take care of us. Please take care of us. Xandra and I bowed deeply to Monica and Caspar League before standing in front of them. In good times and bad, in wealth and in poverty. Monica recited the priest's words, commonly heard in wedding ceremonies. Beside her, Caspar League was mimicking Monica, moving his mouth silently. So cute. Your Highness Herald, do you swear? I swear. This world's vows are the same as those of a certain religion from my previous life. Well, considering that Nhaz was created by people from that world, it's only natural. Milady, do you swear? Of course, naturally, absolutely. Whoa, Xandra is eagerly stepping forward and declaring her vows. She's completely ignoring the usual formalities. Since Milady is already on the verge of losing control, Your Highness Herald, Milady, please seal your vows with a kiss. Kiss. I'm fine with the kiss, but why are Monica and Caspar League standing so close? At this rate, I'll end up kissing them before Xandra. Wait. MMPH. HNN Chew. Xandra firmly grabbed my face and gave me a deep, passionate kiss. Well, I suppose. NNMMM. I didn't back down either and kissed her back. Pua, Harusama. Xandra, let's always stay together. Yes. As tears spilled from Xandra's crimson eyes, glowing with the activation of Dragon's Blessing, I kissed her once more. Chapter 193. The protagonist's substitute has been prepared. Xandra, did you always wear such a ring? The next day during lunch break, Liz, who was having a meal with me in the cafeteria, noticed it right away. Yes, this is the most important ring I received from Harusama. Xandra gazed lovingly at the red glowing ruby ring. At first, I had considered a sapphire ring, the same color as her eyes, but since Xandra's eyes, changed by Dragon's Blessing, had turned a deep crimson, I decided to go with ruby instead. It seems she was happy with it, so I'm glad. Haru who? What about it? Liz stared at me with a smug grin, causing me to feel a little embarrassed, and I responded with a scowl. No, nothing. Engaged couple, still as close as ever, who? In reality, we've already become a married couple, but that's a secret between Xandra, Monica, Caspar League, and me. It feels a bit off, but once we reach April 5th, that will be resolved, so until then, let's enjoy things like this. May we join you as well. Saintess Carladono. Of course. I guided the two of them, who had come with trays of food, to the seats. By the way, where are Liliana and Lloyd? Unfortunately, those two had poor results on the last quiz, so they're being given supplementary lessons during lunch break. I do feel sorry for them, but I told them to review properly last time, and they skipped out on it, so I won't say anything more. On that note, Liz is impressive. Being here means you pass the quiz with a passing grade, right? Oh ho, of course. With someone like Lisette Josephine de Capeshin, that kind of test is a breeze. Yeah, good for you. Whoops, I shouldn't have said that. Now she's getting way too full of herself. By the way, changing the subject, today, a new student has joined Class A. A new student? I couldn't help but ask, taken aback. It's rare for someone to join at this time. If they were a noble from the kingdom, they would have been forced to enter from April, and I haven't heard of any exchange students from other countries. This is definitely unusual. So, what's the name of this student? His name is Owen, but it seems he doesn't have a surname. What does that mean? Yes, he's a commoner. Why would they admit a commoner at this time? With just a week left before the new students arrive, they could have let him join along with them and let him start from scratch. Your Highness Herald, would you like me to investigate? Monica, who had been quietly listening until now, asked. Yeah, can you please look into it? Leave it to me. If it's Monica, she'll quickly gather information on this student, Owen. Now, I'll just have to wait for the report. Well, let's eat. I said playfully, and we all enjoyed lunch together. So, how did it go? Yes, it seems to be a bit troublesome. 3 days after I asked Monica to investigate Owen, she reported back with a serious expression. First of all, it seems Owen lives with his mother in the slums of the royal capital. His mother was once a noblewoman, but after she got pregnant by the man she had an affair with, she was disowned by her family. The child she was carrying at that time was Owen. Owen was raised by his mother alone and lived a tough life in the slums. However, due to the environment, his behavior seems to be quite poor. It seems that extortion and assault were commonplace for him, and he had become somewhat well known in the slums. Why in the world did they admit someone like that to this Royal Academy? Based on the information I obtained from the Royal Academy's records, I can't say for certain, but it seems the man who had an affair with his mother was. Here, Monica unusually hesitated and seemed reluctant to continue. It seems like this is information she doesn't want to share with me. I don't mind, please tell me. Owen's father is King Ibar. I kind of had a feeling. Yuli said that my role as a sacrificial pawn was my fate now that the imprisoned Wilfred has mysteriously died. It is only natural for a new protagonist to be prepared. Monica, thank you. No, Your Highness Harold, what will you do about this? Of course, I'll ignore it. Who? Monica, who didn't seem particularly shocked by my answer, looked at me with wide eyes. Well, we'll inevitably meet next week, so there's no rush to worry about it. Once April 5th arrives, King Ibar will summon all the princes to the audience hall. At that time, I can find out what kind of person Owen is. After all, he's just another enemy for me, who is a sacrificial pawn. Chapter 194, the main story of Engage Hazard has begun. To all the new students, I pray that you learn many things here at the Royal Academy and grow into people who will support the future kingdom. With that, I offer my congratulations. I, as a current student and a member of the Student Council, listened carefully to the greeting from Raphael, the Student Council president. Next to me was my wife, Xandra, who is also a member of the Student Council. Today is April 5th. It is the fateful day for me, the incompetent bratty prince and the sacrificial pawn of Engage Hazard. As expected, I received the notice to gather in the audience hall, and once the entrance ceremony is over, I will be heading to the royal palace. Haru-sama, I will accompany you. Yeah, of course that's the plan. The moment I showed Xandra the notice from the royal palace, she insisted on accompanying me. For her, this was the place where I would break off our engagement, so I knew this would happen. No, wait. Xandra is coming with me because it's for my sake. With that, we conclude the entrance ceremony. After the lengthy speeches from the principal and the guests had finished, I took Xandra's hand, and we left the auditorium. Behind me was my personal maid, Monica, and best of all, in the inside pocket of my uniform was a miniature version of Cass, who had transformed into the jet black shield Caspar League. Surrounded by all these important people, there's nothing to be afraid of. Then, hey Harold, it was Raphael who called out to me. You're heading to the royal palace now, right? How about going together? Yeah, I guess so. I thought for a moment with my hand on my chin at Raphael's suggestion. All right, Xandra and the others will be accompanying me, is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. With that, we head to the royal palace by carriage, along with Raphael. By the way, where's Brother Cardis? Who knows? I never planned to invite him, and I think he's probably heading there by himself. Raphael shrugged and gave a wry smile. Well, since they were originally rivals, and considering Margaret, it probably doesn't matter much to Raphael. More importantly, I wonder what the king wants with us. Ahata. This is a rather difficult topic to talk about. I certainly can't tell Raphael that King Ibar said, whoever brings the world's greatest fiancée will be the next king. Since all the princes have been summoned, I imagine it's an important matter. Or perhaps it's about the incident with Wilfred that hasn't been resolved yet. Wilfred met an unusual death in the Cadet Tower where he was imprisoned, and the details of the assassination attempt on me and the brainwashing of Christia have been buried in darkness. On the other hand, there are still lingering issues. That issue is the treatment of the third queen, Samantha. Samantha gained power and status within the royal palace thanks to her connection to Wilfred, the fourth prince, so now that she has lost that support, the only reason left for her to stay in the palace is the king's favor. Even that would disappear if the king grew tired of her, so she must be trembling with fear right now. Well, the one person I dislike the most, Margaret, has turned out like that, so there's no denying that Samantha could still remain as the third queen. Why, yeah. I tried to feign ignorance, turning my face away from Raphael, who was giving me a grin. Margaret's breakdown was my fault, so I can't say much about it. Well, enough chit-chat. It looks like we've arrived at the royal palace. The carriage pulled up to the entrance, and I escorted Xandra and Monica out before we all made our way to the audience hall. I noticed a man around my age standing next to Cardi's, someone I hadn't seen before. I see. So this is Owen, who is supposed to replace Wilfred. Who are you? Why are you in this audience hall? I don't know, it's not like I want to be here. In response to Raphael's question, Owen clicked his tongue and turned his face away, answering dismissively. His attitude and way of speaking certainly seem far from that of nobility. At that moment, everyone is here then. King Ibar appeared, accompanied by his attendants, the Prime Minister and Minister Olsen. However, judging by the expressions of the Prime Minister and others, they seemed quite displeased. I wonder if it's because Owen is the king's illegitimate child, or if it's because they've already been informed of the declaration that is about to be made. Either way, we'll find out the answer soon enough. Harold, there was a young lady named Alexandra waiting in front of the audience hall. Yes, she came because she was worried about me, and she came all the way here. Truly, she's a fiancée I don't deserve. Actually, she's my wife, not just my fiancée, but... I see, then let's get to the main issue. Owen, raise your face. As expected, in front of the king, Owen seemed to shrink back, and with a serious expression, he lifted his face. His eyes were darting around nervously, showing signs of anxiety. This person's name is Owen Weirdy Hobbolts. He is my illegitimate child, and he will be your brother. Hearing such a revelation, Cardi's and Raphael gasped and looked at Owen. On the other hand, Owen had a somewhat uncomfortable expression on his face. He was probably informed of this fact beforehand. As for me, I already knew about it from Monica's investigation, so I stay calm, though I still feign surprise, just like Cardi's and the others. From this, Owen will officially be recognized as the fourth prince and will be granted the right of succession to the throne. Though they clearly didn't agree, Cardi's and Raphael fell silent, unable to protest. The prime ministers and others also had a grim expression, so it seems this matter was indeed the source of their displeasure. Next, Your Majesty, is there more? The prime minister interrupted. It seems they were only informed about Owen's origins. If that's the case, they're about to be even more surprised. Prime Minister, silence. Why, yes. Everyone, listen carefully. The prime minister was silenced, and King Ibar continued. Then, about my successor. The one who brings the world's greatest fiancé will be the next king. At last, the main story of Engage Hazard has begun. Chapter 195, The King is simply unreasonable and absurd. About my successor, the one who brings the world's greatest fiancé will be the next king. At last, the main story of Engage Hazard has begun. How could you choose a king in such a ridiculous way? This is outrageous. That's right, what even is the standard for the world's greatest fiancé? Naturally, the Prime Minister, Minister Olsen, and all the other high-ranking officials raised their voices in unison. They surely can't stand the idea that their sovereign might be decided in such a way. But, the world's greatest fiancé? I see. As in the Engage Hazard tutorial, both Cardi's and Raphael showed an interest in this matter. Though I wanted to shout, "Are you serious?" It seems that both of them might feel relieved, since the royal succession disputes might finally be over, and this could free them from any more unnecessary complications. Your Majesty, if I may. What is it? I won my duel with Wilfred, and as a reward, I was promised that, under no circumstances should you ever resort to such a method as making the one who brings the world's greatest fiancé the next king. Does this mean you are breaking that promise? What? At my words, everyone in the audience hall widened their eyes in shock. Yes, I had made that promise as a precaution for this very moment. And that, too, in front of all the nobles and many of the common folk. This promise was heard by everyone who was present at that time. I don't think it can be dismissed now. He. King Ibar grimaced and groaned. Perhaps he had forgotten about it. If that's the case, then Yuli probably wasn't told this by King Ibar, and it seems that the Engage Hazard story has already started to fall apart. This is hilarious. Your Majesty, Harold Sama is absolutely right. If the king himself goes back on his word, it will destroy his credibility. That's right, losing trust will lead to the collapse of the country. Seizing the opportunity, the prime ministers all spoke up in unison. At one point, Minister Olson gave me a knowing smile, so it seemed that the situation worked out in my favor. Enough, be quiet, this has already been decided. I won't change my mind. Your Majesty. King Ibar, seemingly not willing to listen anymore, crossed his arms and turned his face away. He looked like a spoiled child, but he was clearly determined not to listen. Well, I had expected this to happen. Anyway, the princes should go find their world's greatest fiancée and bring them to me. In that case, I should bring Xandra, Lady Alexandra, right? I said, almost taunting King Ibar, raising the corner of my mouth. Though it might sound a bit childish, the truth is, Xandra is the world's greatest woman to me, so this was bound to happen. No. Who? Alexandra has been Harold's fiancée since before I made my declaration, so she cannot be the world's greatest fiancée. If you want to be recognized, bring someone else. That's absurd. This I couldn't accept. To say that it's invalid just because she was my fiancée before the declaration. I mean, what kind of rule is that? HMPH, it's not a difficult matter. Simply break off your engagement with Alexandra, bring someone else as your fiancé, and you will have the chance to become the next king. King Ibar, apparently thinking that he had gained the upper hand after I raised my voice, regained his composure and smirked as he said this. From what you're saying, it seems that you are afraid of Alexandra being the world's greatest fiancé, and thus refuse to recognize her, is that it? How dare you speak to me like that? Huh? It's probably because, if I don't break off my engagement with Xandra, it would be inconvenient for someone. I don't know for whom exactly, but someone is likely troubled by that. However, if this is truly the fate Yuli spoke of, then this is a ridiculous fate. It's inconvenient, unreasonable, and full of contradictions. Hey, Yuli, I'm sure you're watching or listening to this somewhere, right? Can you really be satisfied with this Engage Hazard story? I can't accept it at all. Even if I remain the incompetent bratty prince and a mere stepping stone, there's no way I can accept that this is the Engage Hazard I loved in my past life. Is it really your wish for me and Lady Alexandra to break up? Enough. I see, well then, as you wish, I will do it. I stood up and began walking toward the doors of the audience hall. And then, standing before the wide-open doors, Xandra gracefully curtsied, with her eyes changed to a deep crimson. Chapter 196, Breaking Off the Engagement. Standing before the wide-open doors, Xandra gracefully curtsied, with her eyes changed to a deep crimson. Xandra, please come in. Yes. I took her small hand and led her into the audience hall. From now on, I will fulfill King Ibar's, Yuli's wish and break off the engagement with Xandra. So, make sure you watch closely. Your Majesty, please witness this, the entire process between me and Lady Alexandra. When I arrived before King Ibar, I gave a grand bow and then turned to Xandra. Xandra, in reality, even if this is all a farce, I never want to say this. That's why I just couldn't say those words. Haru-sama, please say it, I will accept everything. Yeah. Xandra, with her crimson eyes glistening, looked at me. I clenched my fists, inhaled deeply, and then, Alexandra Ob Chevalier. Yes. I break off my engagement with you. I pointed my finger and declared the broken engagement in a loud voice, one that resonated throughout the audience hall, just like Harold of the Engage Hazard series, The Stepping Stone. She showed no change in her expression, simply gazing at me in silence. She looked just like the Alexandra Ob Chevalier, that one still image that my past self had seen countless times in the game. Oh, Harold, I have certainly witnessed your resolve. In stark contrast to before, King Ibar now smiled broadly and congratulated me. What kind of father would be happy to break off an engagement with his beloved daughter? Oh, there is one here. Well, but shall we destroy it all now? Yes. Xandra and I smiled faintly, nodding to each other. After all, does breaking off the engagement even have any meaning? Well, I don't know. Saying that, we shrugged and made light of it. We looked like a veteran husband and wife comedy duo who had been together for decades. Harold. Oh no, actually, we are already married. Halia. The scream that echoed throughout the audience hall was far louder than my earlier engagement-breaking declaration. What do you mean married? Well, we just couldn't hold back from the engagement anymore, so Xandra and I asked our maid Monica and our partner to be the witnesses, and we officially swore to God. I scratched my head while answering Raphael, who was staring at me with wide eyes. Well, everyone is so surprised, and I'm feeling smug, but when it comes to explaining it, it makes me embarrassed. So, congratulations on your marriage, I guess. Hehe, thank you. Rafk Eloniasama. Xandra gave a bow to Raphael with a beaming expression full of happiness. The way she called him Oniasama was her usual slyness showing. Raphael didn't seem completely opposed to it either. This can't be. Marriage is sworn to God, not to the king. So my marriage with Xandra cannot be undone, even by His Majesty. Yes, in this world, marriage is sworn to God and recognized only by His blessing. So no matter how much King Ibar opposes, this can't be overturned. Well, since we are already married, there's no way I can disrespect my wife by searching for the world's greatest fiancé. Of course, naturally. If I were to do such a thing, you understand, right? Okay. Looking at Xandra, who smiled sinisterly, I screamed. If I even think of cheating, a bloody storm will come. So, I will respectfully withdraw from the royal succession struggle. Uvo. It seemed like King Ibar, realizing there's nothing more he can do, simply glared at me without saying anything. Feeling bad for Minister Olsen, who had been supporting me, I gave a slight bow to apologize. Ahaha, he gives me a really wry smile. Brother Cardi's, Brother Raphael, and was it Owen? When I called out to the dazed Owen, he finally snapped back to reality. Even though he was introduced sensationally as the king's illegitimate child and the fourth prince with royal succession rights, he had completely become background noise. It was a bit sad. That's the case, so I'll be supporting you all in your search for the world's greatest fiancé from the shadows. Haha, well played. That. Raphael laughed joyfully, while both Cardis and Owen were left bewildered. I don't know if Owen will show off a main character, move like an engage hazard from now on, but at least I sincerely hope he won't be like Wilfred, that scum. Xandra, shall we go? Yes. With Xandra's smile in full bloom, we gave a sarcastic bow to King Ibar and left the audience hall. Chapter 197, Reunited with the Mastermind. Hey, I expected you'd show up. The moment I stepped out of the audience chamber, King Ibar's angry voice and Xandra, who should have been by my side, disappeared. I immediately understood that Yuli had brought me into another space, just like before. As expected, Yuli stood before me with a wry smile. So, how was it? I'm the tutorial of the story, well, you wouldn't get that. Anyway, while I did break off the engagement, I managed to overturn the fate of separating from Xandra. I never imagined you'd do something like that, even I didn't see it coming. Yuli and I shrugged and couldn't help but laugh. Even if it's just a small thing, once the buttons misaligned, fixing it becomes difficult, even if it's fate. That might be true, but this story isn't so straightforward. It'll adjust itself to reach the predetermined ending. As Yuli said this, the corners of his mouth lifted. I see, so he plans to keep intervening to make sure things align. In that case, are you saying the kingdom is going to move to eliminate the Chevalier household? Who knows? I asked, but Yuli dodged the question playfully. However, the fact that he didn't outright say no was as good as admitting it. So, he's aiming for the Chevalier household's rebellion and downfall, as set by the Engage Hazard tutorial scenario of breaking the engagement with Xandra. They'll probably frame the Chevalier household with false charges and have the kingdom move against them. This was within expectations, and I've already made preparations. You've got it rough too, getting so worked up over something so ridiculous. I sighed and threw out those words. to confirm the strange feeling I'd had ever since Yuli revealed his true nature. "Oh, I won't fall for that. You're just pretending to sympathize to get information from me, but I can see through it." You didn't fall for it. I clicked my tongue and pretended to be frustrated, but that wasn't my real aim. Though, with Yuli constantly smiling, it's impossible to read what he's thinking, so I couldn't achieve my goal after all. "Anyway, could you let me go now? My wife is waiting for me over there." "Ah, right," Yuli answered, looking a bit disappointed. "Ha, you don't have to look so down. You can just call me out like this anytime." "True, but I've got a lot of things to do, so it's not that simple." I thought he should just stop with all those things to do, but I didn't voice it. Yuli must have his own goals and desires. In the end, since Yuli and I seek different things, we'll never truly connect. It's a bit lonely, though. "Well, see you." "Why, yes, see you." Seeing him look so happy threw me off. Geez. "Haru-sama." "Huh? Ah, well, let's go." "Yes." As Xandra looked at me curiously, I composed myself and headed for the palace entrance. Seriously, though, I thought the same thing last time, but when we go back to the original world, I wish he'd stop with the sudden teleportations. Wahata, how do you like it? Upon arriving at the palace guards barracks, Sir Drake, the division commander, spoke with pride. When Wilfred was imprisoned for attempting to assassinate me and brainwash Christia, Sir Drake was reinstated as division commander. Thanks to that, all the scattered guards returned, and now over 1,000 palace guards were lined up before us, offering their swords. It was a bit over the top. "Ah, thank you. As you may have already heard, I've officially withdrawn from the succession struggle. Indeed, however, I've sworn my sword to your Highness Herald, not to the other princes. And above all, the royal guard serves only the Dihabalt's kingdom, correct?" "Muwatahahata. You've said it before me, your Highness." Sir Drake laughed heartily, slapping my back repeatedly. It hurts, it hurts. "So, what brings you here today?" "Naturally, because there seems to be movement on that matter." "Oh, at last then." At my words, Sir Drake grinned fearlessly. "Then, there's only one course of action for the Royal Guard." "Indeed, I'll leave it to you." "Watahaha, leave it to us." It's truly reassuring to have him as an ally. After all, the Dihabalt's kingdom's military is under Bradley Drake's control. Watching Sir Drake pound his chest plate with his fist, I nodded with a smile. Chapter 198, Blessed by Important People. Ahem. When we returned to the Royal Academy's dormitory, Liz, Christia, Carla, Liliana, and Lloyd, who was kneeling, were waiting for us. "Huh, what kind of situation is this? Haru, I heard, didn't you and Xandra get married?" I instinctively flinched at Liz's sharp glare. Could it be that she's really angry? "Haha, congratulations on your marriage. But if that's the case, why didn't you say a word to me, the Saintess?" "That's right. Aren't your Highness and I supposed to be friends who have crossed swords together?" Christia, with her eyes devoid of light and a somewhat dark smile, and Carla, getting closer with heavy breaths. "Scary, super scary." "That's right. If it were a wedding, there'd be lots of meat to eat. What are you going to do about that?" Liliana puffed up her cheeks angrily, but the reason for her anger being meat? How unreasonable. "So why is Lloyd kneeling?" Sorry. I wasn't going to say anything, but these four are super scary." "Ah, I see. The reason we had our wedding at the Balshan Church was because I had previously gotten permission from the church to use it, but it seemed that backfired. Since Lloyd, the son of the high priest, had obtained permission using my name, it was easy to figure things out. So, I apologize for keeping this hidden from you all. But there are still some circumstances where I need to keep this a secret." "That's right. Haru-sama is definitely not at fault." "What are you saying? We're angry at Xandra too." Liz's cold words made even Xandra hang her head. "Anyway, we'll listen to the details later, but first, come over here." "Yes, Xandra." We obediently followed the four of them, walking behind them. Then, this. It was a sudden thing, and this was all we could prepare, so please don't complain. We really want to celebrate properly. Indeed. We got meat ready just for this. On the table in the social space, there were many dishes lined up tightly. It seemed everyone had prepared this to celebrate us. Thank you. Don't think I'll be fooled by just a word of thanks. I want you to tell us everything, including how you ended up getting married, why you kept it a secret from us, and even the lovey-dovey details. Surrounded by everyone who was so precious to me, Xandra and I received so many blessings. I was so happy that, just a little, I ended up crying, but that was a secret. So, that's what happened at the palace. After explaining everything, everyone looked solemn. No one could have imagined that King Ibar would do something so foolish. Ha, is this kingdom really all right? Please don't say that. Kristja pressed her temples and shook her head, and I could only hang my head in silence. I too wish there were a hole to crawl into, but well, since there isn't one, I suppose I'll just dig one myself. Anyway, about the royal succession rights, I still have them, but I've effectively lost the qualifications to become the next king. I apologize for causing trouble to the Holy Kingdom that supported me. No, the Holy Kingdom will continue to support your Highness Herald. Saintess. I was stunned by Kristja's unexpected words. No, no, no. In Haz's, Kristja was a character who never let her personal feelings get in the way and always chose the best solution as a saintess. Even if she supports a man with no future like me, the Holy Kingdom won't gain anything. Your Highness Herald has received the support of many influential nobles, and even Count Bradley Drake, who controls the military, is on your side. That alone is enough for the Holy Kingdom to support you. And Kristja leaned forward, staring at me with a serious, no angry expression. I, too, want to serve someone important, just as you called me important. It was then that I realized. Just as I think of Kristja and everyone as important, they, too, think of me as important. I have already become a being who could receive so much from others. Therefore, I will continue to support your Highness Herald. But since you're no longer becoming the next king, I wish to be freed from the things I've been holding back. Hehe, from now on I will call you Haru-sama. With those words, Kristja gave me a smile, the smile of a goddess, even more beautiful than that of a saintess. That's not fair. I've been holding back too, so from now on I'll call you Harudono. What? With a furrowed brow, Carla also leaned forward and insisted. I mean, of course, I'm totally fine with it. That's what I mean. From now on, I know the Capetian Kingdom also supports Haru. Be prepared. Why do I need to be prepared? With a wicked smile, Liz laughed, and I couldn't help but retort. What kind of trouble am I going to face from here on out? I have no power, but still, I will do my best for Haru-san. Me too, I'm your friend. Liliana, Lloyd. Everyone, you're all really silly. I can't even become the next king, so I'm just a decorative member of the royal family. I have no value. But, everyone, thank you. I was so happy, so very happy, that I ended up crying. Chapter 199. I was told that I was being treated as a hostage. But now, to think he might be planning to crush Xandra's family next, that's downright outrageous, isn't it? We were leaving the dormitory in a carriage, heading to the Chevalier household's townhouse. Actually, I had informed everyone about the possibility of the kingdom's army forcibly seizing the Chevalier household. I felt that holding back information from those who care about me as their precious one would be a betrayal to them. And how did they respond? Everyone immediately agreed to lend us their support. Kristja and Liz even gave instructions to their spies in the royal capital and requested aid from the homeland. I'm truly grateful. And so, what will you do next, Haru-sama? Yes, I will join father-in-law, His Excellency Chevalier, and face the kingdom. Is it war? Of course, I've taken measures to ensure that doesn't happen. However, in case the worst comes to pass, we must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Knowing King Ibar, he'd likely use the mere act of us preparing for a fight as justification to claim that the Chevalier household is rebelling. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. To reassure everyone, I spoke in as bright and gentle a tone as I could muster. Oh, it seems we've arrived. We stepped down from the carriage, which had pulled up to the entrance of the Chevalier household's residence, and went inside. Your Highness Herald, we've been expecting you. My apologies, we're late. In the reception room, we were met by the stern-faced Duke Chevalier and Cedric, and I couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. No, I mean, they're surely angry about me secretly marrying Xandra, right? Now, welcome. And congratulations to both of you. Thank you very much, Akasama. Thank you very much, mother-in-law. Embraced by Lady Norma, I couldn't help but smile softly. From now on, she truly would be my mother. I'm so happy. Let us get straight to the point. Despite being informed by your Highness Herald, what exactly is His Majesty the King thinking? I don't know, but at the very least, it's clear he wishes to eliminate the Chevalier household. After taking our seats, I explained the situation, and we began discussing countermeasures. That said, most preparations had already been made, so it was just a matter of fine-tuning the details. Either way, to bear fangs at the Chevalier household, which has supported this nation since its founding, takes some nerve. Indeed, I too shall take this opportunity to achieve military merit. After all, they annulled Alexandra's engagement. Both the Chevalier Duke and Cedric, with their narrowed eyes now open, flashed ferocious smiles. As expected of Xandra's family, they both seem prone to resorting to force. Especially Cedric, what happened to his supposed talent for domestic affairs? Also, it's fortunate that the Holy Kingdom and the Capetian Kingdom have agreed to support us. Even in the worst-case scenario, we will not be defeated. Oh, that's reassuring. Now then, King Ibar. Our preparations are already complete. If you think you can destroy the Chevalier household according to the Enhaz scenario, you're gravely mistaken. Try it if you dare, then. My lord, a letter has arrived from the royal palace. Receiving the letter Monica brought, the Chevalier opened the seal. The king demands that your Highness Harold, who is being held hostage, appear at the royal palace within 3 days. If not, I will be stripped of my ducal title. Ah, I see. The plan is to capture the Duke Chevalier who shows up with me, then swiftly seize control of the Chevalier household amidst the resulting confusion. Such cowardly tactics. Adusama, what will you do? There is no need to comply with such demands. With a stern expression, the Chevalier Duke tore the letter to pieces. If we continue like this, the kingdom will likely dispatch its army to the Chevalier's domain. That must be prevented at all costs, Haru-sama. Then I'll go to the royal palace, but I'll go alone. As I stood up and said that, everyone widened their eyes in unison. And no way. If you do that, Haru-sama will surely be captured. There's no need to worry. King Ibar will not harm me. Yes, King Ibar cannot lay a hand on me. If he removes me, a mere fall guy, the scenario of engage hazard will collapse. Besides, Cass, will you come with me? Of course, I'll always be by your side, Haru. I have such a reliable partner by my side. According to the Enhaz scenario, Xandra and Monica might face potential harm, so I can't bring them along this time, but there's no helping it. That's why I need you to wait here. Or so I thought, AA. Well then, Haru-sama, shall we? Xandra, clad in full armor and carrying Bamung, smiled brightly. Behind her stood Monica, as if it were only natural for her to be there. But you're in danger, unlike me. Hee, you jest. What can the kingdom possibly do to harm me? Xandra's sapphire eyes turned crimson as she chuckled softly. Well, I know she's the strongest in this state, but still. Rest assured. I, Monica Ashton, will eliminate everything without suffering so much as a scratch. Please don't do that. Ah, seriously, why are these two so combative? Really, you don't need to worry about me this much, though I appreciate it. A lot, even if I say no, you'll come along, won't you? Of course, Monica. Ahaha, well, it can't be helped. All right, let's go together. Yes. Understood. In the end, I brought Xandra, Monica, and Cass along as we headed to the royal palace. Chapter 200, Crushes the King's Schemes. Ah, hello. Prince Harold. Upon arriving at the royal palace and giving such a carefree greeting, the guards were absolutely shocked. Even though I lived here until a year ago, and I was even here just a few hours ago, how rude of them. I've come as summoned by His Majesty the King. Please go right ahead. And so, despite Xandra being clad in armor and carrying Bamung, we were able to pass through without issue. I'd like to propose a review of the palace's security. How will King Ibar respond? I don't know, but that man will surely try to pin the blame on the Chevalier household. After all, according to that letter, I was supposedly being held hostage. It's so cowardly it's laughable, but that only shows how desperate King Ibar is. On the contrary, it proves how much of an advantage we hold. Moreover, with the support of the Holy Kingdom and the Capetian Kingdom, the kingdom has no choice but to back down. All that's left is to make that clear to him. Xandra, Monica, I swear I will protect you. So please, protect me too. Thank you very much. To be protected and needed by my beloved, I feel as if I'm ascending to heaven. I see, Your Highness Harold, are you in need of a concubine? I assure you, I have no objections. Xandra's eyes turned a blood-stained red, brimming with madness and delight. Meanwhile, Monica, what on earth are you talking about? When did I ever say anything like that? Oh well. Just looking at these two reliable companions makes me feel like I can accomplish anything. And so, Harold Weir D. Hobalts, reporting as summoned by royal command. I threw open the doors to the audience chamber and declared my name loudly. They must not have expected me to arrive this quickly. King Ibar, seated on his throne, was wide-eyed in surprise. Judging by the fact that the Prime Minister and Minister Olsen surrounded King Ibar, they were likely furiously objecting to the letter addressed to the Chevalier Duke. At this rate, truly capable individuals will abandon him, and even the king's position will be in jeopardy, but he probably won't realize that. So, how exactly am I supposed to have been taken hostage by His Excellency, the Duke Chevalier? His Excellency kindly saw me off, as you can see. There's no way he can answer. It's just a convenient excuse to destroy the Chevalier household. Of course, I won't let that happen. But that Alexandra standing there has brought a sword. Is that not proof of her treasonous intentions toward me? Not at all. From the moment we entered the palace until now, not a single person has raised any objections. Doesn't that mean her sword was officially permitted? NNGH, enough with your sophistry. No, it's not sophistry, it's all facts. If you want to corner someone, you should prepare more thoroughly. This is way too haphazard. So, what will you do? Will the kingdom go to war with the Chevalier household without any just cause? Ugh, Your Majesty, please, under no circumstances must you do such a thing. If such a thing happens, you will lose the trust of the nobility, and the kingdom will fall into disarray. As expected, the Prime Minister and Minister Olsen understand. They foresaw what would become of this kingdom if King Ibar acted recklessly. Let me add one thing, do not count on the royal guards. They serve the kingdom, not the king. NNGH. Just in case, I had spoken with Sir Drake and secured a promise that the royal guards would not participate in any action against the Chevalier household. Without the elite royal guards, the kingdom's army would be effectively restrained. Such is the significant influence of Bradley Drake within the kingdom's military. Now, what will you do? Will you follow the Enhaz scenario and fight the Chevalier household? Or will you abandon the progression of the tutorial scenario? If you adhere to the scenario, that will be the kingdom's true downfall. That means sacrificing everything in the upcoming Enhaz scenario. Your Majesty, I have no further use for you. Begone at once. Understood. Receiving King Ibar's words, spoken as if spitting venom, Xandra and I gave a deliberately exaggerated bow and prepared to leave the audience chamber. Oh, one more thing. The Holy Kingdom and the Capetian Kingdom have pledged their support to me and the Chevalier household. Leaving those words behind, we finally departed from the chamber. Chapter 201, Mastermind becomes a bit sulky. Haru-kun, you really treat your own father terribly, don't you? In the carriage heading back to the Chevalier household's townhouse, I, once again invited to that world, was staring at Yuli, who sat across from me and shrugged. Terribly, not at all. If one thing had gone wrong, the kingdom's army and its greatest noble house could have gone to war. That much was a small price to pay. If a war had broken out, many lives would have been lost. Even in the Enhaz scenario, though the rebellion was stopped thanks to the protagonist Wilfred's efforts, it still resulted in considerable casualties. Since I was able to prevent even that, I'm rather proud of myself. But with this, we've stopped the very first scenario of the story with our own hands. From here on out, neither the Chevalier household nor Xandra will be harmed. From here onward, neither the Chevalier household nor Xandra appear in the scenario. In other words, they won't be involved any further on their side. I was able to stop that scene, the one that caused me so much frustration each time I repeated the tutorial in my previous life. Or, do you still intend to mess with Xandra and the others, even if it's not me? Of course not. If I did, the story would fall apart. Exactly. Seeing Yuli furrow his brows, I chuckled softly. But as you said, Haru-kun, you'll continue appearing in this story. As the one to highlight the protagonist, a mere stepping stone. Right. Oh, that's it. He might have been expecting a more dramatic reaction, but I wasn't going to do that. For now, I want to take my time savoring the fact that I was able to protect Xandra's future. HMPH, how boring. Ulysses. Knowing you, You're probably happy because you saved Xandra-san's future, right? Spot on. I mean, how did you know? It's obvious. With that ridiculously relaxed face of yours, anyone could tell. Getting glared at with half-lidded eyes, I couldn't help but touch my face. It seems I not only have the habit of voicing my thoughts, but also letting them show on my face. I should be more careful. But Haru-kun, why do you like Xandra-san so much? Sure, she's cute, but she's short, flat, overly possessive, quick to lose control. Honestly, she's full of downsides, right? I see you've got a good grasp of Xandra's character. But Yuli, you don't really get it, do you? Listen, Yuli. There's no such thing as high or low in matters of the chest. And as for height, I'm not even 170 myself. Haru-kun. Xandra being overly possessive, that's the best part. Yandere traits can be annoying if you don't like the person, but since I love Xandra, it's nothing but a blessing. Exactly, people often misunderstand yandere characters, but if you love them, it's actually delightful. I mean, it shows just how much she loves me and is willing to devote herself. Isn't that the best? Yeah, it's the best. That's why, Yuli, you should study more about romance. Ugh. Yuli pouted in frustration. Even though I realized that, including my past life, Xandra is the only one for me, and I have no right to act high and mighty, I decided to keep playing the experienced boyfriend role. Wait. Then, if I were as overly possessive as Xandra-san, what would you do? Who? Not understanding what Yuli was saying, I let out a dumbfounded voice. No, Yuli's a guy, and unfortunately I'm straight, so this has nothing to do with me. So even if he looks up at me cutely like that, my heart won't waver, okay? Desperately. All right, enough joking around. I love Xandra, and I'm not interested in men. Then it's fine if it were girls. Sigh, you're just talking nonsense now. I don't know why he's getting so worked up, but I've decided to wrap up the conversation soon. It's not going anywhere. All right, can you send me back to my world now? Xandra's waiting for me. Ugh, I'll definitely make you regret this, Haru-kun. The last thing I saw was Yuli puffing out his cheeks like a balloon, and then I returned to my world. However, Haru-sama, could someone please explain to me why Xandra is rubbing her cheek against me like a cat? Chapter 202, My Role. Ulysses Hazelnut Stone's point of view. Haru-kun, you idiot. Now that Haru-kun is gone, leaving me all alone in this world, I curse under my breath. The only person I've ever loved in that other world still thinks only about his fiancée, no, his wife, and of course, that makes me jealous. Still, I never thought he'd actually change fate. That world was created by the gods, and its fate and future were predetermined. I always believed that defying those preordained paths was impossible for a mere human. And yet, you've gone and easily changed her, Alexandra Ob Chevalier's fate. Originally, she was supposed to be rejected by Haru-kun, lose the power of her blessed gift, dragon's favor, and be erased from that world by the kingdom of Dehobalts and the protagonist. But Haru-kun nullified the engagement annulment with an even stronger divine contract, marriage, and took away King Ibar's justification for destroying the Chevalier household. He even gained support from that goddess, making it impossible for them to act. At this point, not even the gods can restore fate to its original course. All of this going just as Haru-kun planned, I doubt that. But still, with even just this, you've surpassed the gods. Because of this, the story has been distorted beyond recognition, and now, even I don't know how it will end. To fix the story, the gods will surely show me the next fate to guide. How long do I have to continue this role? Gazing at the ceiling, I mutter quietly. Following the fate decreed by the gods and leading the people of Norse along that path, that is my destiny as one who bears the title Hazelnut. Not that I have time to be complaining. I shrug and smile bitterly, snapping my fingers. Seeing me suddenly appear in the audience chamber, King Ibar's eyes widen in shock. But in an instant, his expression twists into a furious scowl. You wretch, you wreck. Aha, why so angry? Could it be because you're incompetent? Silence. What could you possibly understand? All I understand is that you, Ibar-kun, are nothing more than an incompetent king who can't even handle such a simple matter. At Ibar's enraged outburst, I coldly retort in an eerily low voice. He couldn't even properly nurture Wilfred, the former protagonist, and after finally finding a replacement to kick off the story, he went and ruined everything immediately. Honestly, he should be grateful that I didn't do anything. You know, don't you? If the story falls apart because of this, there's no chance of you becoming a god. Worse, the gods might erase everything in their wrath. You understood. Sigh, this fool seems to have finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Not that turning pale and trembling now will change anything. Anyway, make sure you handle things properly next time. Let's see, in the main story, it's the broken living doll in the demon tower of the Southern Kingdom, right? It's not a major plot point, but it's still an important stepping stone for the protagonist to grow stronger. Besides, it's where he gains his loyal maid heroine, so it's crucial for the future. I assure you, there's no need to worry. I'm providing support from the shadows without revealing the kingdom's involvement. According to my infiltrator's report, it's already nearing completion. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Just mentioning the gods made him this obedient. If only he'd acted this way from the start. Well, I'll just look forward to the results then. I won't be babysitting this time, and besides, Haru-kun likely won't get involved in this episode. After giving a brief glance at the repeatedly nodding King Ibar, I teleported to another place. And there. Take good care of Oin-kun, all right. Leave it to me. The woman kneeling before me in a maid's uniform, Marion Shearer, gently placed a kiss of loyalty on my shoe. Chapter 203, remains still a candidate for the next king. Phew. The afternoon class started, and I couldn't help but yawn. Well, it feels like it's been a while since I last took a class like this so leisurely. Hee, Haru-sama, you need to focus on the class, you know. Ahata. I scratched my head awkwardly as Xandra gave me a wry smile. Indeed, I was able to avoid the worst possible future for my most beloved fiancée, no. Now she's my most beloved wife. It's true that after that, I couldn't help but relax a bit. For now, has finished the tutorial scenario, and the real story with the protagonist and heroines is about to begin. From now on, the protagonist will steadily proceed with events involving the heroines, so as long as I don't get too caught up in a rivalry with the protagonist and interfere, it should be peaceful. With that said, that's right. How about we go out to the town after class? The weather's nice after all. No, we can't. We have preparations for our wedding reception, you know. Ugh. That's right. After I married Xandra to disrupt our engagement-breaking event, things went well, but of course, her family and Liz, among others, were really angry with me. Moreover, even though the Chevalier household couldn't accept me as their son-in-law, it is still important to show off the wedding reception to the noble families and knights who follow the Chevalier household. So we decided to hold the reception during the summer break. What do I mean by couldn't become the son-in-law? Well, listen to this. King Ibar, in the battle for the next king, said that the world's best fiancé still applies to me, even though I'm already married. In other words, as long as I become king, I'm allowed to have concubines, so it seems the idea is to get engaged to a concubine candidate. It's utterly ridiculous. So, I still have the right to compete for the throne and remain one of the candidates. And on top of that, even the Prime Minister and Minister Olsen sided with King Ibar. Traitors. Of course, I can understand why Minister Olsen, who had been supporting me, would make that choice, as there's still a chance for me to become king. Now, please don't make that face. Even though we have preparations, it's just a matter of trying on our outfits and giving general instructions on the schedule. Besides, if we show that there's no opening for anything to happen between us at the reception, it will drive away any bad thoughts. She had initially been wearing a cheerful expression, but before I knew it, her eyes turned red. Isn't the dragon's favor activating a bit too easily lately? That's right. Taking care of His Highness Harold is a privilege that only Monica has, so we need to eliminate all other pests. To me, you are the biggest pest. Monica, who had stepped in just at the right moment, was glared at by Xandra with a sharp look. Well, Monica is putting all her effort into teasing us. It's extremely annoying. But, seeing their back and forth, I couldn't help but laugh. Monica's teasing and Xandra's sulking are both rewards for me. I wish these trivial days could go on forever. HMPH Haru-sama, please don't laugh. That's right, it's quite unfair that it looks as if I was the one who was teased. Sorry. I gave a wry smile and lightly apologized to the two of them. All three of you, we are in class right now, you know. Sorry. We were admonished by Miranda-sensei, and we became apologetic. As a result, everyone in the class, especially Liliana and Lloyd, was laughing at us. I'll make sure to get them back later. Well, let's try to focus on the class. Yes, that's right. Good grief, I was seriously focusing on the class. But because of the two of you, I ended up getting scolded as well. Is that what you're saying? Xandra and I simultaneously gave Monica a retort, just like a married couple. Enough already. Sorry. We were scolded even more intensely, and we loudly apologized. Chapter 204 feels sorry for the situation the replacement protagonist found himself in. So, what about Brother Cardi's, Brother Raphael and Owen? After finishing the meeting for the banquet with Xandra, I returned to my room, and while changing clothes, received a regular report from Monica. Since the main story of Enhaz has already started, I need to always keep track of things to ensure nothing goes wrong. As for His Highness Cardi's, there doesn't seem to be any particular movement. As usual, he is diligently focused on his studies. I see, so Margaret hasn't been fussing over him or anything. I haven't noticed anything like that. Your Highness Harold has rendered Margaret a mere shell, just breathing, but without any real presence. That's pretty harsh. It's the truth. Monica calmly says, lifting her glasses with a quick gesture. Yeah, it's true that I destroyed the Assassination Guild, or rather, Zodiac 12, and dealt with the heroine Ai Machizuki, who was supposed to be the personal maid. But still, she doesn't have to say things like that to a grieving me, who made his own mother suffer. Well, I don't care that much anymore. Monica's ability to tease people is just exquisite. Next, regarding His Highness Raphael, it seems he's actively making moves. However, at the moment, he's still in the process of picking potential candidates to become the world's best fiancé. I see. But in the end, all the fiancé candidates are probably heroines from Enhaz, so I can imagine who they might be. Among them, Liz, Christina, and Carla are likely included. If Raphael makes a move on any of them, I'll stop it with all my might. I won't let something so trivial get in the way of my precious people, as if they're being neglected in favor of fiancés. Finally, about Owen, it seems he's not even looking for a fiancé. Rather, he's struggling with his life as a member of the royal family and is leading a lonely and sad academy life. I see. Indeed, Owen, who came from the slums, a place lower than commoners, must have a hard time adjusting in the Royal Academy, where only nobles are present. It's a bit pitiful. I can understand it painfully well, since I was a loner in my previous life. I don't suppose you're planning to meddle and take care of Owen, are you, Your Highness Harold? Of course not. While I do feel a bit sorry for Owen, who was suddenly thrust into the role of the fourth prince as the illegitimate son of King Ibar, he chose that path himself. Therefore, he must accept this outcome as part of the choice he made. Even though I said that, the truth is that Owen was forced to become the fourth prince, so he had no real choice from the start. Still, since he's an enemy of mine, a mere stepping stone, I won't go out of my way to send him any help. If that's the case, I understand. I will continue to keep an eye on the movements of each prince. Okay, thank you. With that, I decided to avoid interacting with Owen as much as possible. Hey you. I hear you're called the incompetent bratty prince. But then Owen barged into the classroom and suddenly started bothering me. Xandra, let's go to the dining hall. Yes. Xandra's eyes had already turned blood red, and at this rate, Owen was likely going to end his life, so I decided to ignore him and leave the classroom. Am I worried about Owen? Of course not. I just don't want Xandra to be inconvenienced because of this guy. You coward, you're running away. Gee, you're so noisy. Owen intentionally cut in front of us and tried to pick a fight, so I clicked my tongue and grimaced. I don't know why he's bothering me, but it's still a hassle. Your Highness Harold, should I teach him his place? No, even though he's an ignorant fool, he's still the fourth prince. Let's just ignore him. Understood. Monica whispered something violent, so I told her to keep ignoring Owen. But then, Owen, stop it already. Haru-san is troubled because of you. Ahem. Seeing Liliana scold Owen without warning, we all widened our eyes. What the heck is she doing? You again, but you say someone's suffering because of this guy. Who said such a thing? I'll punch them for you, just tell me. That's well. It feels like things are getting a little weird, but maybe it's just me. Damn it. Ah, wait. Owen clicked his tongue, turned on his heels, and quickly walked off. What was that all about? Liliana. I nervously called out to Liliana, who was glaring at Owen as he left. Haru-san, is that person really your brother? I think he's being way too rude. Yua. Liliana narrowed her eyes and got close to me, and I instinctively recoiled. Chapter 205. Everyone is aiming for the Galhaz's protagonist. Haru-san, is that person really your brother? I think he's being way too rude. Yua. Liliana narrowed her eyes and got close to me, and I instinctively recoiled. However, from the conversation I had with Owen earlier, it seems like Liliana knows about Owen. Well, about a week ago, His Highness Owen started occasionally walking past the front of the classroom, casting glances at me. And then, Liliana began explaining the events with Owen. At first, it was only in front of the classroom, but before long, she started feeling his gaze even in the hallway or other places. It became annoying, so 3 days ago she asked him, "Do you need something from me?" But Owen only looked down and didn't try to say anything, and after a while, he silently ran off, which left Liliana in trouble. He kept repeating these actions until today. I never thought he'd come and bother you, Haru-san. Until now, he'd only send me creepy glances from a distance. I see. After hearing Liliana's story, I made a rather awkward face. Based on my deduction, maybe Owen has fallen for Liliana. His actions clearly resemble those of a middle schooler in their teenage years, too shy to speak to the person they like, just glancing from afar. And the reason he came after me was definitely because of jealousy or something, like he was being possessive. No way, that can't be it. Really? Liliana grimaced and waved her hand in denial. But Xandra and Monica, who were listening along, nodded in agreement with enthusiasm, so there's no doubt about it. But what if he said he likes you? No way. I'm originally from a commoner background too, but there's no way I'd accept such a rude boy. It seems that Liliana thinks Owen is out of the question. What should I do? Even though he was chosen to be the protagonist in place of Wilfred, he is not exactly acting like a protagonist at all. It's truly pitiful. More importantly, let's hurry to the dining hall. I'm starving. Right. While watching Liliana's back as she ran down the hallway toward the dining hall, I had a bad feeling. There's no way, right? Harold, there's actually something I want to discuss with you. Who? After school, Xandra and I were working in the student council room when the student council president, Raphael, called out to us. But what does he want to discuss? Well, about that. You see, us third-year students will be retiring from the student council after summer break. And as for the next student council president, I have a really bad feeling about this. Sorry, there's no way I can be the student council president. No, the royal family has no one but you, Harold, so this is mandatory. It seems like I have no right to refuse. But Raphael doesn't acknowledge Owen as his brother. Well, in Owen's case, since he was declared the illegitimate son of King Ibar and was suddenly made the fourth prince, it's understandable that Raphael doesn't trust him, considering that background. Don't think too hard about it, just try doing it casually. Besides, with the current you, there are probably a lot of people who will help you, right? Well, I guess. That's the idea. I have high expectations for you, and if I become the next king, I definitely want you to be my right-hand man. I feel bad for having such high expectations placed on me, but I want to politely refuse. But it's strange Raphael was only focused on hindering Cardis and had no interest in the throne. Well, if you're aiming to become king, brother Raphael, I wouldn't mind cooperating. But since I don't know what kind of woman you consider to be the world's best fiancée, there's not much I can do. Well, about that. This feels like it's going to get weird. Normally, Raphael has a friendly expression, but his gray eyes aren't smiling. He's looking at me with a face that's red, just like Christina, one of the most calculating characters in Inhaz. Oh, brother. I just heard you say you'd cooperate with me. Suddenly, I felt Raphael grab both of my shoulders, his expression serious, and I couldn't help but shudder. I wanted to break free and run away, but his grip was too strong, and I couldn't escape. So then, could you arrange a chance for me to meet your friend, Lady Liliana? Yes, Raphael is, unexpectedly, aiming for Liliana. Chapter 206, Second Prince asks very insistently. So then, could you arrange a chance for me to meet your friend, Lady Liliana? Yes, Raphael is unexpectedly aiming for Liliana. I thought about it, but, well, upon further thought, Liliana is the protagonist of Galhaz, and Raphael is one of the potential love interests. So, it's not strange for Raphael to develop feelings for Liliana, right? But then again, how did Liliana raise Raphael's affection for her? Could you tell me why you chose Liliana? Raphael fidgeted somewhat, then passionately spoke about his feelings for Liliana. Point of view switch Raphael. It was about a year ago when I first started becoming aware of her. The trigger was when Lady Liliana dropped her handkerchief, and I picked it up. You dropped your handkerchief. Thank you very much. At that time, she seemed somewhat clumsy and didn't even recognize that I was the second prince. Up until then, I had been deeply involved in the dirty side of the royal palace, fighting with Cardis over the throne, seeking revenge against Margaret who had disrespected my mother, but she, who was so carefree and innocent, was refreshing to me. After that, I saw her becoming friends with Harold and spending time with him, which made me a little jealous. Even so, whenever she was alone, I would actively try to speak with her. By then, I guess I had already fallen for her. But the real turning point in becoming aware of her was when she lent me an umbrella in the rain. That was around the time Wilfred had started rising to power, receiving the favor of the king, and some of the nobles from my faction had switched sides to his. Although my ties with powerful nobles were solid, it wasn't as much of a blow, but I was still worried. Regardless of the throne, if this continued, I wouldn't be able to take my revenge on Margaret. As if she could see through my frustration, Lady Liliana appeared, and she lent me her umbrella, even though I was drenched in the rain. Your Highness Raphael, you'll catch a cold if you stay like this. Shut up. Why are you pouting? Come on, please smile like you always do. Even though I treated her more roughly than usual, she still treated me the same, showing me a smile. Before I knew it, all my worries and frustrations had disappeared. Well then, I'll be taking my leave now. Lady Liliana, the umbrella. I can't have your Highness send me back, can I? With a bright smile, Miss Liliana ran off, leaving the umbrella behind and heading to the dormitory. She lent me the umbrella, not caring that she would get soaked. I kept my eyes on her back as she disappeared from view. Point of view switch Harold. So that's why. I will do anything to make her my fiancée. No, I can confidently say she is the best fiancée in the world. What exactly am I hearing? I can easily imagine that each of the stories Raphael shared is one of the events that raises the affection of a Galhaz character. But still, hearing about my half-brother's love life makes me feel like I might throw up. And besides, it's Liliana we're talking about. The sight of her flirting with someone is completely unimaginable, given her love for meat above all else. Harold, please, if Lady Liliana becomes my fiancé, I'll give up the throne. And no, if she wants me to become king, I'll accept that. But anyway, please give me that opportunity. Yeah. Honestly, I think if you just gift her a mountain of meat, she'll warm up to you right away, don't you think? Of course, the engagement ring should be made of meat too. Zandra. Hi. Despite me calling her, Zandra looked away. Does that mean Raphael's wish is really that high difficulty? Please. You're the only one I can rely on. The hands gripping my shoulders tightened even more. It hurts, it really hurts. Understood, I'll think about it. Please, I'm counting on you. It's a promise. I answered while turning my face away from the pain and pressure, and Raphael kept pleading desperately, his eyes bloodshot. If I had known this was going to happen, I should have played Galhaza more seriously. Also, Monica, stop laughing so much just because it's not your problem. Remember this? Chapter 207, Preparing for the Party. I never thought I'd be troubled by Galhaz-related scenario at this point. In my room, with only Cass present, I collapsed onto my desk. I'm already doing my best to avoid the ruin flags in Enhaz, and now I have to deal with Galhaz, which I barely played past the tutorial. And, judging by the situation, there's even a chance Owen might be a hidden character in Galhaz or something. Haru, what have you been mumbling about for a while now? Just that another troublesome matter has come up. Troublesome? Then, let's just take care of it together, Haru. Rubbing her cheek against mine, Cass said such a thing. Cass fur feels absolutely amazing. But this isn't something that can be solved by just fighting, That's right, since Galhaz is also a romance smartphone RPG. While it has battle parts, it's even more focused on the romance aspect than N has. The key lies in building relationships with the characters to create a reverse harem. And on top of that, the one engaging in these romances is the meat-devouring woman Liliana. This is way too impossible. In that case, it doesn't really concern me. Exactly, I'm pretty much at a loss myself. Although I have my reservations about how Liliana has already raised the affection levels of some of the characters. Knowing her, it's all probably unintentional. Besides, she doesn't seem interested in romance at all. In that case, why not have His Highness Harold provide such opportunities himself? Yeah, I guess, wait, whoa. For some reason, Monica was standing nonchalantly beside me. When did she even get into this room? While I am satisfied to witness His Highness Harold's surprise to return to the topic, why not host a party attended by Liliana-sama and invite those interested in her, including His Highness Raphael? I see. I want to say that makes sense, but wouldn't preparing for that be ridiculously hard? Besides, I can only foresee troubles breaking out among the characters on the day of the event. Please rest assured. I, Monica, will handle all the preparations, and I will keep a close watch during the event. Even if problems arise, it will be nothing more than a love triangle. That's the worst-case scenario. It's hopeless. This personal maid just wants to watch the drama unfold from the sidelines. That said, considering you have a promise to fulfill with His Highness Raphael, do you have any other choice? Ugh. Damn it, she's hitting me where it hurts. In the end, I decided to accept Monica's proposal, explain the situation to Xandra, and start preparing. And so, looking at the mountain of written declarations of participation from students before me, I couldn't help but groan. I mean, to camouflage the fact that this party is, for Liliana and the love interests, I decided to invite a wide range of students. But isn't this almost every student from the Royal Academy? Monica, what should I do? There is no need to worry. Anticipating this possibility, I have reserved the Royal Academy's auditorium. Naturally, arrangements for the food and staff are also perfect. Monica adjusted her glasses with a quick motion, smugly showing off. She's puffing out her already large breasts, making the situation ridiculous. Wait, huh? Ouch, ouch, Xandra, that hurts. Haru-sama, this is your own fault. Xandra, her eyes glowing red, pinched my thigh while pouting. Damn it, she noticed me staring at Monica's chest. Xandra's jealousy is adorable. Milady, this is inevitable. Haru-sama is 16 years old. It's only natural for his instincts to be drawn to my magnificent breasts. HMPH, shall I cut those breasts of yours off? Thanks to Monica's provocation, the situation turned into a powder keg. From my perspective, I love both of their breasts, so I wish they wouldn't fight. Can't we just declare them both the winners? Geez, Xandra, Monica, stop fooling around and get to work. If you don't, Haru will be in big trouble. Both of them looked sheepish after being admonished by Cass. Seriously, how is it that the kitten magical beast Cass is the most sensible one here? Let's get back to work. Yes, indeed. Finally, the two started sorting through the declarations of participation. I'd love to just say, everyone can join, but if we let strange people in, they might ruin the party. I want everyone to enjoy it, so I have to be careful and check thoroughly. However, stare. Xandra and Monica seem to be staring at me. Haru-sama is truly Haru-sama. Indeed. Even though you said you hated this so much, when it comes down to it, you work hard for everyone's sake. Ugh. They definitely have some things they want to say about me. I am truly happy to be your wife. It is precisely because His Highness Harold is like this that I dedicate everything to him. Geez. Hearing them say such things makes my cheeks loosen up. After that, the three of us continued silently sorting the declarations of participation. Of course, my cheeks and mouth were in a perpetual grin. And so, finally, the day of the party arrived. Chapter 208, one after another, characters that can be conquered arrived at the party. At the sheer number of people arriving at the auditorium, the party venue, I couldn't help but let out a voice of disbelief. No, I knew there would be a lot of participants, but seeing it with my own eyes, the sheer volume of people makes me feel a bit nauseous. Even so, was everyone really that starved for events? Indeed. If I may say so, it's been since that party attempted by that scum a year ago. Xandra, who stood next to me, looked at the participants and said that. Actually, ever since the incident at Wilfred's party, the Royal Academy had banned all such events. While I understand that the Academy's decision wasn't wrong, and I can agree with it, perhaps the students were bottling up some frustration because of it. By the way, today, Xandra is dressed in a red-themed dress. Recently, as I have come to accept her more, the frequency of Dragon's favor activating has increased, and the blue-eyed Xandra wearing a red dress no longer feels out of place. I wonder if that's okay. Of course, the red dress also suits her very well. And me, I'm wearing an outfit with red as the base to match Xandra's dress. It's only natural since we're husband and wife. Harold, brother Raphael. Appearing with a full smile was Raphael, clad in an outfit with black and silver as the base. He's really putting in a lot of effort. Thank you so much for hosting such a party today. I will not let your thoughtful consideration go to waste. Ahaha, well, good luck. Yes. As Raphael struck a guts pose with enthusiasm, I could only manage a wry smile. Well, I've provided a space for interactions, so I'll leave the rest to him. Then, I'll go find her right away. Why yeah. Watching Raphael enter the auditorium with such vigor, I couldn't help but make a slightly complicated expression. I wonder if things will go so smoothly. Who knows, that depends on Liliana after all. Of course, since Galhaz also has a reverse harem route, Liliana could theoretically gather all the romanceable characters into her harem. However, at least for now, she seems more focused on food than romance. If it comes to that, it might end up being a competition of who can provide her with the most meat. Wait. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just savoring the joy of having married you early on, Haru-sama. I see. While I'm happy to hear her say that, her expression seems somehow meaningful. I'll try not to think too much about it. Haru Xandra. Liz. Next to show up before us was Liz. Her dress was black-themed, giving off a bit of a femme fatale vibe. Although inside, she was just a clumsy person. Fufu, I'd like to say I'll enjoy myself today, but you two will be busy, won't you? Can't be helped, we're the hosts of today's party after all. Seeing Liz look dejected, I shrugged my shoulders to console her. I feel bad for her, being a bit of a loner, but there's not much I can do about this. Hey, Christian and Carladono should be arriving soon, so enjoy yourself with everyone when they do. After all, we put in so much effort to prepare for today. Geez, I guess I have no choice. Liz finally smiled, and instead of heading into the auditorium, she stayed beside us for some reason. Liz, did you hear what I just said? Yes, if Christia and the others aren't here yet, it'll be boring to go in by myself. Well, she's not exactly a bother by staying here, and if Liz is fine with it, I guess it's okay. As the three of us chatted, while greeting the participants, HHMPH, Owen showed up wearing a white tuxedo. But to put it bluntly, it looked like the clothes were wearing him rather than the other way around. Hey, thanks for coming. It's not like I wanted to be here or anything. Then go home. When I glared at him with half-lidded eyes and said that, Owen made a despairing face. I mean, if you want to get close to Liliana at the party, what's the point of antagonizing me, the host? Just kidding. You're a student of the Royal Academy too, so of course you have the right to participate. Oh. Looking embarrassed, Owen averted his face and quickly entered the auditorium. Liliana hasn't arrived yet, so no matter how much he looks around, he won't find her. Probably. I'm surprised you allowed that man to participate, Haru-sama. Well, he does tend to provoke me, but we're not exactly enemies. He's probably just acting standoffish because he suddenly became the fourth prince. Believe it or not, I'm a grown-up. Fufu, I see. You're kind, aren't you, Ani-sama? Can you stop calling me that? That said, now that Owen has taken Wilfred's place as the protagonist of Has, if he ever threatens us, I won't hesitate to act. Wait. Brother Cardes. The one who appeared next was the first prince, Cardes. Chapter 209, The Invited Guests Have All Arrived. Brother Cardes. The one who appeared next was the first prince, Cardes. According to Monica's investigation, after that declaration by King Ibar, there had been no particularly notable movements, and it was said he was focusing on his studies, but I never imagined he would participate in the party, so I was surprised when I saw the letter confirming his attendance. "Welcome, thank you for coming. Please enjoy yourself today." I said something heartless like that. I'm sure the other students attending the party will feel a bit awkward seeing Cardis here. Ah, I'll do just that. For me, this is the first party without any strings attached. So it is. When he said something like that, I honestly didn't know how to respond. But it's true that until now, Cardis had been busy with dealings with other nobles to expand his faction for the succession struggle. Now that I think about it, even as a child, he was always forced to behave as the first prince to meet Margaret's expectations, and I don't think I've ever seen Cardis, as a child, act joyfully or have fun. Wow, that's so sad. Brother, please, enjoy yourself to the fullest. As I said that with all my heart, almost tearing up, Cardis seemed slightly disturbed, and I was baffled. But with this, the party will bring together the three princes, Cardis, Raphael, and Owen, who are in the royal succession struggle. I never expected this. Originally, I only held this party for Liliana and to create connections with the romanceable characters from Galhaz, but now, this is becoming an interesting situation. I was suddenly spoken to from right behind me, and I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I always say this, but approaching without making a sound is bad for my heart, so please don't do that. Monica, how is the venue? Yes, many students are already enjoying their conversations. Perhaps it's about time you go inside to greet them. Just a little longer. I told Monica to wait and turned my gaze toward the dormitory. After all, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I held this party for Liliana, and it can't begin without her, the guest of honor. Also, Krista and Carla haven't arrived yet, and speaking of which, sorry for being late. Today, we will definitely enjoy ourselves. Oh, Krista is attending in ceremonial priestess attire. It's been a while since she wore this when she came as part of the diplomatic delegation 2.5 years ago. On the other hand, Carla surprises me with her silver tuxedo. I had thought she would wear the Holy Knight's formal wear or a dress, but well, she's tall and it looks really good on her. She looks so cool. Of course, please enjoy yourself to the fullest. Oh, and Liz too. Yes. Well then, see you later. Liz, Krista, and Carla finally entered the auditorium together. Now, there are only Liliana and Lloyd left. As for Liliana-san, that's no surprise, but Lloyd-sama should be ready soon, don't you think? Yeah, you're right. Considering it's Lloyd, I thought he would arrive early at the venue and start eyeing the female students. After all, Lloyd is a regrettable handsome guy, and he's also a bit of a coward. But still, Lloyd is one of my few male friends at the Royal Academy, and I don't dislike his personality. I really want him to be happy, too. Your Highness Harold, it seems they have arrived. Really? Monica said that, but I couldn't see him at all. Apparently, we have a huge difference in our eyesight. After a while. Come on. Why are you so slow getting ready? It can't be helped. It's not like I wear a dress every day, you know. I was finally able to see the two of them, who were running while bickering with my own eyes. But wait, is this an escort? It seems a bit different from what I expected. Yeah, you're late. Look, Haru. I went out of my way to go pick her up because she said she was nervous alone, but now she's making me wait forever and complaining about it. Why, you can't blame me. This is my first party, you know, and you could at least escort me properly. Stop. I jumped in to stop their quarrel and tried to calm them down. I didn't think they were this bad. Come on, the party's about to start, so hurry and get inside. Okay, finally free. Meet. Lloyd, relieved and patting his chest, and Liliana, repeating meet, were hardly what you'd call a couple about to attend a party together. Are those two really the protagonist and a romanceable character? Well, let's go too. Yeah, let's go. I took Xandra's hand and followed the others into the auditorium where everyone was waiting. Chapter 210, the female protagonist has somehow formed a reverse harem. Well then, everyone, please enjoy the party as much as time allows. After the host's greeting was handled without incident, I descended from the stage. To be honest, I'm not good at these kinds of things, so I'd prefer to decline next time. Haru-sama, that was a wonderful greeting. All the students were enchanted by your voice. No, that's not true. I calmly responded to Xandra, who was praising me excessively with her crimson eyes. Recently, it seems that her dragon's favor is always active. I wonder if that's all right. I hope it is. So, how is everyone doing? Liz-sama, Christia-sama, and Carla-sama are chatting together, with the male students watching them from a distance. They seem eager to join in the conversation, but their aura is so different that it's not easy to approach them. Monica answered my casual question accurately, but she's talking about Liz and the others in a way that seems somewhat amused. It's not just my imagination, right? Well, all three of them are undeniably the main heroines of Engage Hazard. The only one who can approach them is probably the protagonist. How did I even get close to them? Also, Lloyd-sama has been approaching female students since earlier, but he hasn't been able to get any attention. Despite that, he hasn't given up and keeps trying with anyone he can find. I see. Huh. That's strange. Lloyd is a handsome guy, although a bit of a disappointment, but still, he is undeniably handsome, and his family is the son of the Grand Archbishop of the Balshan Church, right? He should be more popular. Finally, Liliana-sama has taken over the central table of hors d'oeuvres by herself, devouring meat while keeping everyone away. It's quite troublesome. That's strange. I supply her with meat regularly, but why is she so hungry now? Surrounding her are Her Highness Raphael and Owen, along with a few other specific male students, watching from a distance. It sounds like the same situation as with Liz and the others, but in reality, it's like night and day. In terms of having an aura that keeps people away, both situations are similar, but there's a huge difference. Well, I guess I'll go check on Liliana. If it's getting too out of hand, I might need to give her a little warning. That's right. If Liliana-sama is going to ruin the party that Haru-sama prepared, we'll have to make her understand. Please only say those lines when your eyes are blue. With crimson eyes like now, I feel like things will turn out badly. So I had Monica guide me to the seat where Liliana was supposedly holding her ground. At the gruesome sight, I couldn't help but let out a strange noise. Liliana's eyes have completely turned into those of a hunter. Hey, is it delicious? You're not getting any. Wait, it's you, Haru-san. After glaring at me with sharp eyes, she immediately switched to a smile when she realized it was me. It seems like she still has some self-control left. Today's meat is the best. I knew you'd prepare some amazing meat, Haru-san, so I skipped both breakfast and lunch. You did well. Her passion for the party, or rather, her obsession with the meat, is at an absurd level. And yet, when I looked closely, I noticed several familiar handsome faces staring at us from around Liliana's table. Of course, almost all of them are characters from Galhaz that I know, right? Among them are Raphael and Owen. So, why are they all giving me such deadly glares? You guys do know that Xandra is sitting right next to me, right? So, I'm not your rival at all. By the way, Haru-san and Xandra-san, have you eaten? No, we're the hosts, so we don't need to eat. Wait, you have to eat properly. It's bad for your health, you know. I gave you the first bite, but from the second one, I'll leave it to Xandra-san. Liliana forcefully shoved the meat into my mouth, smiling happily. Please, don't do that unconsciously. Thanks to you, now not only the gal has characters, but even Xandra is glaring at me. That said, it seems like I've been allowed to eat the meat on this table. But honestly, I don't want that right now. Yes, I'll gladly give you the second bite, and not just that, I'll give you all of it. I won't let Liliana-san have that right. Wait, looking after His Highness Harold is my job. Even if it's m'lady, please refrain from doing that. No, I don't want this pointless argument, and besides, I'm not even hungry. As I stopped the argument between Xandra and Monica, I was being glared at more and more, and my stomach began to hurt even more. Wait, When I glanced up, I noticed someone peeking from behind a pillar, watching us. Of all people, even Cardes is joining the battle for Liliana. Chapter 211, Breaking into the Scene of Carnage. Haru-sama. That's Cardes, right? You noticed too. It seems that way. With a puzzled expression, Xandra stared at Cardes, who was behind a pillar, and I answered her with a sigh. Well, it's true that Cardes is one of the romanceable characters in Galhaz, so it's not impossible for him to fall for Liliana. Not impossible, but still. When exactly did Liliana manage to raise the affection levels of this many romanceable characters? Looking at Liliana, I muttered in a voice low enough that Xandra wouldn't hear. Since Engage Hazard, Girls' Side is an Otome game, it's even more romance-focused than the original Engage Hazard. The chat interactions with the romanceable characters are much more critical than the combat parts. For this reason, the only way to romance the characters is to keep raising their affection levels through chats. Having played through the entire tutorial, I know that much. If that's the case, that means Liliana has been deepening her relationships with the romanceable characters without us knowing. But I had always thought Liliana only cared about meat, to the point where I suspected she was part of a completely different game. Now that the development is finally starting to feel like something from Galhaz, I'm a little moved. That said, given how she usually behaves, I can't fully trust this is true without verifying it. As I subtly approach Liliana. Hey, Liliana. Are those male students over there acquaintances of yours? Nam, those people. After looking around, Liliana tilted her head with a little tilt. That's not the reaction I expected. No way. I only have Haru-san and the others as friends, so aside from His Highness Raphael and Owen, who always follow me around, I don't know any of the others. I see. Wait, then why are the other romanceable characters giving Liliana such passionate stares? And also glaring daggers at me? Your Highness Herald, you seemed concerned about those male students earlier, so I discreetly asked them about it. It seems they all have something in common. Each of them has been saved by Liliana-sama in some way. Who? This surprise wasn't at the content of Monica's explanation. It was at the fact that she had already interviewed the romanceable characters. My personal maid is way too competent. But I see, so Liliana has been unconsciously completing Galhaz events one after another. That includes events with Raphael and Owen too. Wait, so Liliana also had a connection with Cardi's. That's surprising. I thought those two's personalities would never match. Then, I lost to everyone after all. Slumping his shoulders and looking on the verge of tears, Lloyd appeared. WL, don't let it get you down. Sorry, Liliana, could you share some of your meat with me? Is it okay for a cleric to eat meat? It's fine. If I don't eat some meat, I won't survive this. Lloyd casually interacted with Liliana and received some meat from her. The other romanceable characters watching directed even more hostility at Lloyd than they did at me. Oh, Haru. Listen to me, Aye. Whoa. The moment Lloyd spotted me, he clung to me in tears. So annoying. Yes, you talked to all the girls and got ignored, right? I can tell just by looking at you. That's not it. I'm sure there were girls who were interested in me among them. Desperately trying to justify himself, Lloyd just looked more pitiful. Well, it's Lloyd, so what can you do? Actually, I've always wondered why you thought you'd be popular with girls in the first place. All right, you said it, it's war now. Bring it on, but first you'd better empty your stomach. Oh no. Liliana is seriously planning to give Lloyd a gut punch, and the other romanceable characters are glaring so intensely they look ready to pounce. Things are about to get bad. You two, let's calm down. You've been disrespectful to Lady Liliana this whole time. Just as I was about to stop the two of them, Owen and a group of romanceable characters started confronting Lloyd. What a huge nuisance. Chapter 212. Younger brother tells me about his love troubles. You've been disrespectful to Lady Liliana this whole time. Just as I was about to stop the two of them, Owen and a group of romanceable characters started confronting Lloyd. What a huge nuisance. Your Highness Owen, if I remember correctly. That's right, why is someone like you acting so familiar with her? Owen, no longer even attempting to hide his poor upbringing, spat as he lashed out at Lloyd. Lloyd, unsure of what to do, alternated his gaze between me and Liliana. Listen, from now on, stay away from Lady Liliana, otherwise I won't hesitate to. Why does your Highness Owen think he has the right to decide who I talk to? At Liliana's chilling tone, Owen, who was grabbing Lloyd by the collar, turned pale. Now that I think about it, Owen is technically a prince, but Liliana doesn't treat him like one at all. She's fearless, unlike how she was when she first enrolled. Your Highness Owen. Why yes, I will decide who my friends are. Please refrain from appearing out of nowhere and saying such things. Although she was smiling, her tone and gaze were so imposing and absolute that Owen could only nod while sweating profusely. Now that I think about it, during the year-end exams, Liliana defeated the twin-headed beast Orthros and the nine-headed snake Hydra in almost a single blow. Maybe Owen, as the newly appointed protagonist, still can't match her strength. Speaking of which, Owen was chosen as the protagonist in place of Wilfred, but just how strong is he now? I'll have Monica look into it later. Hugh, my delicious meat has been ruined. Don't you agree, Haru-san? Yeah, that's true. By the way, Liliana, you're amazing. You didn't even flinch at Owen, who's technically the fourth prince of this country. Of course not. If anyone spends a year with Haru-san, they'll turn out like this. Besides, there are people in this world far scarier than royalty. Liliana briefly glanced at Xandra and then quickly averted her gaze. Ah, I see. To her, Xandra is the scariest. Even the protagonist of Galhaz Fears My Wife, she's definitely not just a side character. Even though in Engage Hazard, she's an unshakable mob character. More importantly, Lloyd, have you properly emptied your stomach? W8. Violence is wrong. No excuses. Aguirre. Poor Lloyd took a gut punch from Liliana and crumpled onto the floor of the venue. But at least he managed to hold back from throwing up what was in his stomach. I want to give him a little praise for that. Hugh, what a hassle. Leaving Liliana and the others behind, I stepped out of the hall and let out a deep sigh. One of the original purposes of today's party was to check how much the romanceable characters from Galhaz had interacted with Liliana. But with Cardis, Raphael, Owen, and close to 20 others, it feels like their affection levels for Liliana are already at romantic interest or higher. No, I hope it's just my imagination. It's not like Liliana is at fault, but when she unconsciously raises their affection levels like this, I have to deal with the aftermath. It's such a pain, such a huge pain. As I was thinking about this, hey. Looking awkward, Owen appeared with a troubled expression. Why does this guy keep bothering me, though? Something about him seems different this time. What's up? Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the hall and mingle? Why, yeah, that's true, but what's with the hesitant attitude? Ugh. When I frowned slightly and said that, Owen made a troubled face and fell silent for a while. Seriously, what is this guy up to? Then, why you're close to Lady Liliana, right? What's with the sudden question? Then, tell me how I can get closer to her, please. I'm begging you. Whoa. Owen suddenly prostrated himself, desperately begging. W8, is it okay for the protagonist to grovel like this in front of a side character? I grew up in the slums, and I've always silenced those who look down on me with my fists. But when I tried to make Lady Liliana understand the same way, I ended up getting beaten up instead. I'll have to ask Liliana later about what happened here. But then, even though no one in the slums could beat me, she defeated me so easily. It's the first time something like this has happened, and before I knew it, I couldn't stop thinking about her. My chest feels tight. That's strange. Was Galhaz always this kind of otomegame? Feels more like a delinquent manga now. Please, I want to get closer to her, but all I know how to do is fight, so I have no idea what to do. I'm begging you. Sigh. Looking at Owen groveling with his forehead pressed against the ground, I could only sigh deeply. At that moment. In that case, why not speak with your fists? Bathed in moonlight, with her crimson eyes shining as she smiled faintly, Xandra appeared. Chapter 213. My wife becomes the fourth prince's mentor. In that case, why not speak with your fists? Bathed in moonlight, with her crimson eyes shining as she smiled faintly, Xandra appeared. By the way, my wife is saying something rather dangerous. What should I do about this? Why you? Please hold your tongue. Now, Prince Owen, you want to make Lady Liliana turn to you, correct? Why, yeah. Then, if you challenge Lady Liliana, she will inevitably accept. And you should demonstrate your character with your fists. I see, that's how it is. Owen yelled as though he understood something. But honestly, fighting with a girl with fists is not something that makes sense. Even though Liliana was originally common-born, she is now a noble young lady. If you understand, then carefully think about what you should do, including whether you, as you are now, are worthy to stand before her. Why, yeah, that's right. There's no way someone like me, who's so half-baked, could stand before Lady Liliana. Then, there's only one thing to do. I'll get stronger and make her acknowledge me. Very well. To reiterate, this world is Engage Hazard. It's a romance mobile RPG, and definitely not a delinquent manga or a battle story. So, I'd appreciate it if such vibes could be avoided and not mess with the world's atmosphere. Thank you. His Highness Heralds, I am Harusama's wife, Alexandra Ob Chevalier. As Owen thanked her, Xandra elegantly performed a curtsy. Alexandra Ob Chevalier Shishu. Shishu, thank you. I'll surely make Lady Liliana notice me. With a deep bow, Owen didn't return to the hall but instead energetically left for somewhere else. Xandra. He's such a simple and easy-to-handle man. Quite the opposite of Harusama. As she watched Owen distance himself, Xandra wore a mocking expression. Apparently, she gave some rather random advice. Yeah, that definitely wasn't right. However, now he should no longer bother Lady Liliana for a while. And even if he challenges her, she won't lose. Well, maybe it was for Liliana's sake, but it's still a bit sad for Owen. At least he will receive the consequence for taking away our time together during this party. After saying this, Xandra gave a grin, curling the edge of her lips. It seems that my yandere wife won't tolerate even the slightest disruption to her time with me. Please wait, I was the one who invited first, you know. No, I was earlier. As soon as Xandra and I returned inside the hall, two men were arguing right in front of Liliana. It was Raphael and Cardes, and it seems like they both tried to invite her to dance. Sigh, now it's this, huh? Watching the two of them, I involuntarily covered my face. But then, is it common in Otome games for characters with similar affection levels to compete for the protagonist in a party setting? If that's the case, then I'll just have to accept it as part of the event and leave it be. Well, as the host, I can't ignore it, can I? So everyone, please don't look at me. You too, other students are watching, so if you're going to argue, please do it somewhere else. Herald, you came at the right time. You understand, right? I'm the most suitable for the first dance today. What are you saying? In that case, it should be me, the eldest brother and first prince. Surely even the sensible Herald would agree with that. Personally, I don't really care who invited her first, but now it seems like I'm the one who has to decide Liliana's dance partner. This is so troublesome. By the way, normally, as the host, I should be dancing the first dance with my wife, Xandra. But hey, I'm fine with that. I've already decided that I would stay in the background at today's party. So then, what about Liliana? Right. I was foolish to even ask. Phi. I saw Liliana stuffing meat into her mouth like a squirrel, and I rubbed my temples while shaking my head. I'd like her to recognize that she's the protagonist of Galhaz, but since I'm the only one who knows that fact, it would be pointless to ask a meat-eating girl like Liliana to understand. Damn it. Then, for example, how about deciding with rock, paper, scissors? There's no way I can do something so disrespectful to Liliana. That's right, Harold, she's not some prize to be won. Why is it that they always sync up so perfectly at times like this? The two of them are causing trouble, and I'm the one putting in all the effort. More than that, I wonder if they've forgotten that Raphael was the one who asked me to help him get closer to Liliana. I prepared the place, but I'm not responsible for what happens after that. Liliana. Munch, gulp. I'll dance with you, Haru-san, if it's with you. Why do you always put me in such a difficult situation at times like this? Chapter 214, becomes her first dance partner. Munch, gulp. I'll dance with you, Haru-san, if it's with you. Why do you always put me in such a difficult situation at times like this? Look, because of your careless words, it looks like I'm going to make enemies not only of Cardes and Raphael, the capture targets, but also of my wife, Xandra. Please think carefully. Even if His Highness the Prince invites me to dance, there's no way I could be his partner since I've never danced before. Well, I am technically the third prince. Then, it's down to either Haru-san or Lloyd. But since I turned down the invitations from His Highness Cardes and His Highness Raphael, the only suitable partner left is Haru-san. How's that? Perfect reasoning, right? That reasoning has nothing but things to criticize. Could you please stop completely ignoring my position? Liliana-san, do you understand what you're saying? From behind, Xandra, with her faintly dark smile and red eyes, tapped Liliana's shoulder, causing Liliana to scream so loudly it echoed through the hall. I mean, she should have known this would happen from the start. I'm terribly sorry. I got carried away because of my own selfishness and asked Haru-san for help. I didn't mean to interfere with either of you. Not at all. Liliana immediately dropped to her knees on the floor in a perfect kowtow. In this party, I ended up witnessing 2 kowtows. I guess it can't be helped. Listen, Liliana-san, this is the only time, understood. But there won't be another time. Yes, thank you so much. What's gotten into her? Xandra actually allowed Liliana to have the first dance with me. This is the composure of a true wife, don't you think? Whoa. Suddenly, Monica appeared behind me and whispered in my ear. But is it really okay with Dragon's favor activated? Yes, although it's activated recently, she's been in this state more often, so I think she's gained some control over her reason. I see. Considering the future, it's certainly a good thing that she can control Dragon's favor. But if it causes her to lose control and go wild, it'd be a disaster. Eso Haru-san, I've received Xandra-san's permission. Please dance with me. When I glanced at Xandra, she was trembling, her shoulders shaking, but she nodded. It really seems she's okay with it. At this point, my own won't matter anymore, and I am just swept along, ending up dancing with Liliana. So here we are. I am sorry. And no, it's fine. I led Liliana to the center of the hall, and we danced the first dance. But I had been stepped on 5 times already, and my feet were starting to feel numb. Also, she seems to be buffing herself to dance better, doesn't she? I mean, it's probably that, but every step she takes has a ridiculous amount of force behind it. This is definitely the right choice to have me as her partner. Really, I could have danced with someone else, but since I've never danced before, only Haru-san would forgive me for doing this. I could only give a wry smile at Liliana, who was blushing and looking down. So she must have judged that with me. It's okay if she messes up and even hurts me, huh? Sadly, that's the right conclusion. But, Liliana, my first dance partner ever is Haru-san. I'm so happy. Saying that with that expression, isn't that unfair? I'm a sad prince who doesn't even appear in Galhaz. I wasn't even a mob character. I think she should show that face to one of the other capture targets. More than that, I already have a wife. After that, I endured the pain of being stepped on by Liliana, and finally, the song ended. I did my best, my poor feet. Haru-san, thank you. No, thank you too. I returned her curtsy with a bow. In the end, it seems like she had fun, so I'm relieved. I took Liliana's hand and returned to everyone else. Cardis and Raphael looked pale. Actually, when I looked closely, all the sons of the capture targets had the same expression. It's probably because they saw my feet being stabbed repeatedly by her heels. As a result, Liliana probably won't be invited to dance anymore. Xandra. Next, it's my turn. Xandra, with her red eyes, embraced me tightly, and I was forcefully led to the center. Of course, after that, I endured the pain in my feet and enjoyed the dance with Xandra. By the way, her eyes were still red. Chapter 215, The Bell Rings, signaling the start of a new event. Brother Cardis, don't you think you should learn a little restraint? That's my line. Hello, this is Harold. It has been a week since the party I hosted, and during lunch break in the classroom, Cardis and Raphael, who are a year above me, are at it again that day. The reason? They both want to invite Liliana to lunch. Just the 2 of them. By the way, while they were busy with that, Liliana had already headed to the cafeteria. It seems she prioritizes meat over the 2 princes. Me. I would have also liked to leave them behind and hurry to the cafeteria. But, Shishu, in this past week, I have gotten stronger. Owen was bowing deeply in front of a silent Xandra, expressing his utmost gratitude. For that reason, we still couldn't go to the cafeteria. He is in the way. What is he going to do about it? A week was hardly enough time to make any real progress. Before you embarrassed yourself and made Liliana-san never want to deal with you again, you should have at least put in 3 months of effort to get stronger. Ugh. Owen choked up as Xandra pointed this out with a look of exasperation. It is true. If getting stronger in a week is that easy, no one would have struggled. Well, Owen is technically the protagonist, so he is bound to get stronger eventually. Actually, I had Monica look into Owen's abilities, and as expected, he seems to be proficient with various types of weapons. In other words, like Wilfred, he is an attribute-less type. I thought characters like this were limited to Wilfred and Liliana, the 2 main protagonists, but now a 3rd one had appeared. It is making the rarity feel less special, so I wish they'd stop. Xandra, let's go. Yes. Oh, I'll come too. No, why would you? For some reason, Xandra had taken a liking to the protagonist of Enhaz, and I was always left with a sour look on my face. Honestly, things were better when Wilfred was around. At least the lines between allies and enemies were clear back then. And then, honestly, you two are so slow. This was how it always went. Getting scolded by an impatient Liz was part of the routine. Christia was smiling, but her eyes weren't laughing at all, so I was sure she felt the same way as Liz. Sorry, there was a lot going on today. Haru-san and the others sure had it tough, who? No, why were you so casually stuffing your face with meat, Liliana? Apologize to the first prince and second prince, who were fighting in the classroom, right? Now trying to invite you to lunch. I couldn't help it, I had to point it out. Owen, standing stiffly in front of Liliana out of nervousness, was part of the package too. Ugh, I was so tired. Truly, teasing your Highness Harold was supposed to be my roles. Monica pretended to wipe her eyes with a handkerchief, and I just stared at her with a deadpan expression. As soon as the unfortunate prince and the protagonists disappeared, she started teasing us all the time. Thinking about how things had gotten noisier and more troublesome than before, I held my head in my hands. Yeah, that's right. It's on an island to the east of the kingdom. Owen, who had arrived late but finished his lunch faster than anyone else, explained to us. Apparently, by order of King Ibel, he had been assigned as part of an inspection team to visit a magic tower on an island to the east of the kingdom, the Manon Island. This is one of the main scenarios from Enhaz, isn't it? The one called the Broken Doll hidden in the magic tower. The tower's master is secretly turning this Brint Island into a massive experimental site, illegally trafficking talented children and causing a world-scale disaster due to failed experiments. Of course, thanks to the efforts of the protagonists and heroines, the disaster was averted, so as long as Owen performed according to the scenario, there is nothing to worry about, probably. It isn't great for me, the designated sacrificial pawn. But since we have already avoided Xandra's bad ending, I could just leave the rest to the protagonist, right? By the way, I've officially been assigned a maid named Marion, so I'll be going to meet this tower master guy with her. Marion. Hearing that name again after so long, I couldn't help but stand up abruptly. Chapter 216, reluctantly decide to accept younger brother's request. By the way, I've officially been assigned a maid named Marion, so I'll be going to meet this tower master guy with her. Marion. Hearing that name again after so long, I couldn't help but stand up abruptly. That woman, is she still in the royal palace? With Wilfred's downfall, she should have been treated as the lowest rank in the cadet tower as well. Yeah, they said she's an excellent maid, so they arranged for her to be with me, but... Owen looked slightly bewildered by my reaction. But of course I'd be surprised. This only gives me a bad feeling. Could it be that they're planning to turn Owen into the same kind of scum as Wilfred? Listen, Owen, never let your guard down around Marion. That's for your own good. Really? But His Majesty the King said it was for my sake. Since I warned him with a serious expression, Owen uncharacteristically took my advice to heart and seemed a little dejected. Ever since that party, I've come to understand something. Owen was given to the protagonist as a replacement for Wilfred by King Ibar, but in reality, while he's foolish and lacking in manners, he's also, in a way, straightforward and simple-minded. To put it nicely, he's not the type to scheme or plot anything malicious. Honestly, it would be better for me to keep my distance and avoid getting involved. As the designated underdog, that would be the safest way to avoid my own destruction flags. However, if I just left him alone, the risk of him being exploited by shady characters would only increase. And now that Marion has been assigned as his personal maid, that risk is even greater. Anyway, back to the topic. Marion and I are going to meet the master of the magic tower. They also told me to gather a few more people, but I don't really have any acquaintances. He blatantly slumped his shoulders while glancing at our faces for a reaction. So basically, he's trying to invite us as his companions. I refuse. I haven't even asked yet. No, you were totally about to. There's no way I'm getting dragged into something so troublesome. Shishu. Shishu, you'll come with me, right? If Haru-sama isn't going, there's no reason for me to go either. Well, of course. Xandra, with her dragon's favor and yandere tendencies, would never leave my side since we're a bonded pair. Then Lady Liliana. No way. Yuha. Rejected without hesitation by Liliana, Owen was now completely out of options. Even though Liz, Christia, and Carla were all here, they were subtly stepping away from him. It was clear that they had absolutely no intention of going with him. Yoo-hoo-oh, am I really that hated? Owen collapsed onto the table, sobbing. I do feel a little bad for him, but if I go along with him, I'd be forced into an underdog role for sure. I can't afford to trigger any unnecessary flags here. H. Harold, if you come with me, Shishu will too, and then everyone else will follow, so please, help me. Yua. H. Stop that. Tears and snot covering his face, Owen clung to my leg, desperately begging. At this point, there isn't even a trace left of him as the protagonist of Engage Hazard. For the protagonist to abandon his pride like this in front of a mere underdog. While I was somewhat impressed by Owen, I still didn't want a bad ending. No matter how much he begs, I am absolutely refusing. Please, if you come with me, I'll follow you for life. I never cared about the royal succession struggle to begin with, so. Wow, he's really desperate. I mean, is it really okay for the protagonist to submit to the underdog? If Yuli were here, I'd grill him about this for an hour. Not sure what to do, I glanced over at Xandra. Ah, I see. She is leaving the decision to me. Monica and the others seem to be on the same page. In the end, it is up to me, huh? God, Buddha, Harold Sama, please, I'm begging you. No, there may be a God in this world, but there's no Buddha. With all this bowing culture, the world building is a bit off sometimes. Sigh, well, I guess there's no helping it. Fine, but only this time. Also, from the moment we head to the Magic Tower until we return to the royal capital, you must follow my orders absolutely. Oh, of course, thank you so much. Owen grabbed my hand and looked up at the ceiling, crying tears of joy. I can't help but question whether this is really the right decision, but, well, if my little brother is begging and crying this much, I guess I have no choice. Seeing all this, Xandra gave me a wry smile, and I returned one of my own. Chapter 217, Heading Towards the Magic Tower. Yoo-woo. As expected of Harold Anarchy, I never imagined everyone would come with me. On the morning of our departure to the Magic Tower, Owen let out a voice of admiration upon seeing all of us gathered at the royal palace. Wait, since when did I become your Anarchy? No, wait, I am his older brother. That aside. Marian stood behind Owen, showing no change in expression even as she looked at us. In her hands, she also carried the battle axe Skydrive. It seemed that, just as Owen had said, she had truly become his exclusive maid. Owen. What is it, Anarchy? As I warned you before, you haven't let your guard down around Marian, have you? I beckoned Owen closer and whispered this in his ear. If I were Yuli or King Ibar, I would definitely set things up so that Engage Hazard's protagonist would compete against me, the designated underdog. It's fine. Even when I told Marian that you guys would be coming along, she didn't react at all, though I felt some discomfort at Owen's slightly different attitude than usual. It was at least reassuring that he didn't seem to have much communication with Marian. Now that I think about it, he could barely even have a proper conversation with Liliana, to the point where he was practically stalking her. At this rate, he probably wouldn't have many chances to talk to Marian either, so he shouldn't be deceived so easily. No, wait. Owen has no immunity to women. There's no guarantee he won't be seduced through honey traps. Either way, I need to keep a close watch and warn him whenever necessary. All right then. Our destination is the Magic Tower on Manon Island. Owen shouted energetically, but neither we nor even his exclusive maid Marian responded. This was one of those situations where a person was full of enthusiasm, yet their surroundings didn't match their energy at all, leaving the speaker in an incredibly awkward position. Just look at him, Owen's eyes were practically brimming with tears. Oh. I had no choice but to offer a half-hearted response. And just look at that, his gray eyes sparkle like those of an excited child. What a pitiful protagonist. With that, the carriage carrying us departed for Manon Island. So, Harusama, what is your true reason for cooperating with Owen Dono? Inside the carriage heading for Manon Island, Xandra asked, as expected of my wife. She could see right through my thoughts. Of course, it's to crush Ibar's schemes. And by that you mean, did you forget, Ibar wants Owen to be the next king? Yes, considering what happened with Wilfred, King Ibar wanted to groom Engage Hazard's protagonist into his ideal image. Yuli is the same. He even went as far as inviting me to become the protagonist instead. So, for Ibar to order Owen to complete the broken doll hidden in the magic tower scenario, there is no doubt he has a similar intention here. But the miscalculation for King Ibar was that a connection formed between us and Owen, leading us to act together like this. That is certainly true. Xandra and I exchanged knowing smiles. Since we had a large group this time, we had split into different carriages. In this one, it was just me, Xandra, Monica, and Cass, the usual members. Because of that, there was no issue discussing this freely. Even if someone from the kingdom had snuck in, Monica would see through them immediately. In any case, once we arrive at the magic tower, there are 3 things to be cautious of. First, do not consume any food or water provided by the magic tower. In Broken Doll, hidden in the magic tower, part of the heroine group had unknowingly consumed food laced with sleeping drugs, resulting in their capture and putting the protagonist at a numerical disadvantage in battle. Of course, while this was a forced scenario in the game, knowing in advance that it would put us in danger means we have no reason to let it happen. Second, we need to be wary of the 4 extremes, the 4 subordinates of the Tower Master. These are event bosses that appeared in the scenario. As we get closer to uncovering the truth of the magic tower, they would inevitably bare their fangs at us. As long as we remain vigilant, they wouldn't be a problem. After all, they are just event bosses. And finally, the third and most important thing. I looked at the 2, and the one beast accompanying us took a deep breath and said, "Under no circumstances should you approach the doll on the top floor of the magic tower." Chapter 218, greeted by the event boss. The Tower Master. Under no circumstances should you approach the doll on the top floor of the magic tower. I looked around at Xandra, Monica, and Cass and told them that. Yes, in the scenario of the broken doll hidden in the magic tower, the raid boss that appears is none other than the magical automaton Layla, created by the Tower Master of the magic tower, Lee McLaren. Layla's body is composed of mithril and orichalcum, rare metals that anyone with even a little experience in fantasy or RPGs would have heard of. Among the bosses appearing in Engage Hazard, she boasts one of the highest physical defense stats. What's most dangerous about her is that she follows only the commands of her creator, McLaren, and relentlessly attacks until all of her functions are completely stopped. Persistence? No, perhaps it should be called obsession. Moreover, if the command given applies to McLaren himself, then even he is not exempt from harm. There is no room for interpretation or consideration, making it all the more troublesome. With such monstrous defense and action patterns, the few players of Enhaz referred to her with a mix of awe and fear as DX Chogakin Robo Yandere Layla. Haru-sama, it looks like we've arrived. The carriage came to a stop. Looking out through the window, I saw a small shrine standing alone on the shore of a hill. Beyond the water, a towering structure rose into the sky. That was what they called the magic tower. All right, let's go. Yes. Yeah. Carrying Cass on my shoulder, we stepped down from the carriage and entered the shrine. Normally, the magic tower is a state secret, so it would be inappropriate for Princess Liz of the Capetian Kingdom, Saintess Christia of the Holy Kingdom, or the Holy Knight Carla to accompany us. But we couldn't afford to care about that right now. There is no doubt that the magic tower was trying to eliminate us. That's because they mistakenly believe we have come to stop their inhumane human experiments. Well, I mean, we are actually going to stop them. Welcome, everyone. I shall be your guide. My name is Zachariah Tyner. The one who greeted us inside was an elderly man with a raspy voice, wearing a purple hood. Noticing the salamander tattoo on the back of his hand, I was certain. This guy was one of the 4 extremes. Oh, I'm Owen, the 4th prince. Nice to meet you. Owen stepped forward and introduced himself. He had no sense of formality, but that wasn't necessary when dealing with the people of the magic tower, so it didn't matter. Now then, the Tower Master of the magic tower awaits you. This way, please. Following Tyner's instructions, we stepped onto the magic circle set in place. And in the next instant, we were teleported in a flash to another location. And there, welcome to the magic tower. A young man with long blonde hair wearing a monocle bowed gracefully before us. He was the master of the magic tower, Lee McLaren. Oh, I'm Owen, the 4th prince. Nice to meet you. Owen introduced himself again, word for word, just as before. I want to ask if he is sure about that, but he is probably trying his hardest. The proof is in his right hand. He keeps glancing at it. He must have written down a bunch of notes there as a cheat sheet. You have come from far away. In honor of your visit, we have prepared a banquet tonight to welcome your Highness Owen. Until then, please relax in your rooms. Saying this, McLaren snapped his fingers, and at that moment, wah! These individuals will escort you. Appearing before us were 3 men and women, each wearing the same purple hood as Tyner. On their right hands were tattoos of Undine, Gnome, and Sylph, which meant they were also part of the 4 extremes. Even so, oh my, is something on my face? No, it's nothing. McLaren noticed my gaze and asked, but I quickly averted my eyes. For this inspection of the magic tower, I had instructed Owen to keep my true identity a secret, so McLaren shouldn't know. Yet, from behind his monocle, his sharp eyes study my face. Well, he had probably already investigated our party members beforehand and knew everything by now. More troublesome than that, however, is McLaren's unique skill, teleportation magic. This skill allows him to teleport himself and his allies, avoiding attacks or switching places with teammates who have higher HP. And worst of all, when McLaren's HP drops to 10%, he automatically escapes from battle, with a 100% success rate. So, the only way to defeat him was to unleash every party member's highest power skill at the precise moment before he reached 10%, wiping out his HP in one go. If we fail and he escape, he would teleport to the top floor of the magic tower, and then he would activate the magical automaton Layla. Well then, please enjoy your stay. With a courteous bow, McLaren snapped his fingers and vanished in an instant. Chapter 219, Female Protagonist has eaten all the food prepare. I'm sorry. Liliana was kneeling on the floor, wearing a forced smile. To explain the situation, this female protagonist had eaten almost all the water and food she had brought along during the journey. I mean, I had prepared quite a bit, but how is it already all gone? How much did she stuff into that stomach of hers? I had prepared so much for the meal, but now it's all ruined. Damn it. Well, we did warn you several times along the way to hold back. Lloyd said seriously, but he was just as guilty for not stopping her. Well, if we had done that, Liliana would have probably kicked us in the stomach from hunger. So, what were you doing, Owen? If you had stopped her properly, this wouldn't have happened. I couldn't. If there's anyone who can resist Liliana-sama's sad eyes, bring them here. Owen started frantically making excuses that didn't even make sense. But if we had let Liliana ride in our carriage, we could have stopped this barbaric act. We definitely would have stopped her from doing this. Sigh, anyway, now that we've run out of food, we'll just have to endure until everything ends. You've really done it now, Liliana. Hey. Liz glared at her, and Liliana screamed. While watching this, Kristia's expression was smiling, but I didn't miss the fact that the light had disappeared from her eyes. Ah, so we'll be denied any luxurious dishes at the banquet, huh, in this state of hunger. Please don't say that. At my murmur, Xandra rubbed her small stomach, looking gloomy. Well then, until the banquet starts, everyone should stay quietly in their rooms. Don't touch the water or anything provided, okay? Why, yes, I understand. Awu, I'm so hungry, so hungry. Without food and water, this is how much people turn cold-hearted. Liz, forgetting her usual bad girl attitude, yelled in frustration. And why is it that the very culprit, Liliana, is the one most unable to withstand the hunger and looks so sad? With heavy steps, everyone left the room. Cassan, please. Yay, Monica, thank you. For some reason, Monica was preparing food for Cass as if nothing had happened. Monica, that's. I anticipated something like this, so I secretly prepared extra food for everyone. However, His Highness Harold's luggage was sacrificed along the way. Ah, I see now. She must have hidden the food in the empty space after discarding my luggage. I'm grateful, but damn, she really went and did it. Oh, did His Highness Owen not like the food? No, that's not it. At the start of the banquet, McLaren gave Owen a puzzled look when he didn't touch the food. But seriously, is that line even necessary? Owen's staring at the food, drooling all over the place. Well, with this, the other side should have realized just how much we are on guard against the magic tower. If this messes up their plans, then Owen and the others' sacrifices weren't in vain. By the way, we were well prepared. I don't want to call it something praiseworthy, but Monica made sure we ate the food she hid beforehand, so we won't embarrass ourselves in front of the luxurious dishes. That is, everyone except Owen, Liliana, Lloyd, and Marion. Liliana, who ate all the food and water, is obviously the main culprit, and Lloyd and Owen, who failed to stop her, are equally guilty. I'll make them suffer the hunger until they learn their lesson. As for Marion, she's an enemy, so I don't plan to share anything with her. If she doesn't like it, she can eat the food in front of her and get caught by the fools. That would help us too. It seems like everyone didn't enjoy the food, so I'll end the banquet here. McLaren straightened his posture and turned seriously to Owen. May I ask what His Highness Owen's purpose for visiting the Magic Tower was? It's nothing. The king ordered me to come here. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. After hearing Owen's answer, McLaren seemed satisfied and bowed to him. However, his eyes weren't smiling. But no matter how much we press, there's nothing we can get from Owen. I checked myself, and he didn't even know the official reason for his visit to the Magic Tower given by King Ibar. So then, maybe I'll make a move tonight. I watched the two of them and muttered quietly, the corners of my mouth lifting. Chapter 220, The Enemies Launch an Attack. Where is everyone? Don't worry, His Highness Owen is with Marion and Lloyd-sama. Liliana-sama is with Liz-sama, Christia-sama, and Carla-sama. After receiving Monica's report as she returned to the room, I nodded. Given that there was a high possibility that they would attack tonight, I had already instructed everyone to stay in groups of 3 or 4 for caution. I had considered having everyone stay in the same room, but that would make it difficult to move in a place like this. And moreover, if we did something that obvious, the enemies might make a drastic move. I wonder when they'll arrive. Then, we can leave this old tower and enjoy the journey back to the royal capital with Haru-sama. Wearing armor, Xandra's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. I don't know who will come to this room, but I can only say good luck to them. Sigh, if that happens, the food I prepared, sacrificing all of His Highness Harold's belongings, will be wasted. Monica sighed, resting her hand on her cheek. Before that, could you do something about my luggage that you ruined? At this rate, it's a certainty that I won't even be able to change my underwear. Haru. Once we get out of here, I want to make a detour to Morn Island. Is that okay? Cass snuggled up to my cheek and looked up at me with pleading eyes. What is this partner of mine? So cute. Of course, no problem. It's been 3 years since then, and we can also visit Cass' mother's grave. Yay, thank you, Haru, I love you. Ha, that tickles. Overjoyed, Cass spun around on my shoulders and relentlessly licked my cheek. But why are Xandra and Monica looking at us with such longing expressions? Well, whatever. Ah, Your Highness above. Understood. Yeah. In the blink of an eye, Cass transformed into the jet black shield Caspar League, facing the ceiling. What? Impossible. Too naive. Did you think you could launch an attack with that? At the same time as the surprised voice of the purple-hooded man, Xandra instantly took the man's back, and before he could even make a sound, he was cleaved horizontally, half of his face cut off. The tattoo on his right hand is of a gnome, one of the 4 extremes. Sorry, I forgot the name. Haru-sama, this person did not introduce himself earlier. Therefore, it is natural that you don't know his name. Ah, I see. Xandra provided a follow-up, but the real issue was that I had forgotten the name of the event boss from NHAS. It is a little embarrassing, but as a heavy user of NHAS, forgetting the name of the event boss is something I need to reflect on. I'll make sure to remember the name before this event is over. But as expected, His Highness Harold was right. They made a move. Yeah, in the scenario of the broken doll hidden in the Magic Tower. The protagonist and heroines would be trapped in the dungeon after being drugged in the banquet food. Since that couldn't happen, they were definitely going to resort to force. More importantly, let's head to the rooms of the others. They must be under attack as well. Yes. We rushed out of the room, keeping an eye on our surroundings, and first headed towards Liz and the others' room. Liz, everyone. We burst into the room by force, but it's because of you all that I'm hungry. W8, Gupie. The poor purple-hooded woman was knocked into the wall by a powerful stomach punch from Liliana, letting out a strange sound before falling silent. That was a bit of an overkill, wasn't it? Is everyone okay? Why yes, thanks to Liliana, we're safe. Even Liz, normally so composed, looked utterly shocked by Liliana, who had turned into a demon. Given the hunger, it was probably all her frustration that was unleashed onto that woman. Poor thing was totally collateral damage. With this, only 2 of the 4 extremes remain. Haru-sama, what is the 4 extremes? Oh, Christian, you didn't know about it. As we headed toward Owen's room, I explained the 4 extremes. They were 4 subordinates of the Magic Tower Master, McLaren, each wielding advanced magic corresponding to their respective elements. The most distinctive feature was that they all had tattoos of their elemental spirits on the backs of their right hands. This woman's right hand tattoo is Undine. In other words, she is a user of water magic. I see, no wonder. Carla nodded as she observed the woman still embedded in the wall. Considering the wetness around the room, at the very least, the enemy had used magic. Oops, we can't waste any more time. Let's head to Owen's room. Owen aside, Lloyd also has decent skills as a Galhaz character, and Marion has her battle axe sky drive. They shouldn't fall behind even against a single event boss, I hope. Owen, are you okay? We rushed into Owen's room, but what greeted us was just the wrecked room. Unfortunately, Owen and the others were nowhere to be found. Chapter 221, Protagonists have been taken away. Owen, are you okay? We rushed into Owen's room, but what greeted us was just the wrecked room. Unfortunately, Owen and the others were nowhere to be found. Damn. In that situation, I slammed my fist into the nearby wall. After all, Owen is, at least, the protagonist of Enhaz, and with the heroine Marion and the Galhaz character Lloyd there, I mistakenly thought that taking down at least one of the event bosses would be a piece of cake. Your Highness Herald, I've checked the room, but if they had been taken, there should have been some kind of trace left behind. However, we can't find anything, and it's hard to believe they offered no resistance. That means they may have been neutralized by something like poison. Tusk. Monica's deduction made me click my tongue. I had forgotten that the one with the sylph tattoo in the 4 extremes has a skill called Wind of Sleep. It's likely that the 3 were put to sleep and neutralized by it. Haru-sama, first we must find the 3. Let's hurry and search the tower. Right. We rushed out of the room, splitting into 2 teams to begin searching for the 3. The scenario of the broken doll hidden in the magic tower concludes all its events within the tower. Therefore, it's certain that the 3 are still in this tower, and the most likely place is Haru-sama. On the way down to the underground of the tower, I threw myself hard against the wall. Yes, beyond this wall, there should be the underground prison where the protagonists would normally be confined after eating the poisoned banquet food. They must have locked the 3 there. However, sadly, as a weakling, Harold couldn't break the wall. At times like this, I regret being the weakest in physical abilities in Enhaz, the ultimate underdog. Haru-sama. Leave it to me. Xandra raised her bamung and struck the wall. And just like that, the wall that didn't budge at all from my body slam was easily destroyed, as if cutting through tofu. All right, let's go. Beyond the hole in the wall, another staircase appeared, and we quickly descended. I'm sure the 3 will be down here. Wait. Haru-sama, don't worry. Lloyd-san and Owen will surely be all right. Yeah. It seemed that my anxiety was showing on my face, so Xandra, running beside me, gently encouraged me. Really, my wife is the best. And then, what awaited us was the 3 of them, bound and gagged, locked in the underground prison, and standing like guards were magical beasts. They were the Gigant Spriggans, the bosses we fought in the title event in the Royal Palace. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Even though I've fought them before, 3 is a hassle. I muttered, but since I knew the weaknesses of these magical beasts, and with Xandra and Monica here, taking them down wasn't going to be that much trouble. Or so I thought. Why, my snatch doesn't work. Immediately, Cass attacked the large one-eyed weak spot of the gigantic Gigant Spriggan with her massive black claws, but the Gigant Spriggan just stood there unfazed. Could it be that the people from the tower have enhanced this magical beast? But, how trivial. It's over. With a smirk, Xandra struck with her bamung, and Monica swiftly took the Gigant Spriggan's head from behind, not even giving the monsters time to scream as they collapsed to the ground. The event bosses that gave us so much trouble were nothing but fodder to these 2. The remaining Gigantspriggan was easily defeated, and then we, or rather Xandra, broke down the door to the underground prison. Everyone, are you all right? Sorry, Aniki Shishu, I messed up. Don't worry about it. More importantly, what happened? Yeah. Owen and the others gave us a detailed explanation of the attack from the people in the tower. Since I had instructed them to stay on guard, the three of them had been prepared and waiting. However, suddenly the room was filled with some kind of smoke, and they lost consciousness. Lloyd managed to hold on a little thanks to his detoxification magic and status resistance skills, but when it came to combat, he was the weakest among the three. He was quickly subdued. The guy with the wind spirit tattoo on his right hand and the old man who welcomed us first were the ones who locked us up here. I see. Of all things, 2 of the 4 extremes showed up at their place. Though outnumbered 3-2, these 3 were clearly at a disadvantage. Anyway, I'm just glad everyone's all right. Let's hurry and join up with Liz and the others and get out of here. You're saying we're just going to run away after being beat? No, this is a strategic retreat. It would be foolish to fight on their terms. It's the same thing. You, Harold, are you scared? Be quiet. Owen, who had spoken recklessly and was about to charge at me, was met with the tip of Xandra's bombing to his neck, her crimson eyes gleaming. If you speak ill of me, Owen, you might genuinely lose your life, so maybe it's best to stay quiet for now. Once we get out of here, I'll explain. Let's go quickly. Dragging the still unsatisfied Owen along, we ran back up the stairs. And then, oh, Your Highness Owen, where are you going? Waiting at the top of the stairs was McLaren, the master of the magic tower, with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 222, Tower Master has been lying in wait. Oh, Your Highness Owen, where are you going? Waiting at the top of the stairs was McLaren, the master of the magic tower, with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. HMPH, does this mean our movements were predicted from the start? If not, there's no reason why this man would be waiting here like this. Damn it, you kidnapped us and locked us up in that place. I won't forgive you. I see, my subordinates were being rude. I had instructed them to welcome you politely, but... You bastard. McLaren shrugged his shoulders in a nonchalant manner, as if this were all a trivial matter. I don't understand the meaning of this little act, but it seems to be enough to provoke Owen. Shishu. Calm down and follow Haru-sama's orders. Owen, who had raised his fist to charge at McLaren, was stopped by Xandra, who used her bombing to restrain him. I think the way she stopped him was quite forceful, but I actually like it. It's very much like Xandra. Now, since my wife is looking at me with expectant eyes, I guess I'll try my best. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Harold Weir D. Hobbolts, the 3rd prince of this kingdom. Oh, I didn't expect to find Your Highness Harold among the inspection team. This is an unexpected surprise. McLaren spread his arms and squinted as he looked at me bowing respectfully. How fake. He must have known who I was from the start. From what you just said, McLaren Dono, it seems that you tried to invite Owen to another place, but if that's the case, why were we attacked by your subordinates? Attacked, you say? Yes. A man with a gnome tattoo on his right hand, and a woman with an undine tattoo. My apologies. It seems those individuals misunderstood my intentions and tried to act ahead of me. McLaren Dono's intentions. If you'd like, could you tell me exactly what those intentions were? There probably isn't anything to tell. Even if there is, I've known from the start that you plan to use this kingdom as a test subject and perform inhumane experiments. I'm afraid explaining it to Your Highness Harold would be beyond your understanding. I see, but what if I told you that I have already figured out your plan? You secretly set up intermediaries across the kingdom, using all of Brint Island as a magic circle to gather the people's mana here in this magic tower. You plan to eliminate us, who came to interfere with your plan. No, that's not it. You were trying to brainwash us for your convenience, weren't you? After I said the truth, his previous composure quickly turned into wide-eyed shock. I'm sure he never imagined that I knew the full scope of his plan. How did you know that? I just guessed, but it turned out to be true. Looks like I need to report this to the kingdom right away. After pretending to joke around for a while, I spoke in a low voice. Even though it's part of the scenario, you tried to harm my important people. There's no way I'll let that slide. Haru-sama, there's no need to report this to the kingdom. We can just finish everything ourselves, can't we? That's a good idea, Xandra. I smiled and nodded at my wife's brilliant suggestion. Since we came here, we've always intended to handle things ourselves, so this is nothing new. So, you can either quietly surrender or choose to leave this world right now. The choice is yours. Ku. At my words, McLaren desperately tried to hold back his laughter. Oh right, this guy had shown a similar reaction back in and has as well. But it's not that he's acting cool, he's just flustered because he's in a tight spot. Well, at the end of the day, he's just a minor boss from an event. Hurry up and answer. Do you want to die now or later? Ku, it's decided. You bastards will die right now. As soon as he shouted that, McLaren's form vanished in an instant. But, what is this? You're too slow. McLaren, who had teleported behind me using teleportation magic, launched an attack, but I easily blocked it with my shield. In battle within and has, McLaren's teleportation magic had 3 possible action patterns. One was to use his allies as decoys to protect himself. The second was to switch places with his allies. The last one was to appear behind the protagonist or heroine and attack them. This attack was troublesome, with a 100% hit rate and a 30% critical hit chance. McLaren was definitely one of the enemies I disliked the most, and he was in my top 10 worst enemies. But here, I'm not a player, I'm just a person living my life. Even though in and has I could only block direct attacks, if I know the pattern, then blocking attacks from behind is easy. And, well, I goaded him into gathering all the hate towards me for this very reason. Everyone, now's the time. Leave it to us. It's not just this man who can be attacked from behind. What? Before McLaren knew it, Monica had appeared behind him and cut his throat with a dagger. But, Goo. The one who had their head cut off wasn't McLaren, but one of the 4 extremes, Zachariah Tyner, who bore the salamander tattoo. Chapter 223, The Magic Doll has been activated. Goo. The one who had their head cut off wasn't McLaren, but one of the 4 extremes, Zachariah Tyner, who bore the salamander tattoo. He used his subordinate as a decoy and teleported away. Haru-sama, what should we do? Of course, we'll go after McLaren. Yes. We discarded Zachariah's corpse and ran up the tower's staircase. Along the way, take this, Hellfire. Why can't my wind attribute magic extinguish it? There stood Liz and the others, locked in battle with a man who bore the sylph tattoo, another member of the 4 extremes. Liz. Everyone. Oh my, Haru, you're late. We're about to finish up here. With a haughty, villainous smile, Liz turned back toward the man. Burn it all, infernal flame. Guerra hot. It's hot. With a snap of Liz's fingers, black flames coiled around the man's body like a serpent, rising as a massive pillar of fire that spiraled up to the ceiling. The man screamed in agony, but his cries were snuffed out within seconds along with his body. All that remained were charred scars on the ceiling and floor. Whoa, Liz, haven't you gotten even stronger? Oh ho. But of course. Liz brushed back her drill-like hair and covered her mouth with her hand as she laughed proudly. Yeah, that's just like her. This isn't the time for this. We need to find McLaren fast. Wow, what's going on, Haru? I'll explain while we run. After regrouping with Liz and the others, we continued sprinting through the magic tower in search of McLaren. As I explained the situation, the recent exchange with McLaren, and the full extent of the conspiracy, the group gasped in shock. That would be disastrous not just for the kingdom, but for the entire world. Yeah, that's why we absolutely have to stop him here. Now that we've gotten so deeply involved in the scenario, if we don't stop him, we'll end up with a bad ending. In and has, all you had to do was follow the predetermined events one by one to clear the game, but this is different and a lot more complicated. That said, ideally, we'd catch McLaren before he reaches the top floor, but that's probably impossible. Yeah, McLaren is definitely on the top floor, just like in the scenario of the broken doll hidden in the magic tower. Still, Haru-sama, we've reached the top floor. Right. We arrived at the dead end of the staircase, the topmost floor of the tower, and kicked down the iron door. And there. There stood a single girl with jet black eyes like onyx and heterochromatic eyes, one crimson red. In her grasp, she held McLaren's mangled, blood-soaked corpse like a discarded doll. That was the raid boss from the scenario The Broken Doll Hidden in the Magic Tower, one of the most powerful characters, no, items in Engage Hazard. The magic doll, Layla. Huh, so it came to this after all. Your Highness Herald, what are your orders? The decision is clear. Once that doll is activated, it won't stop until it's destroyed. Once she's been activated, she won't stop until every target is annihilated. She's a tragic doll with broken brakes, and she's absurdly tough on top of that. Still, everyone, I'll take all of her attacks. In the meantime, destroy Layla. We'll break you cleanly, even if it's not what you wish for. And Xandra. Yes. I leaned close to her and whispered in her ear. Understood, truly you. Sorry, I'll make it up to you later. It's a promise, okay? She pouted, and I gave her a sheepish smile. I always end up making her go through hardship. When we get back to the capital, I'll grant whatever request she makes, within reason. Enemy target confirmed, initiating elimination. In that instant, Izahata, I'm glad you chose me first. Layla launched herself forward, and I caught her strike with the jet black shield Caspar League. Geez, that strike felt as heavy as Liliana's. I thought she specialized in defense. That's not what the data said. But you know what? You're not the only defense specialist here. Right now, I'm the top tank in Enhaz. Sorry, but this level of attack power won't bring me down. Analyzing enemy combat power. Estimated time to neutralize. 32 minutes, 57 seconds. Hey, big words. All right, Layla, I'll play along with your calculations, but too slow. Before that timer hits 0, you'll be brought down by what I cherish most. Chapter 224, The Doll Regains Its Heart. Analyzing enemy combat power. Estimated time to neutralize, 32 minutes, 57 seconds. Hey, big words. All right, Layla. I'll play along with your calculations, but too slow. Before that timer hits 0, you'll be brought down by what I cherish most. Surprisingly tough, my dagger knife is slightly chipped. Monica, who had circled behind and slashed Layla's neck with her knife, managed only to leave a shallow scratch without destroying her. As expected, this magic doll's outer shell, composed of rare metal, was unbelievably sturdy. Hee, then how about this? Infernal flame. Liz's black flames engulfed Layla's body. However, as a doll devoid of emotions, she didn't react at all. Then how about this? Take this. Liliana, empowered by multiple stacks of brave heart, which boosts all her abilities, delivered a full-force punch to Layla's abdomen. The sheer power of the blow sent Layla flying and embedded her in the wall. Note to self, never get into a fight with Liliana. And yet, recalculating time to neutralize enemy forces. 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 43 seconds. Layla stood up as if nothing had happened, calmly delivering her analysis. Still, thanks to the trio's efforts, the battle duration increased by nearly an hour. More importantly, that won't be enough to defeat me. Just as before, I read and blocked every one of Layla's attacks flawlessly. Seriously, though, why isn't she using any skills? Thinking she can defeat me with basic attacks alone is just insulting. Wait, blast cannon. Ugh, NGH. A point-blank blast from her right arm cannon pushed me back 3 meters, even though I blocked it. Good thing I had the jet black shield Caspar League. Otherwise, my torso would have been turned into Swiss cheese. That was close. Fortunately, Layla is programmed to target a single enemy until that target is eliminated. As long as I stay standing, everyone else is safe. So, if I can just endure to the end, we'll win. And Haru-sama, blessing of the war god. With this, you won't be overpowered. Ew. Blazing Blade. Kristia's support spell was followed by Carla's relentless assault. That's right. I have these incredibly important people by my side. I won't lose. Recalculating time to neutralize enemy forces. 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 11 seconds. Whoa, the time keeps going up. Are you sure you're good at math? Eliminating target. Huh, did her brow just twitch? That's right. Even if Engage Hazard treats her as an item, she's actually a kidnapped noble's daughter turned into a magic doll by McLaren. In the game's scenario, the broken doll hidden in the magic tower, she gets destroyed by the protagonist. Her last words, "I don't want to die, I always hated that scene. A character treated like a disposable tool doomed to be broken. Kristia-san. Haru-sama. I whispered a request into Kristia's ear. She looked puzzled but nodded. Sigh very well. Thank you. With her support secured, I resumed blocking Layla's relentless attacks. Little by little, the other's strikes chipped away at her armor, slowing her movements. Meanwhile, Xandra refrained from joining the fight entirely, because if she intervened, everything would end. Recalculating time to neutralize enemy forces, 5 hours and 21 minutes. Forget that. You know what I mean, don't you? Your silence says it all. You're smart enough to know you can't win. Are you really going to obey those commands McLaren forced on you? I kept shouting, blocking her attacks without fail, because I knew she was still in there, because I knew we could change her fate. Eliminate, 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 eliminate. No, that's not what you really want to say. I'll keep screaming until you come back to yourself. Eliminate, eliminate, no. McLaren's programming kept trying to attack, so. Xandra, yes. On my signal, Xandra swung the legendary sword Bamung. The limbs that had deflected all other attacks were severed in one clean strike. The magic doll Layla fell silent. Chapter 225, Making Good Use of Mastermind. Xandra. Once I confirmed that Layla, lying on the floor, was incapacitated, I rushed over to Xandra. Haru-sama. Ahaha, as expected of you, Xandra. Yes, just as you asked me to. I picked up her small body and spun her around in circles. That's right, before the battle with Layla, I made a request of her. Please don't participate in the battle, and when I give the signal, sever the limbs of the magic doll Layla to render her unable to fight. Why did I make such a request? Of course, to save Layla. Even though Engage Hazard only has an ending where she is destroyed by the protagonist, I've already proven that it's possible to change that fate. Just like I did with Xandra's fate. Also, even though the game's narrative might have intended for her self-awareness to return at the very end, how could I accept that? As long as I'm here as Herald, I refuse to accept anything but a happy ending. That said, if we'd faced Layla when she was still fully functional, Xandra might not have been able to hold back. So, while the rest of us wore down her combat capabilities, I was waiting for the moment when she'd regain her self-awareness. Now then, Layla, can you hear my voice? She didn't respond with words, but Layla gave me a slight nod. Good, she's regained her self-awareness. It's sad to say, but you can no longer live as a human. You can never return to being one. Everyone except Xandra, Monica, and Kristia opened their eyes wide in shock at my words. I guess none of them had realized she was originally human. And even if you can continue living as a magic doll, we can't just let a dangerous being like you roam free. So, I signaled to Xandra, who placed the tip of Bamung's blade against Layla's slender neck. I want you to choose. End your existence here as the magic doll Layla, or live on as my tool. It was a harsh way to say it, but she's no longer human, just an item according to Engage Hazard. Treating her as a person would be different. So I'll treat her as a tool, no, as an item, and treasure her accordingly. But only if that's what she wants. If she doesn't, we can't let such a dangerous existence live. What's your answer? The floor of the Magic Tower's top level fell into an eerie silence. And then, please take care of me, Master. Of course. Layla chose to live on as my tool. Haru-sama, what do you plan to do with this one? MGH. Dragging the gagged and bound McLaren across the floor, Kristia asked the question. I'd asked her to heal his near-fatal wounds caused by Layla's attacks. Of course, so he could repair Layla and remove her forced directives. With all due respect, this filth has no place in this world. I'm sure the gods would agree. The Saintess is right. If someone's going to end him, let me do it. Yeah. Scum like him is the enemy of humanity. Kristia's unusually harsh words were echoed by Carla's righteous anger and Lloyd's clenched fists. The Balshan Holy Kingdom teaches the sanctity of humanity, so it's no wonder they reacted this way. After all, McLaren's experiments involved body modification. McLaren, you have one job. Remove the command you placed on Layla to eliminate all intruders in the Magic Tower and repair her damaged body. FGH. FDHHH. Hard to understand with that gag on. Listen, I'm giving you an order, just like you did to Layla. I surprised even myself with how cold my voice sounded. This is the only reason he's still alive. If he can't do it, he'll experience hell until he begs for death. Choose, die here or fix Layla. FGH, FGH. Realizing my threat wasn't a bluff, McLaren shook his head desperately. Then, get to it. And don't think you can escape. Xandra has her hand on your collar. If you try to teleport, she'll go with you. Ew. With crimson eyes glowing, Xandra smiled as she aimed Bamung's tip at his chest. She had a firm grip on his clothes. Even if he tried to teleport away, she'd come along and kill him on the spot. Now then. Ew. Weeping with fear, McLaren began repairing Layla, driven solely by his instinct to survive. Chapter 226 receives warning of disaster flag from Archbishop's son. Performance restored to 100%, switching to standby mode until master's orders are given. Her arms and legs were restored to normal, and just when I thought Layla was checking the sensation in each limb, she suddenly stopped moving. She said herself she was in standby mode, so I guess that's what it is. Hey. The command program has been properly removed, right? Fugo. Looks like he properly followed the order. Well, I can just confirm with Layla, and if it were a lie, she'd immediately pierce my heart. No way he'd try to trick us at this point. Please rest assured, Master. The commands from this garbage have already been erased. I see. That's good. Hearing Layla's calm response, I nodded. More than anything, the fact that she could now confidently call him garbage was proof that she'd been freed from his control. Though honestly, all this garbage talk is getting confusing. Speaking of which, I've been wondering, why did you attack this garbage when we arrived? The command I had received before my restart was eliminate anyone who enters this room. Naturally, that included the garbage who gave the order. I see. I'll need to be careful not to give orders that'll come back to bite me. Please rest assured, Master. I now have a command implanted that states, I must never harm Master. No matter what methods are used, this command cannot be erased. I see. Why do I feel like I'm sensing some yandere vibes, like with Xandra? I really hope it's just my imagination. Good attitude. Continue following Haru-sama's orders, understood. I only obey my master. Your orders have been discarded. It seems you wish to become scrap again. Stop. Seeing Xandra raise Bamung and Layla prepare her blast cannon, I hurriedly jumped in between them. What do? I can't see a future where these two get along. And if these two fight, the entire area will become a wasteland. Here is fine, but if they tried that at the royal palace, it would be disastrous. Wait. What's this? I noticed a dial-like object lying at my feet. For some reason, I ignored the feuding duo and picked it up. I had no idea what it was. Even though I didn't understand it, it strangely intrigued me, so I slipped it into my pocket. I'll threaten McLaren later to find out more, but first I need to stop these two. Layla, Xandra is my wife, so I'd appreciate it if you could obey her orders just like mine. Yes, I am Haru-sama's one and only wife. Xandra puffed out her small chest and proudly emphasized her special position to me. So cute. I see, and I am Master's one and only tool. Layla also puffed out her chest, which rivaled Monica's in size, as if to compete with Xandra. I can't make sense of this. I am Haru's only partner. Yeah, of course you're my partner, Cass. Watching Cass jump around on my shoulder is a soothing contrast to the tension of the other two. Everyone, do your best. After all, the one who will stay by His Highness Harold's side the most is me, Monica. I knew Monica would insert herself into this nonsense. There is no way she'd stay out of such a trivial argument. I am Haru's special best friend. Yufufu, I'm the only one who can truly heal Haru-sama. MMH, I'm the only one who can spar with Harudono. Haru-san, I want meat. Why has everyone who was just watching decided to jump into this ridiculous competition? And one of them just wants food. Haru, I think you'll get stabbed one day. Aniki, I'm jealous. With Lloyd patting my shoulder and Owen looking at me with envy, I gazed up at the ceiling with distant eyes as the chaos unfolded. Chapter 227, the lap pillow on the way back is the best. Finally, we can go back to the royal capital. Inside the carriage heading back to the royal capital after leaving the magic tower, I murmured in a somewhat deflated voice. For now, I've cleared the scenario of the broken doll hidden in the magic tower. I swear I'll never get involved in the main scenario of Enhaz again. Haru-sama, thank you for your hard work. Please rest comfortably on my lap. Thank you, Xandra. And so I'm completely relaxed, resting on Xandra's lap. Her chest might be small, but her thighs are plump and incredibly comfortable. By the way, I wonder if that piece of junk is doing its job properly. The piece of junk Xandra refers to is, of course, Layla. She's currently watching over the restrained and carted off McLaren on our way back. From what I've heard, the magic doll Layla doesn't need food or sleep and only requires mana replenishment about once a week. However, a single charge needs about 100 units of mana, which requires draining mana from a significant number of people. My mana, or rather SB, is 999. And recently, I noticed that even though transforming Cass into the Jet Black Shield Caspar League should consume SB, it doesn't seem to decrease at all. According to Xandra and the others, even a slight mana drain causes fatigue. Yet, unfortunately, I've never felt that. In any case, it feels like I was destined to become Layla's master. Changing the subject, what does Your Highness Herald plan to do with that piece of trash? It's decided. After making him create another one of those things, he will receive the proper punishment. The thing I'm referring to is that magic tool we found on the top floor of the magic tower. After interrogating McLaren, we discovered it's an absolutely extraordinary artifact for me. However, for others, it's useless or even harmful, so McLaren abandoned it as a failed prototype. Since and has never featured such an item, it might have been a scrapped idea from the developers. As for McLaren's punishment, execution is the only option. But the process to get there won't follow the usual procedure. After all, I'm planning to inflict pain that even hell would find mild. Once we credit Owen with the success of this mission, there's nothing left for us to do, is a bit harsh. At some point, Xandra and the others had disappeared, and I found myself resting on Yuli's lap. No matter how comfortable it feels, I draw the line at resting on a man's lap. Anyway, you twisted fate again this time, didn't you? Yuli's probably talking about how I saved Layla. In Has, she was destined to die. But now you see even more how unreliable that god you talk about is. I'll keep breaking fate. Haha, you're so reliable. Despite his words, Yuli looked conflicted. I'm curious about his true intentions, but he wouldn't tell me even if I asked. Perhaps the god he mentioned is eavesdropping. But is it really okay? What you did ended up helping Owen. It doesn't benefit you and only enhances his achievements. I know, that was my plan from the start. When I decided to team up with Owen for the broken doll hidden in the Magic Tower scenario, I never intended to compete with him. I'm different from Harold in Has. But if you leave it like this, Ibar might spread rumors that the third Prince Harold challenged the fourth Prince Owen and was easily defeated. Probably. Seriously. Yuli seemed unsatisfied, but as I've said many times, I have no intention of competing for the throne. I don't care about public opinion as long as Xandra and the others don't abandon me. So, let me ask you, Yuli. If King Ibar spreads that lie, will you abandon me? What? Never, I would never wait. After shouting, Yuli turned away, embarrassed. See, you feel the same way. Then that's all I need. Haru-kun, you're unfair. Really? Oh wait, I'm suddenly feeling sleepy. Maybe the exhaustion from everything caught up with me. Resting on a man's lap is punishment enough, but this time, I'll make an exception. With Yuli's awkward smile as the last thing I saw, I slowly drifted into sleep. Chapter 228, I Will Continue to Wait. Ulysses Hazelnut Stone's point of view. Really, now? You're such a handful. Looking at Haru-kun, who sleeps so peacefully on my lap, I mutter a complaint. I'm your enemy, you know? You're lying here so defenseless. Do you really understand that? Because of that, I can't help but smile. After all, it means you trust me that much. Of course, I'm happy. That day, a year ago, when you suddenly came to the town of Saruso, from the moment we met, you've always been like this. You easily slipped into my heart and made yourself at home, and now you keep on confusing me like this. And then, there's me feeling happy about it. Wait. Yeah, I get it. Shut up, will you? I answer curtly to the voice speaking inside my head. Honestly, that guy, always interrupting and ruining these precious moments I get with Haru-kun. I really hate it. And now he's trying to threaten me again with that line. If you make a mistake, the fate of the Nord people will be sealed. But, you know, that scenario you keep talking about, Haru-kun has completely ruined it. Ahaha, I said it. The scenario that guy clings to this so-called fate, but it's been so easily overturned. Haru-kun saved Xandra-san, who was supposed to die. And now, he's gone and saved that doll, Layla, too. Can you still call that fate? No, you can't. What's that? I can't hear you. I can hear perfectly well, of course, but I pretend otherwise. This is the only way I can get back at him. Oh, really? Well, I'm exhausted too. But if I disappear, who's going to guide this story to the ending you want? I know, without me, this miserable tale will never follow the so-called scenario. That's the whole reason we were created. Anyway, if I'm the one who needs to move the story along, don't butt in with every little thing. Later, I cut the conversation off and look up at the carriage's ceiling. That guy, he's always like this. All he does is threaten, force his will on me, and drive me to despair. The Nord people are suffering because of his scenario. But Father blamed himself for everything, even the loss of our kingdom 300 years ago. He spent his days hiding and keeping the Nord people alive in scraps. Then in the end, he dumped everything on me and died, thinking he could find peace. Yes, Father left everything to me, his duties, his responsibilities, his sins, his punishment. That's why I've been trapped under that guy's thumb all this time, forced to do things I don't want to do and act like some shadowy mastermind. Even though it means becoming enemies with the person I care about most. Hey Haru-kun, what should I do? I whispered to Haru-kun as he breathed softly in his sleep. I know he can't hear me, I know there's no answer. I know I have no choice but to carry out the role given to me. I don't want this anymore. Tears started falling, landing on Haru-kun's face. Oh no, I might wake him up. Sorry. I wiped away the tears from his face and forced a smile. If only I were as strong as you, Haru-kun, maybe I could fight against this awful fate too at that moment. Leave it to me. Who? I'll destroy that fate for you. Haru-kun, eyes half open, looks right at me and says it. He'll destroy my fate. Yeah, you're right. I know it's just sleep talking, but you said it anyway. And that alone gives me the strength to keep going, even if I never find salvation, even if I can't change my fate. Haru-kun, I'll be waiting. I'll wait for the day you destroy my fate. MMM's Munya. I brought my face close to his ear and whispered a wish I knew it would never come true. Chapter 229. The second protagonist challenges me to a duel. A week had passed since returning to the royal capital, and I let out a yawn during class. It seems like my fatigue still hasn't gone away. No matter how much I sleep lately, I still get sleepy. Fufu, if you'd like, shall I lend you my lap again? No, we can't do that during class. Ever since she gave me a lap pillow on the way back in the carriage, Xandra has taken every opportunity to offer it to me. Well, of course, I wouldn't mind that at all, but still, we need to pick the right time and place, right? Oh, perhaps your Highness Harold would prefer my chest over the young lady's lap. I see, so Monica, it seems you have a death wish today. Xandra's crimson eyes gleamed, and the corners of her mouth lifted. Honestly, Monica never learns, huh? If she keeps this up, she might seriously get killed by Xandra one day. By the way, Layla is staying behind at the dormitory to keep watch, or rather, to guard someone. Thanks to Owen's intervention, I was given full authority over McLaren's punishment. So, I had a prison cell built in the dormitory basement and put him to work crafting that magical device. Of course, to prevent him from escaping with teleportation magic, his legs have been pinned to the floor with stakes. If we just locked him up in a normal cell, he'd easily break out. That's it for today's lesson. Oh, nice. Class is finally over for the day. Xandra, Monica, let's head back. Yes. We stood up and were about to leave the classroom when... Harold, the person who called out to me was Raphael, but is he kind of mad? What's the matter? I need to talk to you for a bit. Okay. I asked Xandra and Monica to go on ahead to the dormitory and followed Raphael, still clueless, to the student council room. I heard about it. You helped Owen and stopped the Magic Tower Master's conspiracy, didn't you? With that single sentence, I understood what this was about. Helping my rival in the royal succession race was like handing him an advantage. That's what's got him upset. And more than that, you even took Liliana with you on that inspection of the tower. What were you thinking, putting her in danger like that? And without me there, no less. Never mind. He's just mad because he was left out of something involving Liliana. I am sorry. Faced with Raphael's furious outburst, I bowed my head in apology. I know from experience that trying to explain myself would only add fuel to the fire. It's better to go into apology bot mode and wait it out. Listen, I'm calling this a favor you owe me. If I ever need help on an inspection, you'll come along and help me out, got it? And of course, Liliana too. Oh boy, the second prince's possessive streak is getting worse. At this rate, he might end up like one of those obsessive psychos from a women's romance novel. Right, well, if you'll excuse me. After countless apologies, I finally escaped the student council room. And then, Anarchy. Waiting for me with a serious expression was Owen. Did he feel bad for me after hearing about Raphael's tantrum? Nah, that's not like him. What's up? You came all this way just for me. Owen bit his lip and lowered his head without a word. He looked so distressed that I leaned closer to check on him. Anarchy, please fight me. Who? Wait, what? He suddenly wants a duel. Is this one of those challenges, like what Wilfred did when he picked a fight with me, the classic pushover character? No, this feels different. I can tell just by looking into his eyes. Okay, let's do it. Thanks, Anarchy. When I nodded, Owen's face lit up with relief, but I still don't get it. Through the events we just went through, I've come to understand Owen a bit better. Yeah, he's rude and reckless, but he's also straightforward, admits his mistakes, and unlike Wilfred, he's not a total scumbag. So why does he want to fight me all of a sudden? So, how are we doing this? I don't mind starting right away. Right now works. Marian's already reserved the training grounds for us. Got it. We walked side by side toward the training grounds. By the way, from the way you talk, sounds like you're getting along with Marian. We'll talk about that after the fight. Sounds like there's some kind of story there. I have a feeling it's related to this duel, too. Cass. Haru, be careful. I smell monsters near the training grounds. I see. Cass, who had hopped onto my shoulder in his kitten form without me noticing, whispered softly in my ear. It's hard to imagine Owen would set a trap. That leaves Marian, or maybe someone else entirely. Well, don't worry, I've got you with me, Cass. That's right. I'll protect you. Cass rubbed her cheek against mine, giggling, and I smiled back. And so, we reached the training grounds. Chapter 230, just when I thought I defeated the second protagonist, an intruder appeared. Hi. Owen, where's your weapon? I asked Owen, who stood unarmed and barehanded, while I held the jet black shield Caspar League in the training grounds. Well, if it were Liliana, the stomach-punching carnivore girl, that might be one thing, but Owen can't pull off that kind of trick. Besides, in Inhaz, the protagonist doesn't have any unarmed combat skills like that. Don't worry about it, I've got it ready. Marian. Yes. The one who responded was Marian, who was standing by at the side. She handed over a single, Seriously? Of all things, Owen's chosen weapon wasn't a weapon, but instead the SSR gag weapon, the Peerless Iron Bat. In Inhaz, there are several joke weapons, and the Peerless Iron Bat is one of them. Its appearance is exactly like a plain metal bat, and it has the highest physical attack stat among SSR weapons, 20,000. That said, considering Hero Greatsword Calitvolch, which Wilfred used, has an attack stat of 30,000, it's definitely inferior. However, the Peerless Iron Bat boasts a critical hit rate of 10%, meaning 1 out of every 10 hits will exceed the damage of Hero Greatsword Calitvolch. So, yeah, it's a weapon to be wary of, but since it's a joke weapon, it's hard to take it seriously. I wonder if that's what he's aiming for. All right, let's get started. Marian, give us the signal. Understood. Owen spun the Peerless Iron Bat around like a warm-up. Maybe I should have asked Xandra and the others not to head back to the dorm. After all, Cass's earlier warning still lingers in my mind. I'm sure Marian's planning to pull something. Then, begin. Oria. The moment Marian gave the signal, Owen charged in, yelling like some street punk while wildly swinging the bat. Honestly, he'd look way more natural in a school uniform blazer or a gang jacket than in the Royal Academy's uniform. But, yup, of course you'd block it so easily. I easily blocked Owen's reckless swing. I mean, when you just mindlessly swing a bat with brute force, the trajectory's super obvious, and your form's full of openings. That said, whoa, Owario. The occasional critical hit that lands packs quite a punch. It really is a one-trick, lucky shot fighting style. And you know what? I kinda like characters with a quirky, niche strategy like that. Still, I don't plan on losing. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. From there, I kept blocking Owen's attacks. He tried all kinds of weird, unexpected moves to catch me off guard, but I still managed to counter them all. And after an hour, damn it, I can't hit him at all. Phew. Owen dropped to his knees, breathing heavily and wiping the sweat from his brow. Impressive. He's got stamina on par with the heroine crew. Sure, he's the protagonist, but unlike Wilfred, Owen only started training after entering the Royal Academy. His rapid growth really shows his potential. Add in his upbringing in the slums, where he learned to think outside the box, and you've got someone with the makings of a true protagonist. Still, I have no intention of letting him win. What now? Wanna keep going? Heck, of course I wanna say yes, but... Owen grinned, then flopped onto his back with his arms sprawled out. Nah, I'm done, I give up. You win. Hey, that was fun, let's spar again sometime. You gotta be kidding, my spirit's been totally crushed here. Rude, I only blocked his attacks. Though come to think of it, Carla said something similar after we trained together. Still, you really are amazing, Aniki. I had a bit of a reputation in the slums, but I couldn't touch you. Nah, for the record, Xandra's stronger than me. Ah yeah, I get that. I sat down next to him, and we laughed together. The protagonist and the designated loser character hanging out like this. I guess that counts as changing the game's fate, right? Haru. I know. Cass's one word prompted me to rise to my feet. Marion had readied her Sky Drive war axe, but she wasn't looking at me, she was staring toward the center of the training ground. Here it comes. Yeah. Suddenly, a massive shadow blotted out the training grounds. We all looked up and saw a crimson, flame-colored chicken-like monster glaring down at us from the sky. Chapter 231, starting the subjugation of the chicken magic beast. Here it comes. Yeah. Suddenly, a massive shadow blotted out the training grounds. We all looked up and saw a crimson, flame-colored chicken-like monster glaring down at us from the sky. What the hell is that? Owen, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly jumps up and shouts, "A monster bird Flesberg." I quietly muttered as I gazed at the magic beast. It is the raid boss that appeared during the limited-time event celebrating the release of Enhaz. Flesberg is one of the largest bosses, boasting an immense size. Since it was right after the release, there weren't many heroine or weapon cards to obtain. And with the strength of the raid boss being incomprehensible in the midst of insufficient combat power, many users must have thrown their smartphones away in frustration. I think this monster's presence was one of the reasons why users didn't stick around. I mean, seriously, I want to tell the developers to think more about the game balance. But now, this is troublesome. Naturally, I can only defend, and in terms of attacking, it's just Owen and Marion who have the strength to fight. Though I'm not sure about Owen, Marion doesn't have any air attack skills. At this rate, it's obvious we'll be worn down. Cool. Flesberg dived sharply and charged at me with its beak, aimed directly at me. I barely managed to block the attack with my shield. With its immense size and overwhelming dive speed, it was all I could do to prevent being blown away. At least I wasn't sent flying. Marion. I'm sorry, but I have no way of helping. I shout at Marion, but she shakes her head, biting her lip. No, that's not what I meant. I'm not saying that. Hurry up and go with Owen to call for reinforcements. I'll fight too, bro. What are you saying? You can't attack that thing. Ugh. Without any air attack skills, staying here would only be a hindrance. In that case, it would be more efficient for them to bring someone with air attack skills while I hold off the monster. Owen-sama, let's go. Damn it, ooh. Owen shouts in frustration as he leaves the training grounds. But don't worry about it. One day, you'll be able to learn an air attack skill too. All right, come at me. Kuyak. With the attack target now solely on me, Flesberg began to relentlessly target and attack me. How can something this massive move so quickly? It's really troublesome. Haru want to attack. No, with Snatch, I probably wouldn't even land a single hit. After all, the jet black shield Caspar League is a weapon designed for defense. While Snatch is excellent with its instant death effect, its attack power isn't that high. I'm not sure about the difficulty setting, but I don't think it'll work on Flesberg. Mew, my Snatch, isn't weak. I know. It's just that it's a bad match against that thing. I spoke to Cass, who was sulking. But this isn't meant to be comforting. It's just that Flesberg has a passive skill that makes it immune to instant death. Otherwise, just like with the gluttonous beast Henwin, I would have been able to take its life, if it wasn't for that. More importantly, I trust you more than anyone else, Cass. Just make sure to block its attacks, all right? Of course. I'm your partner, Haru. Ahaha, yeah, that's right. With Cass having regained his spirit, I pressed my forehead lightly against my shield. I brace myself for Flesberg's next attack. And then, it's using its brain. Instead of a dive attack like before, Flesberg hovered and tried to grab me with its claws. Indeed, if it succeeded, even if I blocked it, it could easily lift me up and drop me from the sky, killing me in the process. I dodged its claws and crouched to avoid being grabbed. At that moment, Akuyayayik, you dare kick my Haru-sama, don't think you'll get away with this. Xandra. One of Flesberg's massive claws was cleaved in two, and Xandra, with her crimson eyes, directs her Bamung sword at Flesberg. Chapter 232, Wife and Personal Maid kill it instantly. You dare kick my Haru-sama, don't think you'll get away with this. Xandra. One of Flesberg's massive claws was cleaved in two, and Xandra, with her crimson eyes, directs her Bamung sword at Flesberg. But why is she here? She was supposed to have gone back to the dormitory first. Milady said, I will wait for Haru-sama after all, and turned back, so it was the right choice. Monica. Before I knew it, Monica was behind me, holding a dagger with a stern expression. So, what exactly is the situation? I spoke while still keeping an eye on Flesberg, which had flown up into the sky, and explained the events up until now. I see, I don't know which scum is targeting Haru-sama, but first, let's dispose of that chicken and teach it its place. Leave that role to me. Xandra chuckled softly, and Monica gave a respectful curtsy. They are incredibly reliable, but I am a little worried they might go too far, because I think this might be their doing. TCH, it's coming. Yes. With the two of them coming to my aid, Flesberg changed its strategy. It flapped its large wings, and a tornado of hot wind formed in the training ground. Xandra, Monica, behind me. I raised the jet black shield Caspar League and braced myself to weather the tornado. If I take it head-on, I'd get blown up into the sky, but if I deflect it along the flow of the vortex, see? Hee. This skill, which can be called divine, can only be performed by Haru-sama. Indeed. And yet, the very Your Highness Herald, as if it's only natural, maintains a composed expression. At this rate, it looks like I'll have to show him, hands-on, what it means tonight. Monica, what are you planning to do? While they exchanged their usual banter, the two of them swiftly scaled the walls of the Royal Academy. Reflect on yourself in the afterlife, you chicken. It's a pity we can't cook it deliciously. Xandra severed both of Flesberg's wings, and Monica slashed its thick neck. This magic beast, which had received so many complaints for its strength in Anhaz, was instantly killed by the two who were stronger than the heroines. Haru-sama. Xandra. After finishing off Flesberg, Xandra fell with a smile, and I spread my arms to catch her. Hee, Haru-sama, Haru-sama. Ahate. As Xandra nuzzled against my chest repeatedly, her platinum blonde hair tickled my face. Of course, I held back from reacting. So, Haru-sama, do you know who sent this magic beast? Yeah, I don't have confirmation, but... I answered Monica, who looked unusually serious. At least, since the protagonist Owen is not my enemy, the only person who would do something like this, which doesn't even fit the event in Anhaz, is one. Just to clarify, the culprit is not Yuli. If it were him, he'd follow the scenario properly. I know, because I know him best. Then, yeah, it's my father, the king of the Dihabalt's kingdom, Ibar Weir Dihabalts. Probably my father, who couldn't stand the fact that Owen and I wouldn't become enemies like in Anhaz, decided to send the monstrous bird Flesberg to try and create a rift between us by having us drag each other down. Or perhaps he wanted to quickly get rid of me and have the sacrificial dog eliminated early. In fact, Harold attempted a coup in the Enhaz main story, but he was stopped by the protagonist and executed. So, if he simply gets rid of me, he can make up any reason afterward. Just like how he replaced the protagonist Wilfred with Owen, he could easily replace the sacrificial dog as well. Either way, King Ibar is probably getting desperate. His plan to make Owen the next king by using the excuse, the one who brings the world's best fiancé will be the next king, is failing. Yeah, no matter what Yuli's intentions are, King Ibar is eager to make Owen the next king. This has been the case since Wilfred's time, but he must have some kind of benefit from doing so. I just wish I could figure out his true motive. Your Highness, please allow me Monica too. No. Before Monica could say what she was about to, I stopped her from speaking. I knew she was going to ask to investigate King Ibar. I understand that you are the world's best personal maid, but I'm not foolish enough to let you face such danger. After all, you're my personal maid, and you will be forever. Why you really? Monica lowered her gaze, her face turning bright red as she muttered angrily. It was quite different from the usual teasing or joking. She seemed genuinely flustered. I watched her, smiling, and waited for Owen to return. Chapter 233, The Sacrificial Dog is Respected by the Protagonist. By the way, Owen, why did you want to challenge me? While sitting on the ground, watching the teachers and security guards from the Royal Academy, who Owen brought as reinforcements, investigate the monstrous bird Flesberg, I asked. Since the outcome had been decided, I thought it wouldn't hurt to ask, and as the winner, I believed I had the right to ask. Well, it's more like, I wanted to settle it, or rather, I just wanted to be sure for myself. What? You're being vague. Well, it can't be helped. In the end, what the heck is this guy trying to say? I believe His Highness Owen likely respects Haru-sama. Shihu. Upon Xandra's teasing, Owen's face turned bright red. Is that really the case? Well, after seeing Anaki's actions in the magic tower firsthand, I guess it's natural to think that way. Oh, this is troublesome. I don't even know how to respond. I never thought the sacrificial dog like me would be respected by the protagonist. But the stories I'd heard were completely different, and I got confused, so I thought it'd be quickest to just find out for myself. So, you challenged me to a fight because of that. Why, yeah. What the heck's I'm confused now, especially with the cute little brother act coming out of nowhere. Then, after fighting you, I realized. Aniki really is strong, and when I thought about how hard you must have worked to become this strong, I really thought you were amazing. So that's how it is. So, I'm going to get stronger, just like Aniki, and one day I'll surpass you. Get ready for it. What should I even do in response to something like that? Well, good luck. Yeah. I roughly patted his head, and Owen grinned happily, scrunching up his face. Like I've said before, I'm not going to participate in this world's best fiancé search. So don't compete with me on that front. No, there's no woman stronger than Shishu, so whoever I bring would just be embarrassed. You understand that well. Looks like this cute little brother gets it. Well, anyway, that's all. Owen stood up embarrassed and tried to run off quickly. Oh, that's right. Owen. Aniki, ever since I was suddenly made the fourth prince, that guy keeps saying, Your Highness Owen is the protagonist, unlike the sacrificial dog His Highness Harold. That guy is. You know who? It's Marion. Well, I thought that woman would be the one to whisper things like that, but I'm a little concerned about it. Owen, who was it that made Marion your personal maid? Of course it was King Ibar. Right. Yeah, that information is enough. That means that woman became a personal maid by the king's orders and has been whispering things like that. Normally, a king wouldn't personally choose someone to be a personal maid. Well then, I'm leaving. I've got to train hard if I want to surpass Aniki. I see, good luck. Yeah. Owen smiled brightly and then left the training ground, taking Marion with him. Haru-sama. Yeah. With the knowledge that Marion was connected to King Ibar, a new doubt arose in my mind. When did that woman start collaborating with King Ibar? When she first came as my personal maid, she showed blatant disgust towards me, the incompetent bratty prince, and her attitude was terrible. But when I think about it, even though Marion, who dreamed of reviving the Shearer household, was disappointed to become my personal maid, would she really act that way? Rather, if she acted like that towards me, the third prince, she and the Shearer household would face nothing but destruction. Then, the only reason she could act that way is that she was assured the revival of the Shearer household. No, in fact, if she acted like that, it must have been because it led to the Shearer household's revival. That woman, I can't let her live. Xandra's eyes changed to a deeper blood red. That's how intense her anger toward Marion must be. Xandra, it's still too soon. Yes. In any case, it's clear that King Ibar and Yuli are working together to move the story of Engage Hazard. Meanwhile, Yuli, who values my existence as a sacrificial dog, and King Ibar, who is willing to casually replace Wilfred and the protagonist, have different ways of thinking. Then, we need to deal with King Ibar first, who might act rashly. I already knew from the situation with Xandra's engagement cancellation that the man is a small fry. He also showed how reckless he was when he tried to attack the Chevalier household under the ridiculous excuse of using me as a hostage. It's tough, but with the protagonist Owen now on our side, there are plenty of ways to go about this. King Ibar, you better be ready. I looked to the north, where the royal palace was, and lifted the corner of my mouth. Chapter 234, Invitation to the Casino, is filled with suspicion. Yeah. Perfect. Master, I'm glad to be of help. Seeing me nodding in satisfaction after receiving the magic tool, Layla's expression didn't change at all, but she seemed somewhat happy, or at least I thought so. As expected, the magical doll doesn't show even the slightest change, so I can't read her at all. Well then, Master, I believe this piece of trash is no longer needed. What do you intend to do? Well, as planned from the beginning, I could make them taste despair before executing them. But just in case, maybe I should have a spare of this magic tool made. It's never too much to prepare for the worst. For now, let's just keep the current situation. I'm sorry, Layla, but I'll have to ask you to continue monitoring McLaren. Leave it to me. Yeah, it's good that she listens faithfully to my instructions. It'd be disastrous if McLaren went berserk-like when she was Layla's master. Oh my, what is this junk doing here? Confirming enemy forces, I will eliminate them. How many times must I tell you to stop fighting every time you meet? These two still have such a bad relationship, and Monica, who is watching them with amusement, is just as problematic. Your Highness Herald, please rest assured, I, Monica, will take care of Layla's education properly. I can't help but feel anxious. Knowing Monica, she will probably teach Layla unnecessary things. What do you think would happen then? I'd end up being the one who suffers. By the way, Xandra, why are you visiting my room at this hour? Is it forbidden for a wife to visit her husband's room? Oh dear, Xandra gave me a side-eye glare. No, of course not. I'd be very happy. You seem to understand well. Master says that he can't rest comfortably when you're around. I didn't ask that junk. How many times must I say it? Stop fighting. If I let my guard down even slightly, things could escalate into a tense situation. It feels like I'm sitting right in front of a bomb that could explode at any moment. Setting aside the Milady and Layla, Your Highness Herald, a letter has arrived for you. For me? Would there be anyone who would send me a letter? I received the letter from Monica and opened the seal. Inside was an invitation to a casino that had just opened in the royal capital, Cadit. In fact, casinos exist in Anhaz as well, and you can earn coins by playing slot games. By the way, with 300 coins, you can do one single pull of the gacha, and with 3,000 coins, you can do a 10-pull gacha. So, players who don't spend money try desperately to collect coins at the casino, but unfortunately, it's not that simple. Most players end up emptying their coins rather than earning them. That's to be expected. The odds of hitting a big win are set to an absurdly low rate of 0.00001. When players realized this, they cried scam and left Anhaz, which became one of the reasons for its popularity declining and eventually shutting down. In fact, this game has had nothing but troubles like this. I see a casino, Could it be that Xandra is interested in casinos? No, I just thought it might be lovely for a married couple to participate in such a nighttime social event. I see. So Xandra wants to go on a casino date. When I looked at her to gauge her reaction, her sapphire eyes sparkled as if to say, "You've got it." Well then, since we've been invited, how about we go check it out? Yes. Since it's a casino, we'll need some guards, so I must accompany you. Ah, I see. Monica wants to go too. Master, according to my information, it seems that corruption is rampant in casinos. If it's me, I could correct that corruption. I never thought Layla would want to go too. But, saying she'd correct corruption, I have a feeling she'll be the one committing the most corruption for my sake. Hey, Haru, of course, I'm going with you, right? Yeah, of course. Seeing Cass with her eyes shining, excited, I couldn't help but smile. My partner, he's just so cute. Well then, since it's the occasion, let's all go. Yes. As you wish. Yay. With 2 people and 1 animal in high spirits. My date with Haru-sama. Sorry, Xandra. I'll make it up to you next time, I promise. So, despite not being too enthusiastic about it, it was decided that we would all go to the casino. That said, now then, what kind of intentions are behind this, I wonder? I muttered quietly as I gazed out the window. Chapter 235. Protagonist is in the casino. Soon as we arrived at the casino, Cass, who was riding on my shoulder, had his eyes shining brilliantly. Normally, when you think of a medieval European-style casino, you imagine something more subdued. But unfortunately, the casinos in this world have neon lights blazing as brightly as those in Las Vegas from a previous life. I wonder, in a world without electricity, what kind of technology is being used to illuminate neon lights. Haru, hurry up and come in. Ahaha, that's right. Hurried by Cass, we passed through the bodyguard's check at the entrance and went inside. Contrary to the mansion's appearance, the interior has a surprisingly calm atmosphere. It seems that only nobles are the patrons, so it's exceptionally refined. So, which game shall we try? I turned around and asked everyone. In Anhaz, there are 3 casino games: blackjack, roulette, and slot machines. Blackjack allows for steady play and is relatively safe, but the stakes aren't high and it doesn't yield much profit. On the other hand, with slots, if you hit the jackpot, striking it rich isn't a dream, though you can imagine the odds. It's truly an all-or-nothing game. Moreover, 99.99999% of the time, it's nothing. As for roulette, it feels somewhere in between, and in my previous life, I used to play roulette exclusively. I lost every time and had my coins snatched away, though. I don't know, so I leave it to you, Haru-sama. If it is something chosen by your Highness Herald, then no matter what kind of cheating is attempted, Monica will see right through it. If it's slots, Master, victory is assured. How about you, Cass? Me, I don't. He looked around the casino and tilted his head slightly. Yeah, that thing that spins around. Got it, it's roulette then. So, with our decision to play roulette made, we promptly sat down in the chairs at the table. Other participants, aside from us, included a portly, well-dressed middle-aged noble, flanked by women on both sides, a somewhat gloomy young noble, and, man, I never would have thought Anarchy and others would come to a casino. Why on earth is that Owen guy here? Back in the days of the slums, I used to frequent much dingier underground casinos, but I never imagined I'd end up coming to a casino tailored for nobles. Hey then, why did you come? Hi. Marion told me, it's social education for a prince, so I came because of that. Huh. I pressed my temple and shook my head. Even though I had warned about being wary of Marion, he is completely bamboozled into coming here. But then again, given that they went to the trouble of sending me an invitation, maybe they are plotting to have me and Owen clash here, setting up the dynamic of the protagonist and the lapdog. However, in Anhaz, the casino is provided merely as a mini-game and has absolutely nothing to do with the main story. In other words, there isn't going to be an event where Owen and I fight over a heroine or anything like that. Anyway, since we're here, why don't you have a contest with me? A contest? Okay. How about this? Whoever among us earns the most coins gets to have one thing commanded by the others. No questions asked. I see, that gives me no advantage. Moreover, if I got Layla to cheat on the slots, my victory would be guaranteed. I wonder if that's allowed. So, what do you intend for us to do if you win? That is, mumbling. Ah, I understood the moment he started mumbling with a bright red face. In other words, he probably wants me to play matchmaker with Liliana or something like that. Fine, I get it. But if I win, you better be prepared. Heh, I won't lose. Owen stroked his nose with his thumb, wearing an impudent smile. His dialogue and gestures were just like those of a shonen manga protagonist, making me wonder if he'd gotten the game all wrong. I mean, isn't the protagonist in Enhaz supposed to be a different character? Even though it's a bit late now. So, to be fair, we ended up having a contest with roulette, but... Dang it. This can't be happening. Wah yay, I did it. In short, the one who achieved the greatest victory among us was Cass, who had bet together with Monica. I never would have expected that such a kitten-like magical beast would be the strongest among us. Since Cass-san came in first, you can make any request of us, say, for instance, having His Highness Harold do a naked dance, or having Haru-sama and I take a bath together, or performing charging activities on Layla all night long. Oh dear, I wish they wouldn't make Cass spout all their own desires right now. And really, does Xandra want to take a bath with me? Just imagining it makes my Harold seem a bit embarrassing. What should I do? Cass stood nimbly on his two hind legs, placing his forelegs on his chin in thought. Please, I hope you won't take that trio's words as a point of reference. At that moment, thank you for coming today. A handsome middle-aged nobleman with a beard called out to us. Chapter 236. It turns out there is an ulterior motive behind the invitation. Thank you for coming today. A handsome middle-aged nobleman with a beard called out to us. Who are you? I apologize for the late introduction. I am Baron Stanley Orlando, and I manage this casino. Saying this, the nice middle-aged man, no, Baron Orlando bowed respectfully. By the way, I know him well. He appears as the game explanation character in the Casino of Enhaz. I apologize for the oversight. Once again, I am Harold Weir D. Hobbalds, and this is my younger brother Owen Weir D. Hobbalds. I stood up and bowed my head along with Owen. Of course, Owen didn't understand, so I forced him to bow. Oh, I thought it was my first meeting with your highness, but... Yes, it is our first meeting. However, it was you, Lord Orlando, who invited me, wasn't it? I suspect that not only I, but also Owen was called here by him. Although it's supposed to be that Marion recommended us to come here, without that, there's no way we would run into Owen at the casino today. The sender of the invitation was supposed to be someone else's name. Yes, that's true. However, you just mentioned that, didn't you? In other words, I was probing for information. It's natural to suspect something when the owner personally comes to greet someone who doesn't know him. At first, I thought it might be Marion, or perhaps the palace's doing. So, what is the reason for inviting me? This casino is one of the oldest in the royal capital, and there doesn't seem to be any special events planned. It doesn't seem like a way to attract customers, and considering the connection with the royal family, there's no reason to flatter the incompetent wicked prince. Goodness, I didn't think Harold Dona was such an astute person. Baron Orlando clapped his forehead as if he had been bested. It was a bit theatrical, but since he was a character who acted like a fool in Enhaz, I felt a sense of nostalgia. Actually, we have discovered an incredible treasure in the territory. I was considering using it as a prize for the casino, but I couldn't do that without permission from the kingdom, so I decided to consult the palace. Oh, and then, His Majesty the King personally instructed that the handling of the treasure will be entrusted to Harold and Owen. Given the nature of the item, it wouldn't be appropriate to communicate this through a letter, so I invited you here to the casino. I see. After all, there was King Ibar behind this, and the casino serves as a convenient cover. If that's the case, then it's certain that this treasure is related to the main story of Enhaz. First, we need to see that treasure before we can proceed. Of course, please, this way. We were guided by Baron Orlando to the back of the casino, to a place called the VIP room. Here is the treasure. Wow! What Baron Orlando showed us was, of all things, a water attribute weapon, Saint Water Jug Aquarius. This weapon has a unique skill called Elixir, which rivals the healing magic of the saint, Christia, allowing anyone who is a water attribute heroine to serve as a healer, making it a very popular weapon card in Enhaz. However, the reason I let out a strange voice was for a different reason. In the main story of Enhaz, two individuals fought over this weapon, and they acted in the shadows. I have already investigated the treasure, and with this, anyone can perform healing. Many people desire it greatly. That's understandable. After receiving the explanation, I nodded in agreement. Since anyone can receive healing skills equivalent to that of a saint, It's no wonder people would be clamoring for it. And there are those who cannot accept that. However, according to what you said earlier, you seem to be considering this as a prize. But did you not think of using it yourself, or selling it at a high price to the kingdom or influential nobles? Not at all. As the owner of this casino, I have my pride. Therefore, entertaining my customers is my true calling. Baron Orlando placed his hand on his chest, passionately asserting this. While I think that spirit is commendable, if the existence of that weapon becomes known, undesirable individuals will surely come after it. Originally, this Saint Water Jug Aquarius wasn't meant to be a prize at a casino, you know. Well, anyway, if that's the case, you can use this as a prize for the casino. Wait, Owen shouted loudly, interrupting me as he put his left hand out in front of me. Chapter 237, Protagonist explains the situation. Wait, Owen shouted loudly, interrupting me as he put his left hand out in front of me. Well, I expected him to react like this. I'm sorry, but could you let me have this? Owen, please, I absolutely need this. I'll do anything for it, so. Owen jumped off his seat and pleaded, rubbing his forehead against the floor. Since I first encountered Owen, I wonder how many times I've seen him grovel like this. I'm starting to get tired of it. Don't say something selfish. This Saint Water Jug Aquarius belongs to Lord Orlando. But Lord Orlando said it himself. His Majesty the King instructed that the handling of the treasure will be entrusted to Harold and Owen. That is, then, it means I can decide how to use this without any issues. Ah geez, even though he's an idiot, he's surprisingly quick on the uptake. It's still true that he doesn't think things through. Don't be ridiculous. If you decide how to use it, you have to pay Lord Orlando for it. Can you do that? That's impossible, right? Just because you've become the fourth prince doesn't mean you have unlimited funds at your disposal. Let me tell you, don't think for a moment that this is something that can be covered with just that kind of money. Ugh, I'm aware that my words are a bit harsh, but this guy still doesn't understand what being a prince is about, or rather, he doesn't know what he can and cannot do. If I don't make him understand that point, he may be easily used by King Ibar. After all, Owen is the protagonist of Enhaz. By the way, what do you plan to use this for? Well, whatever. Hey, what do you mean by whatever? It means exactly that. I don't know what your intentions are, but since you won't be able to have it anyway, knowing won't matter. Well, everyone, please calm down. It seems that His Highness Owen has a strong attachment to this treasure, but as His Highness Harold mentioned, we cannot give it away for free. In that case, it would be better to make it a casino prize and acquire it that way. Well, that seems reasonable. The owner of the Saint Water Jug Aquarius is Baron Orlando, and he should have the final say in how it's handled. Moreover, if it's a prize, Owen would have a chance to obtain it. But whether he can earn enough coins for that is another question. No, it's probably impossible. That said, it's true that His Majesty the King has entrusted us with the handling of the Saint Water Jug Aquarius. Since it's such a valuable item, we can't give a quick answer, so could we have a little time? Of course. However, please keep this treasure confidential until then. Understood. It seems that we won't be discussing anything further with Baron Orlando today. I'll come back another day. Come on, let's go. I half forcibly got Owen, who was still groveling, to stand, and we left the VIP room, but I'm disappointed in you, Anarchy. What do you mean? Owen muttered something under his breath, and I furrowed my brows in response. Of course, do you have any idea how many people could be saved with that? What? Are you planning to use the Saint Water Bottle Aquarius to help people? Well, it's not that grand of a thing, but... No, why is he getting shy after starting this conversation? Well, as you know, I come from the slums, and life and death there are lighter than anywhere else. Owen scratched his head and began to speak haltingly. In short, it seems that the residents of the slums have no money for treatment, and if they get injured or sick, it's not uncommon for them to die. I knew that already. In fact, it seems Owen lost an acquaintance when he was young and cursed his own powerlessness to do anything. That's why Owen decided to become stronger, and before he knew it, he had risen to a decent position in the slums at just 16 years old. So, if I had the Saint Water Bottle Aquarius, the people in the slums wouldn't have to suffer, right? I see. I replied in a light-hearted tone, that was inappropriate for the heavy atmosphere. Then, all the more reason I can't give the Saint Water Jug Aquarius to you. What? Why not? Since you wouldn't understand even if I explained it anyway. In short, I'm against it. What? Anarchy. Leaving the shouting Owen behind, I exited the casino with Xandra and the others. Chapter 238, Negotiating with the Archbishop of the Church. I never dreamed that the Saintess and Prince Harold would come to visit. With a cheerful expression, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed. He is Reginald Sancroft, the head of the Dehobalts branch of the Balshans Church located in the royal capital. In other words, he is Lloyd's father. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. I extended my right hand and shook hands with Archbishop Sancroft. Wow, I thought that as a clergy member, he would have more delicate and beautiful hands, but surprisingly, his hands are thick and rough. Just from that, I can tell he is not just any archbishop. Now please follow me. We followed Archbishop Sancroft and walked through the church. By the way, I chose to bring Christia with me today instead of Sandra or Monica, because what I am about to ask the Archbishop involves her as well. So, what brings you here today? As soon as we were shown to the reception room and sat on the sofa, Archbishop Sancroft asked. His demeanor is gentle, but he goes straight to the point. Those rough hands are not just for show. Yes. Actually, I proposed what I had been thinking about for the past week since the day I went to the casino. Free medical treatment for the residents. Yes. In this world, the Balshans Church is responsible for treating injuries and illnesses. For this reason, one of the conditions to become a clergy member is whether or not one can use healing magic. In fact, the Holy Knight Carla possesses healing skills, despite her appearance. While we generally conduct treatments for the residents as a charitable endeavor, at the same time, the treatment fees are one of the church's major sources of income. It cannot be simply stopped. Right. I mean, I knew that right. As Archbishop Sancroft said, it is also a source of income. But it's one of the reasons why the Balshans Church has a huge influence with followers all over the world. I'm sorry, but Your Highness Harold, there is nothing I can do about this. Moreover, if we were to make it free, the residents would flood the church even for minor injuries or illnesses that don't really require treatment, and those who truly need care would be left unattended. Right. No, I completely agree with what Christia said. As she pointed out, it's not just a matter of making it free. I think the Holy Kingdom and the Church are managing that balance quite well. However, still, it is a fact that people who could be saved with treatment are dying because they cannot receive care at the Church. That is true, but, to be honest, I don't want to say this to Christia or Archbishop Sancroft. It should be the responsibility of the Holy Kingdom and the Church to save those people, not the Kingdom. After all, right? The Kingdom should assist those who cannot afford treatment costs, or at least set up a free clinic limited to about once a week. There should be plenty of ways to do it. Yet, the Dehobalts Kingdom, no, almost all countries do not do such things and leave the treatment entirely to the Holy Kingdom and the Church. So, for example, I leaned in closer to both of them and whispered softly. Then, at least it should be possible at this church. Of course, I also believe that doing this elsewhere is impossible, and the fundamental issue is that our kingdom, no, the current king cannot manage it. Let's hope for the next king. You say that quite clearly. There's no point in sugarcoating it. Christia laughed cheerfully, and I shrugged my shoulders playfully. Really, the next king, but not me, needs to do their best. Well then, since we have come to an agreement, I will prepare it right away. Yes, when that time comes. I stood up and shook hands with Archbishop Sancroft for the second time. I'm glad it went well. After leaving the church, Christia smiled. Yeah, it's all thanks to you being here. It's not like that. Though she humbly denies it, if I had negotiated by myself, he definitely would not have accepted the proposal. It's because, once Archbishop Sancroft learns of the existence of the Saint Water Jug Aquarius, he would surely try to obtain it by his own means. In the main scenario of Engage Hazard, titled Save the Slums, Archbishop Sancroft plots various schemes to obtain the Holy Water Bottle Aquarius as one of the event bosses. If such a thing exists, it could undermine the dignity of the Balshan Church. Thus, he would seek to steal it using priests and believers from the original owner of the Saint Water Jug Aquarius. Christia, I will definitely make it up to you for this. Hee hee, I'm looking forward to it. Saying that, Christa showed a joyful smile of the saintess. Chapter 239, New Heroine also bows down. Your Highness Herald, this way please. After parting with Christa, I arrived at the residential area, where the townhouses of the nobles of the royal capital Cadet are lined up, guided by Monica. Of course, I didn't come to the townhouse of the Chevalier household. Since Xandra is also in the dormitory, it's been a while since I last saw her. So, what business do you have here, Haru-sama? I suppose I haven't explained yet. I began to explain to Xandra and Monica while standing in front of the townhouse. What, you say Layla isn't here? I've asked her to keep an eye on McLaren. That guy tried to escape using teleportation magic last time, so I need to keep a close watch on him. Thanks to that, I've had a hard time with Layla persistently requesting charging activities. That's a bit too stimulating for me, who is still only 16. So, the Saint Water Aquarius was originally the property of a noble who lived here. That's right. I was really surprised when I was shown it at the casino. In the original scenario of Save the Slums, it was supposed to start with the noble living here, Count Louis Harding having the Saint Water Aquarius stolen by the Balshan Church, and then the events would progress from there. However, the casino owns that weapon, and yet Count Harding, who should have been desperately searching for it with a high bounty in Save the Slums, has shown no reaction so far. Of course, I suspect that King Ibar is involved in this matter, which is why he's unable to act strongly, but I need to confirm it just in case. The situation and methods would change significantly depending on whether Count Harding joins the fray or not. Then shall we go? We called out to the guards at the entrance and were guided into the mansion. At first, the guards looked suspicious, but as soon as they realized I was Herald, they hurriedly let us through. And then, excuse me, I apologize for the wait. The head of the household, Harding, is currently absent, so instead, Iris Harding, will hear what you have to say. It was not Count Harding who appeared, but his daughter Iris. With her white blonde hair and a short bob and aquamarine eyes, her skin was so pale that it could almost be described as translucent. As you might have guessed, she is also one of the main heroines of Enhaz, and Save the Slums is a scenario made for her. So, what can we do for you today? I apologize. I will be brief and just convey our purpose. Lady Iris, this is about the treasure known as the Saint Water Aquarius. I don't know. Before I could finish my sentence, she said this with a serious expression. Well, that's almost as good as saying she knows. I see, by the way, was our visit a bother? You seem to be feeling unwell. That is not a problem. Was that the reason you came here to ask? Iris directed a sharp gaze, filled with hostility at me. But it seems that her health really isn't good. That's only natural. Her health can only be preserved with the Saint Water Aquarius. Not at all. Lady Iris, I thought you seemed eager to cut off the conversation, so I hadn't conveyed the matter. I apologize for that. Then please state your business. I will not bother you again. It doesn't look like she's treating me like the third prince, but she must be anxious. She probably thinks that if it became known that the Harding household possesses the Saint Water Aquarius, it would be seized. Thank you. Actually, the other day when I went to the casino, I received a consultation from Baron Orlando, the owner. It was regarding the treatment of the Saint Water Aquarius he obtained. The moment I said that, Iris's expression changed instantly. Her aquamarine eyes were mixed with relief, anger, and perhaps anxiety. Various emotions blended together. I see. But why did your Highness Herald tell us? Do I need to explain? It seems she intends to keep up the pretense, but in reality, she probably doesn't have the luxury to do so. Without the Saint Water Aquarius, she would have no choice but to return to a bedridden life. She probably wants to go back and take it right away. As I mentioned earlier, the treatment of the Saint Water Aquarius has been entrusted to me and the fourth Prince Owen by Baron Orlando, and by extension, by King Ibar. In other words, how we handle that is up to Owen and me. Iris must have finally realized that point. She showed a look of shock and then, why, Your Highness Herald? Please, could you return the Saint Water Aquarius to our family, to me? Jumping off her seat, Iris performed a beautiful doujza. Chapter 240, deciding to have the heroine become a priestess. Why, Your Highness Herald? Please, could you return the Saint Water Aquarius to our family, to me? Jumping off her seat, Iris performed a beautiful doja. Having seen this pose many times since regaining my past life's memories, I now even feel a sense of aesthetic beauty in it. Please stop. More importantly, what did you just mean by could you return it? That, no, I will speak plainly. Iris, looking resigned, began to speak hesitantly. She, who was born weak, had been forced to live a bedridden life since she was young and had longed for a healthy body. One day, her father, Count Harding, brought home the Saint Water Aquarius out of pity for her. Thanks to that, although she couldn't run around, she was able to recover to the level where her daily life would not be hindered. Without that Saint Water Aquarius, my body would not last 3 days. I would have no choice but to return to that bedridden life. Tears welled up in Iris's eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. I understand her feelings. It's like her life is at stake, and I can empathize with her desire not to let go of the health she has finally obtained. In fact, in Save the Slums, the protagonist defeats the event boss, Archbishop Sancroft, and retrieves the Saint Water Aquarius from the Balshan Church, giving it to Iris. However, it is conditional upon regularly treating the children of the slums. Please, I beg you, retrieve the Saint Water Aquarius, and would you return it to me, please? I will do anything I can, anything at all. Tears streaming down her face, Iris pleaded with a pained expression. I placed my hand gently on her trembling shoulder. I understand. However, this is on the condition that you will properly accept my wishes. As I said this, I grinned slightly, resembling a pushover from Enhaz. So, what are you planning to do, Haru-sama? On the way back from the Harding household mansion, Xandra peeked into my face and asked. Of course, I will receive that Saint Water Aquarius from Baron Orlando and return it to her, with the condition that she follows my wishes. And what would those conditions be? Xandra's sapphire eyes turned blood red. If I answer incorrectly, it seems like Iris, and I might face a terrible situation right then and there. I'm sure that won't happen. Of course, I want to use the Saint Water Aquarius to provide regular treatments in the slums. However, as a priestess of the Balshan Church, yes, what I've thought of is a slightly revised version of the Save the Slums scenario, a way that benefits everyone. Originally, the Balshan Church in the game was supposed to have stolen the Saint Water Aquarius to maintain its prestige. So, if I make Iris a priestess of the church, then all her treatment activities will be seen as those carried out by the Balshan's church. The regular treatments in the poor district would also contribute to the church's reputation. Well, Archbishop Sancroft might not be too pleased since the church wouldn't be able to obtain it, but in the end, he will yield, so she won't become an event boss like Inan has. Owen seems to think that as long as he obtains the Saint Water Aquarius and gives it to the residents of the poor district, everything will be resolved. But if he does that, it will be stolen by the church. And in the end, no one will be saved. No, the residents of the poor district might easily betray him and sell the Saint Water Aquarius to some unknown entity. So, once I obtain the Saint Water Aquarius from Baron Orlando, this matter will be completely resolved. Indeed, that is typical of Haru-sama. There's no other way to describe it, but as keen insight. Xandra grabbed my hand and praised me joyfully. She's cute. However, her eyes are still red, and it seems she looks somewhat excited, so it's not just my imagination, right? It feels like I might be attacked at any moment. But Your Highness Herald, how will you obtain that Saint Water Aquarius? I can't imagine Baron Orlando would so easily part with it. I understand that, of course. So, I will obtain it through official means. Official means? Yes, since this is a casino, I'll properly earn it and exchange it for a prize. I gave a meaningful smile at the two of them. Chapter 241, Deciding to Play at the Casino. Your Highness Herald, Your Highness Owen, welcome. That night, after meeting with Archbishop Sancroft and Iris, I came to the casino with Owen. Owen was sulking, but I brought him here forcibly. Thanks to Xandra. Thank you for the welcome. I have contemplated what to do about the treasure in question, and I believe making it a prize in the casino is the best approach. I see, Owen Dono, is that acceptable to you? At Baron Orlando's inquiry, Owen silently nodded. The correct answer is that he was made to nod forcibly with his head in an iron claw by Xandra. I understand. Then, let's proceed to make it a prize. The required number of coins will be, well, let's say, 100 million coins. What? The moment those words were spoken, Xandra, Monica, and Owen all widened their eyes. No, 100 million coins? How many times do you think you could pull the gacha in and has for that? That's a dream of 30,000 consecutive pulls. As it is a national treasure level item, it is only natural that it would be valued at that much. But that is equivalent to the national budget of a small country. This would mean you have no intention of handing it over as a prize. That can't be helped. Furthermore, it is your judgment, Your Highness Harold, Your Highness Owen. Wait, Anarchy. Owen could no longer hold back and raised his voice. He must find it unbearable that, unless a miracle occurs, it has become impossible to obtain the Saint Water Aquarius, and it's something I decided on my own. However, well, that's true. I understand that it has that much value. As expected of Your Highness Harold, I'm glad you understand. Baron Orlando placed his hand on his chest and made a grand bow. But I didn't miss the slight movement of his eyebrows. From this reaction alone, it was clear that Baron Orlando is in league with King Ibar. After all, if the protagonist Owen doesn't obtain the Saint Water Aquarius, the scenario will collapse, so that's something he wouldn't want. That's why he raised his eyebrows, right? That being said, I want to ask, can this casino actually prepare 100 million coins? Of course, the total number of coins at this casino is 1 billion. The number currently in circulation in the hall is only a few million, so there's no issue whatsoever. I see. Now what should I do? Since it's a chance, it wouldn't be interesting to simply obtain the Saint Water Aquarius. Then let's see if I can make them cry a little. Okay, then I'll earn that 100 million and take the Saint Water Aquarius home. I'll do it tonight. I see, that's interesting. Wait, what? You mean you will earn 100 million? It's not a misunderstanding. I'll acquire that amount of coins and take the Saint Water Aquarius home with me. Moreover, I'll do it tonight. As I confidently stated this. How amusing, truly amusing. Baron Orlando, probably thinking it's impossible, began to laugh uproariously while holding his stomach. Very well, I absolutely encourage you to take on this challenge. I'm glad you understand. Then, since time is precious, I'll take my leave. Yes, please enjoy yourselves. With a respectful bow from Baron Orlando, we were sent off into the venue floor. Hey, Anarchy, what are you planning to do? You were acting so confident, but it's impossible to earn 100 million. Owen confronted me with a serious expression, grabbing my collar. His expression and way of speaking are definitely reminiscent of a delinquent from my past life. Hey, calm down, just think about it. If I get 3-7 on the casino's slot machine, what do you think will happen? Well, that would net you 1 million coins, right? Exactly. If I get 3-700 times, that'll be 100 million right there. Alright, wait, that's impossible. There's no way that would hit that often. Oh wow, Owen has learned to do a comedic retort. Well, we won't know until we try, just watch me. We moved to the area with the slot machines, and I sat down in a chair. Now, let's get started. I inserted a coin and pulled the lever. As the lamps lit up and the drums began to spin vigorously, I placed my thumb on the stop button. Okay. I pressed the button with a pleasant rhythm, and the drums stopped. And then, seriously, the drums on the slot machine had perfectly stopped with 7 on all 3. Chapter 242, Winning Big at the Casino. Seriously, the drums on the slot machine had perfectly stopped with 7 on all 3. How about that? My dynamic vision is quite something, isn't it? Even though I said that, there's no way I could align 3 7s like that. In fact, the slot games in Has are all based on luck alone. So this slot machine must surely also have its big wins determined by luck, moreover, at an astronomical low probability. All right, let's keep going. Oh my. As I spun the drums, Owen stood there with his mouth agape, staring at the 3 7s that appeared, making strange sounds. However, my companions were wearing smug expressions as if it were only natural. Hey, look at that. Woo, this is the first time I've seen 3 7s come up on a slot. Before I knew it, a gallery had formed, and a large number of casino patrons were watching behind us. Among them were not just casino staff, but also Baron Orlando. How many coins do I have now? Currently, you have over 50 jackpots, so we have halfway there. I see. After hearing Monica's answer, I pulled the lever again and pressed the button. But I don't intend to be satisfied with just 100 million coins. I'm planning to take all the coins from this casino. A mountain of boxes filled with coins. Just as there was no longer any place to put them, and I was approaching my 100th big win. Excuse me for interrupting your enjoyment. Your Highness Herald, may I confirm something? With a suspiciously fake smile, Baron Orlando called out to me. I had a feeling this was coming soon. Confirm? What do you mean by that? It's nothing serious. Unfortunately, there are those who would cheat even in our casino, so we are taking precautions to investigate, not just for your sake, but for everyone. I see. I replied in a nonchalant manner and slowly stood up from my seat as prompted. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, if you will excuse me, hey. Yes. At Baron Orlando's call, 3 staff members from the hall began to inspect the slot machine and my body. I don't mind, but I would prefer they not touch anything unnecessary. To doubt my Haru-sama, you have quite the nerve. What? Before I realized it, Xandra was shining her crimson eyes and had Bamung pointed at Baron Orlando's neck. No, I had asked for armor and a sword before coming here, but it's still too early to use that. Xandra, calm down. So, is this going to continue? I checked, and there are no suspicious points anywhere. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please continue to enjoy the slots. While showing a smile, Baron Orlando couldn't hide his displeasure. Look, there's proof, his temples are twitching, so I resumed playing the slots. Once again, my machine kept hitting jackpots, showing no signs of stopping. Even after I had already collected the 100 million coins needed to obtain the Saint Water Aquarius. Hey Anarchy, isn't it enough already? What are you talking about? I intend to take all 1 billion coins in this casino. Isn't that obvious? If I were just running the casino without any connection to King Ibar, I wouldn't be doing this. But the Harding household, they stole the Saint Water Aquarius from Ares, used it as bait to lure us out, and forced us into the scenario of save the slums. Then, especially since they are receiving retribution, I don't think they have any room to complain. Come on, stop standing there and start packing the coins into the boxes. Oh, right. Owen tilted his head as he began to put the coins into the boxes and stack them up. The boxes filled with coins had become quite a spectacular sight. From there, I continued spinning the slots and collecting coins. By this point, everyone in the casino had lost their voices. And then, phew, I took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from my forehead. I gazed at the mountain of 1 billion coins before me. Chapter 243, Casino Owner Makes a Run for It. Well then, it seems I've run out of coins, so can I exchange them? Oh, and please exchange 100 million of those for the prize, the Saint Water Aquarius. I called out to one of the staff standing nearby, who was staring blankly, but they showed no reaction at all. I don't mind them being dazed, but I would at least like them to fulfill their job. Did you not hear? Your Highness Herald wishes to exchange for cash and the prize. Eek. Please wait just a moment. Having a dagger pointed at him from behind by Monica brought the staff member back to his senses, and he hurriedly ran off somewhere. He's probably intending to consult the now-missing Baron Orlando. Hey, Anarchy, isn't this going a bit too far? Why, I'm only enjoying the slots. Therefore, this casino has an obligation to pay me. I glared at the astonished Owen with a pointed look, waiting for Baron Orlando to arrive. Well, I'm sure he won't come, though. Now, let's go. Owen and Layla, I'm sorry, but could you keep an eye on the coins? Leave it to me. Anyone who even touches them will be eliminated. That's fine, but... Without changing her expression, Layla answered calmly, while Owen looked bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. However, both of them seemed eager and were intimidating those around them to keep their distance. All right, let's go. Yes. Understood. We headed to where the earlier staff had gone, searching for Baron Orlando. Then, looks like that was one of the staff members from earlier. It seems so. On the floor lay a staff member, bleeding. Perhaps he was killed by Orlando when he tried to escape. Let's hurry. We dashed further down the corridor. Your Highness Herald, I will go ahead and take a look. Thanks, but be careful. Yes. Monica lightly bowed and disappeared at incredible speed, leaving us behind in an instant. If it were just an event boss, I could say there's no way Monica would be defeated, but Orlando, the casino owner, is a different matter. He's nothing more than a mob character, even in Enhaz. If so, his true strength is unknown. No, he's likely stronger than the heroines of Enhaz. Just like the other mob characters, Xandra and Monica. Xandra, we need to hurry too. Yes. We rushed through the casino corridors and kicked open the door to the staff entrance. We didn't consider at all the possibility of an ambush because, ahaha, what a bunch of fools. He truly. We glanced at the people lying on the ground and smiled mockingly. There's no way a bunch of weaklings like you could be a match for Monica. But it's convenient that we can just follow the fallen ones as a guide. Indeed, it's so poorly executed that it's almost laughable. Baron Orlando probably anticipated this happening and secured an escape route. But underestimating or rather, Monica's strength was his fundamental mistake. At that moment, Kian, Xandra, that sound. Over there. Monica was likely engaged in battle with someone. The metallic sound echoing through the night sky made my heart race. I understand Monica's strength, but there are always chances of something going wrong, so I hope she remains safe. You're quite impressive. I'm surprised too. I never expected you, the maid of His Highness, to have such strength. When we arrived, there was Monica confronting Baron Orlando, weapons drawn. Even so, that man's weapon is a stick. Such a thing doesn't appear in Enhaz, but it's definitely comparable to a weapon. It would be troubling, Baron Orlando. If you make off with the Saint Water Aquarius, I won't be able to exchange it for the coins I worked so hard to earn. You say that well, considering you earned your coins through cheating. Do you have proof that I cheated? If there's no evidence, then it's not cheating. Yes, I did cheat. What made that possible was Layla's unique skill, hacking, which allows her to control mechanical enemies. When I asked Layla, she said she could control any machine, and of course that included the slots. So I had her do a lot of hacking, which made everything hit big. How brazen of you. I don't understand what you're saying. In any case, those are not words a casino owner should be saying. In the world of gambling, it's the one who gets duped who is at fault. The casino owner should know this better than anyone, so saying something like that just shows he's not cut out for it. Well, perhaps it's inevitable since there's no cheating in the casino games of Enhaz. That's enough. Hand over the Saint Water Aquarius to me. Ha. What? Seeing Baron Orlando suddenly burst into laughter, I tilted my head in confusion. Honestly, I'm already quite tired of this pattern. Ha. Then, why don't you try to take it from me? Baron Orlando laughed loudly and lunged at me. Chapter 244. It seems the gambler is not good at gambling. Ha. Then, why don't you try to take it from me? Baron Orlando laughed loudly and lunged at me. Cass. Leave it to me. Cass, who had been quietly sitting in my pocket, transformed into the Jet Black Shield Casper League, and we prepared to confront Baron Orlando. I had known this would happen from the beginning, so I was not surprised at all. However, while his movements are fairly quick, they aren't that impressive. I can easily handle this. Oh, so you can defend against my attacks. Well, of course. After landing a blow on my shield, Baron Orlando stepped back, looking at me with interest. I barely felt the power of his attack, and his offensive capabilities didn't seem that impressive either. Then all I need to do is be cautious about what skills this man possesses. Xandra, Monica. Yes. Leave it to me. It's Orlando. At my command, the two of them closed in on Baron Orlando. With their overwhelming speed, there was no way he could escape. If possible, I'd like to finish this before he uses any skills, but phew, that was a bit nerve-wracking. This is ridiculous. Xandra certainly swung Bombung with all her might. Even if he dodged it, he should have been taken down immediately by Monica's waiting hand. Yet, this man managed to withstand that. I was told beforehand, but I never expected you to be such a powerful individual, including the incompetent bratty prince. Take back what you just said. Milady, I don't think that's necessary. I can simply cut him off at the mouth. With her crimson eyes radiating intense pressure, Xandra and Monica gazed at him with ice-cold looks. If I were in his position, the moment they directed their hostility at me, I would immediately bow down, but well, what remarkable strength, and so beautiful too. Why is this guy so relaxed? Could he be a pervert? He might be a pervert. Then, shall I enjoy a battle with such lovely ladies, as a gambler? Baron Orlando smirked, lifting the corners of his mouth, and foolishly approached the two of them. I sensed something and tried to be cautious, but there was no sign of that. This time, you shall take the hit. Xandra swung Bamung, aiming a swift thrust towards Baron Orlando's solar plexus. Why? Simple. The goddess of victory has descended upon me. What? Then, allow me to make you taste defeat. Baron Orlando attempted to counterattack after dodging Xandra's strike, but it seemed like Monica had anticipated that as she drew her dagger. His posture was already compromised, so there was no way he could dodge this. At least that's what I thought. No way. Well, that was a close one, but it seems this gamble is mine to win. In contrast to Monica's look of shock, Baron Orlando sweat coldly but wore a triumphant smile. But this man, he just said gamble, didn't he? So does that mean he considers this fight a gamble? If that's the case, I can predict the nature of Baron Orlando's skill to some extent. It's a setting that sometimes appears in games, but if a skill activates based on probability, it can hit with 100% success rate or prevent damage altogether. Additionally, even though he miraculously dodged, he showed a slight tremor at Monica's attack. Then, let's test it a bit. HMPH, to get cocky just because you dodged Xandra and Monica's attacks, you're not that impressive. Oh, is that a bitter remark? Of course not. I don't know how you did it, but you can only dodge attacks, right? Just that alone won't let you defeat us. Shall we test it? Though his expression was cheerful, the gaze he directed at me was clearly filled with anger. He has zero tolerance for provocation. How easy. Fine. When it comes to defense, I believe I'm the best in this kingdom. I can easily fend off your attacks. After glancing at Xandra and Monica, I smirked in a haughty manner like a sidekick. Baron Orlando readied his weapon, a stick, and approached us gracefully as if he were a model walking on a stage. At that moment, SHH, Baron Orlando rushed in, unleashing a powerful series of thrusts. I received them with Black Shield Casper League. What? This gamble seems to be my victory as well. That's right, regarding my gamble. It's Orlando. It's over. Here, Dice of Fate. Don't forget about me. What, Jaya? Baron Orlando attempted to activate his skill against Monica behind him, but at the same time, a dagger was thrust down from above and pierced his skull. You might be good at gambling, but it seems you've never engaged in a gamble without delay or wait. I guess you can't hear me anymore. As blood gushed out and his eyes widened, Baron Orlando collapsed on the ground in a starfish position, and I spoke coldly to him. Chapter 245, Successfully Clear the Scenario. Here it is. I searched Baron Orlando's body and borrowed the Saint Water Aquarius he had hidden. It feels like I'm rummaging through a corpse, but since I earned 100 million coins, it's a legitimate trade. Still, both Xandra and Monica understood what I was doing quite well. He, of course. I am Haru-sama's wife. If I weren't, I couldn't be your Highness Herald personal maid. Xandra smiled slightly, and Monica adjusted her glasses. I'll refrain from pointing out that both of them are blushing red from embarrassment. Well then, shall we head back to the casino? I can't shake the feeling that Layla might do something. You're absolutely right. That useless one should indeed be disposed of. No. The fact that we won at the slots was all thanks to Layla, so don't say such things. HMPH. Since I defended Layla, Xandra pouted her lips in annoyance. How cute is this, so? Anarchy. Master, welcome back. As soon as we appeared, Owen rushed over with a beaming smile, and Layla gracefully curtsied with a blank expression. The coins seemed unchanged from before we chased Baron Orlando, and the casino staff and other patrons were all still in a daze. So how did it go? Of course, I retrieved it properly. Oh. When I showed him the Saint Water Aquarius, Owen's face filled with relief. For Owen, who believes this will save the slums, it wouldn't have started without this. Well, it's not going to turn out the way he hopes, though. Where did the owner go? Oh, he ran away, leaving you all behind because he couldn't exchange such a large amount of coins. For now, I'll seize this casino as collateral. W8. When I answered the hesitant staff, they looked perplexed, unsure of what to do. Well, I did seize it, but since it was obtained through cheating, I'll just sell it off at a low price to someone. It's an established casino in the royal capital, so I'm sure I can find a buyer quickly. Anyway, as the new owner, my first instruction is this. Return these coins to their original place and continue to entertain the customers. Why, yes, there will still be many confused people, but during times like this, it's best to have them do their usual work to regain their composure. It prevents them from thinking of unnecessary things. Moreover, by having them continue working like this, they will likely feel that their jobs are secure. The bad one is Baron Orlando, and they aren't related to that. Now, we'll leave this to you, and we'll go home. Yes. We obtained the Saint Water Aquarius as our loot, and returned to the dormitory. You should have told me that sooner. During the lunch break the day after defeating Baron Orlando and taking the Saint Water Aquarius and the casino, Owen slumped in a delinquent posture, grumbling. It was definitely the right choice not to say anything, or else it would have ended up much worse. How awful. I still can't tell this guy, but this time save the slums. Scenario was also structured with the premise of having me and Owen compete against each other. If Baron Orlando had seen us colluding, there was a high possibility he would have made unnecessary moves. Anyway, according to your wishes, a priest capable of healing will be sent regularly from the Balshan Church, so don't complain any further. Well, that's true. Still unconvinced, Owen pouted his lips. Honestly, there's no demand for a man to sulk like that. Hee, but as expected of Haru-sama. You ensured that His Highness Owen Dono, Iris-sama, and my own would all be saved. I can't let that last comment slide. What Haru-sama saved was not Christia-sama, but the church. It's the same thing. I am the symbol of the Balshan Church. Christia was supposed to be so fearful of Xandra, yet why is she taking such a strong stance? Oh, when I looked closely, her knees were shaking. I hope she doesn't push herself too hard. HMPH, if you weren't Haru-sama's precious person, I would have turned you into rust for Bamung. Xandra, please don't do that, okay? My wife tends to resort to violence quickly, so I need to be careful. So, then, I guess I can never leave your side. That's right, it's only natural. Please always stay with me. Taking her small hand and smiling, Xandra showed me a melting smile. It would have been nice if it ended here. Hey there. As soon as Xandra, Monica, Christia, and Owen were gone, a smiling Yuli appeared before me. Chapter 246, Try to show off to the mastermind. Hey there. As soon as Xandra, Monica, Christia, and Owen were gone, a smiling Yuli appeared before me. Since the Save the Slums scenario has also ended, I was sure she would show up. Hey, Yuli, as you know, I changed fate once again this time. Is that so? I wouldn't say it was entirely that way this time. Why not? Because it was already set that the slums would be saved. I see, in that sense, it could be said that it went according to the scenario. But, no, my friend Lloyd's father was saved from dying. Fate has definitely changed. Yes, originally, Archbishop Sancroft was supposed to be defeated by the protagonist and lose his life. However, thanks to the advice of the saint, Christia, and the fact that the Saint Water Aquarius became, in form, the property of the Balshan Church, Iris, its wielder, also began to provide relief to the slums as a priest, ultimately leading to the best possible outcome. So, don't you think it turned out so well that the protagonist's efforts pale in comparison? Sigh, that's true. Yuli let out a big sigh and shrugged her shoulders. Thanks to that, I have my own share of difficulties. You get to do whatever you want, but I have to clean up my side of things. Why not just leave it be? I can't just do that. It's hard returning the story to its original state, you know. Yuli glared at me with a pointed look, but I decided to ignore it and looked off in another direction. But it seems like everything went well this time, and that's what matters. If I can just destroy all the scenarios of Enhaz like this. So, what's that guy behind you, King Ibar saying? I'm sure he must be incredibly frustrated. Oh, that guy. Just as you said, he broke his staff right in front of me. At this rate, I think he might burst a blood vessel from anger. I hope that happens. That's true. Hahata. Yuli and I couldn't help but burst out laughing loudly. Well then, it seems it's time for that idiot. Oops, I shouldn't say that. Ibar-kun seems to be making various plans for the next scenario, so I should go back and help. Can't you just let him do it on his own? I can't just do that. He's an idiot. Saying that, Yuli smiled wryly. I see, he's also having a hard time. Well, whatever. I don't know what he'll come up with next, but I'll just change fate again, just like this time. Ahaha, you said it. Do you think it will go that smoothly? Of course, I have my precious people to protect. I see. Yuli looked down, smiling sadly. He probably thinks he's not among my precious people. What a foolish guy. That being said, I'd appreciate it if you could take it easy on me. I'd prefer to have nothing happen. PFF, how honest. That goes without saying. I really dislike unpleasant things. I said this seriously to Yuli, who was laughing with his hand on his stomach. If possible, I want to spend every day peacefully, though it's absolutely impossible. I'll do my best. Wow, I can tell you're not going to listen. Whatever happens, as a result of my efforts, is unavoidable. I let out a voice of exasperation, while Yuli had a triumphant look on his face. If this weren't the world of Engage Hazard, I wonder if I could spend every day having such trivial conversations with Yuli. But that might be troublesome in its own way. It's precisely because this world is Haz that I met Xandra, Monica, Cass, and my precious people. Could you send me back over there soon? I know you're busy too, Yuli. Yes, I am busy. So see you later. See you. After exchanging my final words with the smiling Yuli. Monica, let go. That's not going to happen. I need to remove the thread from His Highness Harold's uniform. I can take care of that. No, it's my responsibility to take care of His Highness. As soon as I returned, Xandra and Monica were fighting. No, that was not right. Xandra was angry because she was being teased by Monica. Chapter 247, Created Pieces. Point of view switch, Ulysses Hazelnut Stone. That useless fool. With a crack, King Ibar smashed the broken staff onto the floor in indignation. No, this is all a result of his own incompetence, so getting angry is not good. It seems he tried various schemes to create a rift between Haru-kun and Owen-kun, using that woman Marion. But everything has backfired. And what was the point of leading the monstrous bird, Flesberg, to the duel between the two? Could it be that King Ibar was considering injuring Haru-kun to force him out of the story? If that happened, just as the protagonist switched from Wilfred to Owen-kun, he could change the sacrificial pawn to someone else. But what are you planning to do? The casino in the royal capital has become Haru-kun's, and due to this incident, the bond with Owen-kun has deepened, making it impossible for them to fight as per the story. I get it. No, you don't. I don't know how long you plan to keep making these failures, but I'm honestly baffled. I never imagined you would be this incompetent. To be honest, I would prefer him to remain incompetent. That way I could get my revenge on that guy. But, in the end, it's probably going to end up just as that guy's script dictates. Maybe that's why I was thinking about this. That guy is interfering again. Hurry and restore the story. From his tone, he seems quite irritated. It's hard to believe he's the one who created us, the Norse people. I wonder what Haru-kun would say if he knew about that guy. Oh, I don't even need to ask. I'm sure he would call him incompetent. If Haru-kun, the incompetent bratty prince, said that guy would surely go into a rage. Just as I was thinking that, here comes another lecture. And so that's how it is. Well, apart from me, there's only one true pure Norse person left. In any case, with such a shoddy method, I won't be satisfied. If you've given up on becoming a god, then it doesn't matter to me. W8, I understand. This time, I'll do it right. I'm tired of hearing that. I shot a cold glance at the flustered King Ibar. But for this man, who desires immortality and power more than anyone else, the existence of a god must be incredibly alluring. That's why he's so desperate to swallow my words. Don't worry, there are still plenty of opportunities to proceed according to the story. King Ibar raised the thick book he had been clutching tightly. That book contained everything about the story given to the Norse people by that guy. If I read this, it means there are still plenty of opportunities. Besides, there are other ways. Oh, I see. I replied disinterestedly and turned on my heel. Where are you going? I'm going home, since there's no point in continuing this conversation. Ignoring King Ibar, who had stood up from the throne, I teleported away. Welcome back, young master. I'm home. Upon teleporting from the royal palace to the mansion in Salsone, Caspar greeted me with a bow as if he had been waiting for me. So, how was it this time? Well, it was just proving that Ibar-kun is incompetent. I see. As expected of that vile family, it seems they are ultimately futile. But still, there's no choice but to leave it to that man. That's right, King Ibar is also a part of this story. So, it's impossible to remove him from his role. Moreover, it's just not possible to substitute a king of a nation with someone else. That's true, however if this story fails, he would be erased. After all, we Norse people are merely pieces created by that guy. Thus, whether we live or die is entirely at that guy's whim. You don't have to worry, I'll make sure to handle it well. That's right, I'm different from my father. He needlessly destroyed the Norse Empire, regretting and blaming himself for 300 years, only to pass everything on to me in the end, that incompetent. Really, this world is full of incompetence. Young master. It's nothing. I evaded the question with a wry smile at Caspar, who peered at me curiously. By the way, it's a message from that guy. Instructions from that guy, who interrupted during my conversation with King Ibar. He told me to have Caspar support King Ibar and create a conflict structure between Haru-kun and Oing-kun by any means necessary. Finally, it's my turn. You seem happy. Of course. Not only can I assist you, but this will also fulfill the Norse people's long-cherished wish. Saying that, Caspar showed a confident smile. But unfortunately for him, his wish will not be granted. He doesn't care even a bit about us, mere pieces. Be careful. Rest assured, you are aware of my abilities, young master. Well, yes. Even so, Haru-kun and the others. No, he can't even compare to that Xandra-san. The only one with the dragon's favor granted in this world by our comrade, Fafnir. Well then, I shall be off at once. Caspar placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 248. Decide to go to the sea during summer vacation. What is it? As soon as the signal to end today's class sounded, Lloyd suddenly shouted. Has he finally broken down due to not being noticed by girls? What's wrong, Lloyd? What do you mean what's wrong? Haru, do you even know what day it is today? What do you mean by what day? Not understanding, I looked at Xandra, Monica, and Liliana, but they all tilted their heads in confusion. Idiot, today marks the end of the first semester. Confronted by Lloyd with immense enthusiasm, I gave a deflated response. Now that I think about it, last year's first semester end date was the same. I had completely forgotten. So that's it. In summer, girls become more open, so it's a chance to start a new romance, or something like that. You understand well. With a look of sheer delight, Lloyd linked arms with me. But, sorry, I can't assist you with that. Well, you and I live in completely different worlds. Lloyd-sama, what does that mean? Hiya. With her blue eyes turning a blood-stained red, Xandra grinned, lifting the corners of her mouth. I knew it. But since the main story of Enhaz began, Xandra has really been activating Dragon's favor everywhere. Come on, Xandra won't get mad over something like this. Haru-sama, but basically, I'm already married to you, right? So there's no need for any new romance, right? Why, you're right, just as you say. With that one remark of mine, Xandra returned to her sapphire eyes and nodded happily. More importantly, how are we going to spend this summer? The first summer after our marriage. Why yes, our summer just the two of us. Xandra placed her hand on her flushed cheek, moving shyly. She's cute, but I doubt just the two of us will be possible, because... That's right. The passionate summer of your Highness Herald, milady, and me is about to begin. I'm in too, I'm here too. Monica adjusted her glasses and Cass appeared cutely, raising his front paws. See, I knew this would happen from the start. Monica, I'll grant you a month of leave as a special treat. Why not visit your home, the Ashton household? I'm sorry, milady. My master has already become His Highness Herald. Unfortunately, you do not have the authority to grant that. Oh my, I am Haru-sama's wife, right? Then, it's the same as saying you serve me. I've said it many times, but my master is His Highness Herald. Everything is entrusted to him. I've grown accustomed to such scenes, but they still love to tease each other. Though Monica is just enjoying teasing. But, as Xandra said, isn't it okay if you don't visit your family? You haven't taken a break at all due to taking care of me, right? For the past 3 years, Monica has been by my side. Despite everything that has happened, this is like a black company. I need to reflect as an employer. I don't need any leave. Even if granted, it would be useless since I'd rather be by your Highness Herald's side. Really? No, what are you going to do during your break? Well, I'm happy about it. However, since you've been serving the Chevalier household for over 10 years now, haven't you ever returned home? That's completely unnecessary. There's no meaning in going back. Monica placed a hand on her chest and stated expressionlessly. But I was caught up on her words. What do you mean by there's no meaning? Ha, you really are stubborn. I'm honored to be praised. I'm not praising you. Monica, who elegantly curtsied, was shot a glare by Xandra. But that's right. Monica, what kind of place is your home, Ashton household? It's just a rural area. The only thing there is the sea. The sea. Lloyd reacted to the mention of the sea. Well, summer hotspots for flirting would include the sea, so that reaction is understandable. Plus, if it's the sea, then I can also see swimsuits. Wow, if it's the sea, I want to go. It's not a place where your Highness Herald should come. If it's the sea, there are much better resort areas. Is that so? I don't really like crowded places. Monica, who bit on my words, tried to forcefully recommend another place, but unfortunately, my interest only grew. Just as Haru-sama said, ideally, it would be a place where we could enjoy ourselves together. With her cheeks flushed, Xandra agreed. It's surely genuine, but she said that because she noticed my intention. As expected of my wife, truly splendid. What about you, Lloyd and Liliana? I'll pass. There aren't any girls at places like that. I have to return to my family, so unfortunately. Oh no, I was rejected by the two. It's probably too late to plan for summer vacation on the day before. Well then, this summer vacation will go to Monica's family. Yes. Yay, I'm excited. Ignoring the silent Monica, we all laughed and chatted. Chapter 249. Arrive at dedicated maid's family home. Hey Haru, I'm so excited. Yeah. In the carriage heading to Ashton household, Cass bounced on my shoulder, delighted. This year's summer vacation is different from last year. Liz is going to the Capetian Kingdom, and Kristia and Carla are also returning to the Holy Kingdom. This is because, in Anhaz, there's an event limited to spending the summer vacation with just one heroine, which means that's how it is. By the way, Owen also stays in the royal capital. In a sense, he wants to visit the impoverished area that can be considered his birthplace. While I thought I wanted to separate him from King Ibar and Marion, for now, I respected Owen's wishes and only told him to be extremely cautious of the two. Cardis and Raphael, they decided to go to Liliana's family, the house of Baron Abbott, for a summer retreat. They're planning to sneak around Liliana under the pretense of coincidence. It's just like a yandere stalker. And I've asked Layla to keep an eye on McLaren, whom I'm still keeping alive. She got really sulky about it, but since she's the only one who can ensure that guy doesn't escape, it can't be helped. Well, because of that, I was forced into a 24-hour charging act. What kind of charging act is that? I can't say it out of embarrassment. This time, I actually bought a swimsuit. So, please look forward to it. Why, yeah. Xandra said that with a bashful expression and a tilt of her eyes. Of course, I'm looking forward to it. After all, the heroines in Anhaz have swimsuit versions of their stills, while Xandra, who only has one still from the annulment event, wearing a swimsuit, it's simply a reward. In the meantime, Monica, who would usually tease me grandly here, was silently staring out the window. Her unusual demeanor made me feel uneasy, but her profile was so beautiful that I couldn't help but be captivated. She probably didn't want to return home. However, there's a reason I included a return to Monica's family in the summer vacation plans. Her family, the Ashton household, has served the Chevalier household since the founding of the nation. I learned this when she became my dedicated maid. Having undergone strict training as a spy since childhood, she was deemed particularly talented within the Ashton household and became a servant to Xandra. At the time she started serving, she was so expressionless that even Xandra couldn't tell what she was thinking. It's hard to imagine from the playful Monica we know now. Wow. As soon as the carriage crested the hill, a blue sea spread out before us, and Cass let out a voice of awe. Since Cass' hometown, Morn Island, is also surrounded by the sea, he must be feeling nostalgic, but that's not it. He just visited the grave after returning from the magic tower. Yet, Monica, it's a beautiful place. Is it? It's really just the sea, a truly desolate place. That's what makes it good. Monica disparaged the Ashton household, but I really liked the beautiful scenery. Your Highness Herald, young lady, welcome to our home. Upon arriving at the Ashton household, the one who welcomed us was Margot Ashton, Monica's mother. Gray hair and emerald-like green eyes. Well, the only resemblance is probably in breast size. By the way, Monica's father, Barry Ashton, the Baron, was the head of the Chevalier household's attendants and spies, so he was only here once or twice a year. Well, Lady Margot, standing before me, was also serving as the dedicated maid to Lady Norma, so it seemed she was hardly ever here. I'm Harold. Thank you for having us for a while. Please feel free to relax during your stay. Lady Norma has instructed us to welcome your Highness Harold with the utmost courtesy. Now, this way please. Guided by Margot, we were led to the designated room. I felt a sense of taste in the moderate size and calm furnishings. This room is prepared for when the Chevalier household visits. Oh, really? Has Xandra ever used this room? Actually, she has never used it once. That was unexpected. I thought Xandra and Monica were close like sisters, so I assumed they came here frequently. But after all, Monica said she had never returned to her family, so that makes sense. When you arrived, you didn't even try to see Monica once. Staring at the closed door, I muttered softly. Chapter 250, Dedicated Maid's Relationship with Her Family Isn't That Great. Please, I hope this suits your Highness Harold's taste. Yes, it's really delicious. At dinner time, we indulged in the dishes lined up closely together. As expected, being close to the seafood is unbelievably delicious. More than anything. Haru, is it sashimi? Yes, it's super delicious, right? Cass, who was perched on my shoulder, expressed his joy in a way that Margot couldn't hear. That's right. For some reason, even though this is supposed to be a European-style country, sashimi was prepared. In my previous life, it was common to eat sashimi, so it brings back great memories, and I can't help but eat a lot. However, since there's no soy sauce, I'm just using salt. Monica has been eating such delicious food since she was little, huh? Yes. Monica nodded lightly with an unchanged expression as she took a bite of food. Until we came here, I could see her emotions, but now I have no idea what she's feeling at all. At that moment, I apologize for being late. A girl wearing a green dress appeared, curtsying. Who is this girl with gray hair and emerald-like eyes? I apologize for my late introduction. I am Sarah, the second daughter of the Ashton household. I'm Harold. Thank you for having me. I hurriedly stood up and introduced myself. Being the second daughter means she is Monica's younger sister. She doesn't resemble Monica at all, probably because she takes after her mother. Sarah, please take your seat quickly. You've kept your Highness Harold waiting. Yes. Prompted by Margot-sama, Sarah sat down with a wry smile directly across from me. Normally, the eldest daughter, Monica, would sit in front of me, but since she was also treated as a guest this time, she was sitting 2 seats to my right. Still, I never expected you would want to spend your time in the Ashton territory, your Highness Harold. Yes. I heard that there is a sea in the Ashton territory, which is Monica's family home. That's why I barged in like this. I was a bit concerned about the slightly prickly wording, but I deliberately let it slide. After all, since it's Monica's mother, it's us who are causing trouble. However, Margot, do you have any complaints about my Haru-sama? And no, I truly apologize for my rudeness. When Xandra spoke with a cold gaze, Margot-sama broke into a cold sweat and apologized. As I thought, those earlier words were sarcasm directed at me. Ha. I hoped that Monica would at least be able to see her family, but this is the result. When we return to the room, I'll apologize to Monica. After that, we finished dinner in a slightly heavy atmosphere. Monica, I'm really sorry. As soon as I returned to the room, I deeply bowed my head and apologized to Monica. At first, I thought maybe she was just shy or feeling a bit awkward since it was her family home, but I realized she really didn't want to come here. Moreover, even though her own daughter has returned, Margot-sama wouldn't even make eye contact, and her attitude seemed to suggest that she felt inconvenienced by our presence. I completely messed up. Why, Your Highness Harold, please stop. I am the one who should apologize for making you feel uncomfortable. Monica also bowed her head in return. No, Monica, you did nothing wrong. It's my fault for making a decision on my own. No, it's my fault, I should have. No, it's me. No, it's me. For some reason, it turned into a back and forth, and neither of us could back down. Ahaha, what are we doing on our first night here? Indeed. I will take responsibility and provide your Highness Herald with a special night. Or perhaps I should have your Highness Herald provided instead. With a wry smile, Monica adjusted her glasses and said that. But yeah, that's my favorite, the usual Monica. Moo, are you leaving me out? That's true, both Haru and Monica are terrible. Xandra puffed her cheeks out dramatically, and Cass crossed his front paws skillfully, glaring with a disgruntled look. They are both cute. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. Foo, I understand. Hee, I was just teasing a little. Seeing the cuteness of Xandra and Cass as they stuck their tongues out playfully, I couldn't help but feel the urge to hug them. If I had my smartphone, I'd definitely take a picture and set it as my wallpaper. Then, Your Highness Herald Milady Cassan, thank you. Of course, I'm always being helped by you. I replied with a smile to Monica, who blushed slightly and bowed. And then late that night, Your Highness Herald, why am I being approached by Sarah, who is wearing a sheer nightgown? Chapter 251, Dedicated Maid's younger sister sets a honey trap. Your Highness Herald, why am I being approached by Sarah, who is wearing a sheer nightgown? I mean, what is she thinking sneaking into my room like this? Could you please back away? Do you not find me to your liking? As I lightly tried to push her away, Sarah teared up, looking up at me. How manipulative. Is she perhaps trained in honey traps as a spy? It's not about whether I like you or not. But Oni-sama is not doing a satisfactory job as your partner, is she? If that's the case, you must be feeling troubled without anyone to comfort you. No, that's unnecessary concern. I don't expect Monica to fill that role, and I don't want her to act like she's selling her body. Oni-sama is indeed excellent in assassination techniques, but that's all. Until serving Your Highness Herald, she was always in service to Alexandra-sama and had continuously refused such training. That's why it's so pitiful for Your Highness Herald. With her eyes downcast, Sarah desperately pleaded while belittling Monica. I desperately gestured with my eyes towards her shining golden eyes in the darkness. No, calm down a bit. You think I'm pitiful? Yes, because, to my eyes, Your Highness Herald looks lonely. If it were me, I wouldn't let you feel that way. This is bad. I just told her to calm down, and now I feel like I might snap. Cass. Okay. The golden eyes in the darkness hopped eagerly onto my right shoulder. Sarah probably didn't expect Cass would speak human words. She widened her eyes at that. I don't know what your purpose is, but could you stop insulting my precious someone? It's unpleasant. Why? Listen carefully. Because you are Monica's sister, I managed to endure you sneaking in without calling anyone. That's because, if you acted like this towards me, the husband of Sandra, the Ashton household might be considered to have betrayed their lord. As soon as I said that, Sarah gasped. Does this woman not even understand something like that? If you promise to leave here right now and never show up in front of me again, I'll overlook this. And if you dare insult Monica, who is my precious someone, don't think it will end well. Sarah bit her lip and exited through the window just as she had come. Who does she think she is? She's the worst. Absolutely. For a sister, she doesn't understand anything about Monica. Cass and I voiced our anger loudly at each other. Margot-sama, their mother, was terrible, but the sister is on another level of awful. After all, the Ashton household serving the Chevalier household should know that Xandra and I are married. Of course, they should also know that we genuinely love each other. Yet, to think she would set up a honey trap like that. So, Haru, what are you going to do? Are you going to tell Xandra and Monica about her? No, let's not do that. If that happens, the Ashton household itself will likely face punishment, and if we're not careful, Monica might bear joint responsibility. I don't think the house of Duke Chevalier would impose such a punishment, but in noble families, if even one person makes a mistake, the entire family is held accountable. This is to ensure that they don't betray their lord and to eliminate future troubles. In the end, it was an attempted failure, and if they do something like this again, they should understand that they will be the ones to end. I covered my mouth with my index finger and acted playfully. Above all, if the two of them found out about this, it would definitely be a bloodbath. I don't want to make Monica sad. What can I say? You should thank me. What are you talking about? I'm always grateful to you, Cass. I rubbed my cheek against Cass, who smiled happily. His fur is smooth and feels nice. After something like that, it's incredibly soothing. Well then, since I have to wake up early tomorrow, I should get some sleep. Okay. So, Cass and I went to sleep in the bed together, without noticing her, who was standing silently on the other side of the door. Chapter 252. Decide to return to the royal capital right away. Good morning. Good morning. The next morning, I exchanged greetings with Monica, who came in while I was getting dressed. I mean, could you please stop coming into my room while I'm changing? I managed to avoid an incident by quickly hiding, but if I had made a mistake, I would have been seen in nothing but my underwear. I'm used to it, though. By the way, I feel bad for you and Xandra, but I'll be leaving soon, so could you prepare? You're leaving soon. Yeah, it was only one night, but I already missed the royal capital. I desperately tried to convince her that it was purely my selfishness. Hee, how's that for my performance? Cass is definitely captivated by it. Yeah, sorry, please don't look at me like that. That's why, please let Xandra know about this. Really? You are doing this for someone like me? Suddenly, Monica leaned her cheek against my back and whispered with a strained voice. I guess she noticed after all, but I don't like that way of saying it. For someone like me, there's no one in this world who could be a better maid than you. Listen, I absolutely will not allow you to belittle yourself. Even if it's your own words. I turned around and looked into Monica's hazel eyes as I spoke. Despite usually teasing and showing off, why do you look so lacking in confidence now? That's right. You are the only maid who has served me all this time. Just as Haru-sama says, I won't allow you to deny yourself. That's right. Monica gives me lots of delicious food and is super kind. Even Xandra, who had quietly entered the room, and Cass, who was bouncing on the bed, all denied Monica's words. After all, you are our precious someone. Now that you understand, let's get ready quickly. I feel bad for you, Monica, but I want to hurry back. Fufu, Haru-sama's whims cannot be ignored. That's right. Oh, but since we're at it, let's eat something delicious on the way back. Yay, I want to eat sashimi again. While saying such things, Xandra, Cass, and I laughed together. I want to ensure that Monica wouldn't feel guilt or responsibility about this. This is the best, having a wife and partner who readily accommodates me like this. It can't be helped. I'm the only one who can take care of everyone, so I'll need to have my pay raised as soon as we return to the royal capital. Monica adjusted her glasses, puffing out her chest playfully. Tears shimmered lightly in her hazel eyes. Are you really leaving already? I have no reason to stay here anymore. As we loaded our luggage into the carriage, Margot-sama rushed out, her face pale. Well, it makes sense. Originally, we were supposed to stay for a month, but now we're saying we'll leave after just one night. Moreover, Margot-sama knows, right, that they made their lord uncomfortable due to their own mismanagement. Well, thank you for your hospitality. Ignoring Margot-sama, who extended her hand as if to stop us, the carriage headed towards the royal capital. But first, we needed to grab a bite to eat in a nearby town. After all, we left without having breakfast. Well, I'll miss this sea view, but even so, even though we'll just be traveling in the carriage, I had fun being able to spend time with everyone like this. Fufu, as long as I'm with Haru-sama, I'm always happy. Saying that, Xandra leaned her cheek against my shoulder. Yeah, my wife is super cute. Then, Your Highness Herald, milady, Cass-san, may I share my boring old story with you? With an unusually serious expression, Monica looked at us and said that. Of course. Tell me about you. I've only known about you since you started serving me, so I'm happy to hear it. Yeah. We nodded back at Monica, eager to hear. Well then, please listen. This is the foolish past of Monica Ashton. Placing her hand on her ample chest, Monica bowed dramatically with a composed expression. Chapter 253, Dedicated Maid's Past, is heavier than I had imagined. Point of view switch. Monica. As you know, from the moment I was born as the eldest daughter of the Ashton household, it was determined that I would serve the Chevalier household, walking the path of an assassin. From a young age, father and mother drilled assassination techniques into me, and I trained desperately every day. Those days were beyond imagination, and looking back now, I was impressed that I was able to endure it. But, HMPH, it cannot be otherwise. After all, the Ashton household is merely a pawn of the Chevalier household. Therefore, I must be of some use. Wah, you. Father only saw me as a tool, and Mother was always filled with anger about that. However, Mother's words were never accepted, and both she and I suffered every day. That was why I worked even harder to become strong, determined to leave this house with Mother. On one particular day when I turned 8, Father took me on my first mission. I was filled with tension and anxiety, but I thought that if I could complete this mission, I might be recognized as a full-fledged operative and be able to leave my family. And then I killed someone for the first time. Well done. It was the first time Father praised me. However, for a while afterward, I couldn't wash the blood from my hands, scrubbing until my skin was raw. The blood was long gone, yet I kept washing. I continued to carry out the missions assigned to me, and within a year, I became indifferent to the deaths of enemies. Yes, I think I can say I was getting closer to my ideal as an operative. However, with just a single stab from a dagger, everything about me was shattered. I was drenched in the warm blood of Mother. Later, I learned that Mother had been a spy for an enemy faction. Despite having sworn eternal loyalty to the Chevalier household after marrying Father, I thought I had defeated an enemy, but I had killed my own mother. Father once again praised me with a well done, but I didn't understand why. Why praise me when I had killed my mother? From that moment on, I would curl up alone in the mansion at night, trembling. I felt crushed by the guilt of having killed my mother and often thought about ending my own life. Yet I continued to take on more missions, killing enemies to cover my hands, stained with my mother's blood, with the blood of others. Now I can clearly see that I was already broken at that time. As if to further aggravate my nerves, Father took a new wife. Yes, Margot was originally my father's subordinate, and by this time they already had a 7-year-old daughter named Sarah. Indeed. This means that Father and Margot had been involved even when Mother was still alive. Amidst all this, Father assigned me a new mission. It was to serve as a dedicated maid to the eldest daughter of the house of Duke Chevalier, Alexandra Ob Chevalier. Since the Ashton household has always been a shadow of the Chevalier household, serving my lord was only natural. Father also serves as the chamberlain for Lord Chevalier, so he is in close attendance. And then, I met Milady. At first, I thought I was merely carrying out my duties as a dedicated maid, like just a mere doll. However, as I interacted with Milady, no, that was not it. As Milady found her partner, her previously shy personality transformed into something more positive, and I began to think that I couldn't remain as I was. Milady worked tirelessly to be with His Highness Harold, striving to control the dragon's favor, and finally managed to get engaged. Having watched Milady's efforts by her side, I was filled with emotion. I wanted her to be happy with His Highness Harold. Until that time came, I thought I would serve her. And, point of view switch Harold. I received an order from Milady to become Prince Harold's dedicated maid, and here I am. Monica's past was heavier than I imagined. I didn't know how to respond, or rather, I couldn't say anything thoughtless. Were you disillusioned? Why? Oh no, I accidentally replied in my usual tone. I have killed many people, including my own mother. Do you not resist having someone like me by your side? That's a strange thing to ask. I want you to stay by my side as my dedicated maid, so that's what it is. No, I'm doing it again. I'm answering without thinking. But even if I try to distance myself, it's pointless. As your lord, I will never dismiss you. Foo, that's unfortunate. Rather, you should know what kind of person Haru-sama is. Yes, I knew that, yet I still asked. Monica replied to Xandra, who chuckled softly. What's this? It seems she had no intention from the start. Well then, since I've heard Monica's story, let's get fired up and look for a place to eat. I'm starving. Indeed. Yay, I've been waiting for this. We stopped the carriage on the street and began searching for a restaurant. Then, I'm truly glad that I can serve you. Ahaha, thank you. In response to Monica's whispered words, I smiled back. Chapter 254. Even the dedicated maid, stepmother, and sister are enemy spies. Ooh, I can't eat anymore. Cass, lying on his back on the table, murmurs contentedly. Despite being a kitten, his belly was as round as that of a middle-aged adult. But this place was a hit. Every dish that came out was delicious. Yes, it was partly because I was hungry, but even taking that into account, the seafood was fresh and truly delicious. Thanks to that, my belly is sticking out as well, even if not as much as Cass. That said, it's true that Monica's mother might have been an enemy spy, but even so, they were married, and yet she was already having an affair with her subordinate. That's the lowest. Just as Haru-sama says. In agreement with my words, Xandra's eyes turn crimson, filled with anger. For a yandere like Xandra, she would definitely not be able to accept that. I would never do such a thing. Anyway, Margit and Sarah are of no concern to us anymore. Uncharacteristically, Monica furrows her brows and says this as if spitting it out. Indeed, for Monica, this is a discussion she wouldn't want to hear. Haru-sama, we should be going soon. Yeah. Standing up, we exited the dining hall. If possible, I want to avoid camping outside, so we need to hurry to the next town. Your Highness Herald, someone is watching us from the roof of the building to the right. Pulling me close, Monica whispered in my ear. To be targeting us in a place like this, that means it must be orchestrated by either King Ibar or Yuli. What should we do? I don't mind engaging if they make a move first, but until then, let's leave them be. After all, I am a mere pawn in Inhaz. If I want the story to progress as it should, they cannot make a move against me. If they do, it would be when the protagonist, Owen, is present. I was thinking that when. They're coming. What are they thinking? Just as we were about to reach the town's exit, multiple knives came flying at us from behind. I activated Jet Black Shield Caspar League and deflected all the knives. Haru-sama, there appear to be 6 enemies in total. Wow, they really underestimate us. Even though our number might be less than half of theirs, we have Xandra and Monica, who can take on anyone. Plus, I won't lose to anyone when it comes to defense. Just 6 of them won't even be able to graze us. Then, let's finish this quickly. Yes. With that one line, Xandra and Monica charged forward. Figures in white outfits and masks appeared, ready to confront the two. However, hey, this is trivial. Completely so, this isn't even worth discussing. In the blink of an eye, Xandra and Monica defeated 4 of the enemies, wearing expressions of ease. On the other hand, the remaining 2 enemies trembled in fear at the overwhelming difference in power. If you think about it, wearing white outfits is practically a declaration of suicide. Quite surreal. So, could you explain what this is about? Margit Sarah. Why? At Monica's words, both of the enemies, as well as myself, were taken aback. In other words, just like Monica's real mother, those 2 were also enemy spies. No, didn't we thoroughly investigate their backgrounds? This check system is way too lax. Shut up. Just because you can handle yourself a little, you. You are the one who's getting cocky, Sarah, aren't you? Just answer me. Before I knew it, Monica had circled behind Sarah and was pressing a dagger against her neck. Though they are sisters by blood, even if their mothers are different, I would rather not have them kill each other, but can I say that? I've had similar exchanges with that Wilfred after all. I didn't think you could get away with this. If you keep me alive, I can be of great use to you. We know who our master is and the true nature of that man's abilities. Just as Sarah was about to say something, a knife flew in from nowhere and pierced her forehead. To be an assassin and try to reveal the identity of your employer. What foolishness. With a grand sigh, an older man dressed in a black tuxedo appeared. I know this man. You were the steward of House of Margrave Stone, weren't you? Thank you for recognizing me. I am Caspar, serving House of Margrave Stone. I see, as the steward of the Stone family, which is Yuli's family, it wouldn't be surprising for him to attack us. But, why are you targeting us? No, why are you targeting me? If something were to happen, it would make it impossible to continue the story. Wouldn't that be betraying your master? You need not worry. I have already prepared an alternative. Caspar raised his face and smirked. I see, just like Wilfred, he plans to do the same. I figured as much. Unfortunately, I can't be easily killed. Moreover, you tried to lay hands on my precious people. I will never forgive you. My apologies. However, it's not just your Highness Herald you are hindering. Those 2 are in the way as well. As Caspar spread his arms, 2 knives flew toward Xandra and Monica. The 2 calmly dodged the knives. Xandra, Monica. The knife, which should have been coming from the front, somehow appeared from behind in an instant. Chapter 255. The one who appeared is the butler of the mastermind. Xandra, Monica. The knife that should have been coming from the front somehow closed in from behind in an instant. How troublesome. Xandra clicked her tongue and Monica furrowed her brow, barely managing to avoid the knife. It seemed there was no follow-up attack, and the knife embedded itself in the ground. But this teleportation magic, is it? Unfortunately, that's not it. Caspar shook his head, but I couldn't take his word for it. In fact, what I had witnessed was a kind of teleportation magic, just like MacLaren's. Both of you behind me. Yes. At this point, if we got separated, it would be difficult to protect the two of them, let alone myself, so I braced my shield facing Caspar. How with such movements, it seems that even that scoundrel is so incompetent that he can't even see through his own son's abilities. That scoundrel you speak of, is it the king? Oh, did my insult to my father offend you? Not at all, I just thought you understood well. I wasn't sure of his intent in dissing King Ibar, but at the very least, I couldn't rule out the possibility that he had some connection with that man. The last words of Sarah, who was killed with a knife to the forehead. Do you think you can get away with this? We have Iba. She was definitely about to say King Ibar's name. In that case, Caspar might have a bad relationship with King Ibar, but maybe he worked with him purely as a business arrangement. In any case, I couldn't let my guard down around this man. Well, whatever, I can't be defeated by someone like you. I promised Yuli that I'd break fate, you see. You, the son of a scoundrel, don't dare to use the young master's name. It seemed like I had touched a nerve with that man. Just like he had attacked Xandra and Monica earlier, the knife that came from the front vanished, only to fall straight down from above. Whoops. I easily deflected it with my shield. Even if it's redirected through teleportation magic, if it's aimed at me, I'll block it. It's because I have something I must protect, my important people. Now, is that all you've got? With that, you won't even touch us. With a confident smile, I said proudly. I did it to gather all of Caspar's hate towards me. At that moment, stay quiet, someone like you is a hindrance. Gah. Caspar must have thought he caught me off guard. Margot, who had circled behind, tried to attack, but was easily subdued by Xandra. But, I must tell Adu-sama and Ani-sama to urgently reassess the personnel of the Chevalier household. Xandra looked down at Margot, who was being trampled, and sighed. It seemed like there were too many enemy spies infiltrating, even Monica's real mother. I agreed with her on that. W8, if you spare my life, I'll surely be of use. If you know who our master is, you'll understand the true ability of that man. While begging desperately, Margot's words were cut off by a knife that flew out of her mouth, and she spat blood, dying instantly. Really, this mother and daughter talk too much. As expected, the scoundrel's subordinates are of no use. Oh, aren't these two your subordinates? No, my master is only the young master. These two are shadows of the royal palace. Ah, I see. Since Yuli and King Ibar were working together, they only allied temporarily, without intending to be friendly. Also, since he had called King Ibar a scoundrel, there might be some bad blood between them. This might be related to the fact that the people of Nors were destroyed by the Dihabalt's kingdom. I wasn't involved in this, though. So, what will you do? With this difference in strength, even if you flee, I won't think of you as a disgrace to the people of Nors or as cowards from Nors. Oh, that worked like a charm. Since he had been calling King Ibar a scoundrel, I figured this man would get angry if I insulted the people of Nors. Well, what will you do? Fight, or run with your tail between your legs. It would be more amusing if you ran, so it could be a good story when I meet Yuli. Indeed, first, I'll carve up that noisy mouth of yours. Until now, Caspar had been attacking primarily with throwing knives, but now he wielded a knife and walked forward carelessly. It was as if nothing could block his path. At that moment, die! Caspar appeared behind me and swung down his knife, so this is his usual pattern. Indeed, it will be you. Go. Monica, who had been waiting behind, stabbed a dagger knife into Caspar's throat. Chapter 256, The Exclusive Maid is a Descendant of Norse People. Indeed, it will be you. Go. Monica, who had been waiting behind, stabbed a dagger knife into Caspar's throat. As long as she could predict where he would appear beforehand, with Monica's ability, taking him down was no trouble at all. Being conceited just because you had the skill of teleportation magic, that was your downfall. Now then, still breathing, huh? Hayu. Caspar, whose throat had been pierced with a hole, leaked breath. He would probably die soon, but before that, there was something I wanted to ask. Hey, earlier you said I have already prepared a replacement, but who is taking that role? Since he came here to dispose of me, as he said, there must be a substitute for me in the royal capital. Perhaps they plan to bring in someone like Owen as a hidden child, but that would be pushing it. If that were the case, then they would have to use an existing royal as a disposable pawn. But hurry up and answer. Jayabu. Xandra, with her crimson eyes shining, stomped hard on his solar plexus, causing blood and air to gush out from his throat and mouth. When Xandra has Dragon's favor activated, she is utterly merciless. I did not lose to the outlaws of Dihao Balts, I lost to Nor's people. What are you saying? Ignoring my question, Caspar muttered incomprehensible words. No, that's not what I asked, wait. Your Highness Herald, it seems he has breathed his last. Geez. In the end, without answering anything, he just went and died on his own. However, what did he mean by lost to the people of Nors? Who knows? I do not understand. We looked at each other and tilted our heads. Does this mean that Caspar was betrayed by his allies? Well, whatever. At any rate, there seems to be a substitute for me, so let's go back to the royal capital and see what kind of person they are. Indeed, the impudent one trying to take Haru-sama's place shall be crushed to bits by this Bamung. I shall gouge out their eyes and slice off their nose and ears. They're saying terrifying things, but I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. Moo. To think that a spy has infiltrated the Chevalier household once again. After returning to the royal capital and reporting about Margot and Sarah, Duke Chevalier widened his thread-like eyes in rage and slammed his fist on the desk. The force was so strong that, despite looking quite sturdy, the desk easily broke apart. Bari, what is the meaning of this? My deepest apologies. Bari, the Chevalier household's head butler and Monica's father, performed a flawless doja on the floor, continuously apologizing. I know Monica is skilled, but from what I see, her father Bari doesn't seem like a particularly capable spy. But now, I cannot trust a single person, be they a spy or even a servant. Perhaps having vented his anger enough, Duke Chevalier sat down on his chair, sighing deeply. What should we do? Should we reinvestigate everyone's background, or perhaps dismiss everyone? Do not be foolish. Even if we investigated them, the result would be the same, and dismiss everyone. That is obviously impossible. My apologies. This was the second time such an incident had occurred, so he was probably shaken, but still, this head steward seems rather unreliable. So then, Your Highness Herald, were Margot and Sarah truly agents of the kingdom? Yes, without a doubt. However, the other man was the butler of the house of Margrave Stone. Moo. Hearing my response, Duke Chevalier groaned. It seemed that, even for him, dealing with the kingdom as the opponent was troublesome. To think that house is involved once again. At Duke Chevalier's unexpected words, I unintentionally let out a dumbfounded voice. The first time, in other words, Monica's mother was also a spy of the house of Margrave Stone. Xandra, Monica, and I all gasped. But could Caspar's last words, lost to the people of Nors, have been referring to Monica? Of course, while she is the daughter of a Stone household spy, Monica is first and foremost the heir to the Ashton household. I have no intention of doing anything to you. That goes without saying. More importantly, Monica is my exclusive maid. That is true. Before Duke Chevalier could finish his sentence, I clearly stated in a low voice, I will not hand over Monica to anyone, not even Duke Chevalier. If he intended to do something to her, I would show no mercy. In any case, since the affairs of the Chevalier household were completely exposed to the kingdom, we must absolutely find the rat. Why yes. Pressing his forehead to the floor once again, Bari followed Duke Chevalier's orders and quickly left the room. Well then, shall we head back? Duke Chevalier, thank you for your time. Why yes, if anything happens, feel free to come anytime. Thank you. Leaving the Chevalier estate, we did not return to the dormitory, but instead headed for the royal palace. Why, you ask? Of course, to see the so-called substitute for myself. Chapter 257, The Path to a Bad End had been prepared before I knew it. Your Highness Herald. What, is there something on my face? As soon as I arrived at the royal palace, the guards widened their eyes at me. How rude, I'm still the third prince, you know. It is nothing, my apologies. Then let us pass through. Ignoring the guards' complicated expressions, we entered the royal palace. Then, is it true that your Highness Herald has arrived? Minister Olsen. Running desperately down the palace corridor was Marquis Olsen, the peculiar minister who supported me. Now that I think about it, ever since I enrolled in the Royal Academy, it's been a while since we've met outside the audience chamber. Your Excellency Olsen, hello. Oh, Your Highness Herald, we will talk later. First, this way. Wait. My arm was forcefully pulled, and I was taken to a room inside the royal palace. What is going on? Ha. Are you all right? Apparently, in his rush, Minister Olsen was out of breath, but he finally started to calm down. Even so, he was sweating a lot. My, it is fortunate that we could meet at this timing. I will be direct, actually. A new hidden child of His Majesty has been found. I figured as much. Just how many hidden children does he plan to bring out? However, is there something? Yes, to ensure there were no mistakes, we investigated their background, but no matter how we consider it, they are not His Majesty's child. In other words, he is trying to grant royal succession rights to a complete stranger. At my words, Minister Olsen nodded. Regarding Owen, since even the Prime Minister and Minister Olsen accepted his existence, there was probably no mistake in him being a hidden child. But this new hidden child was different. If those two denied it, then he was merely a substitute prepared in my place. King Ibar, you've become so desperate that you are now beyond all pretenses. And what does Your Excellency Olsen think about this? Of course, I have no intention of recognizing it. This is not just the stance of the Prime Minister and all ministers. No, it is the consensus of all nobles. Now then, if King Ibar forcibly acknowledges that stranger as his own child, then the kingdom will be split in two. At worst, a coup d'etat could break out, and the current royal dynasty could be overthrown. As I thought that far, I shuddered. Your Highness Herald, as you know, I believe that it is you who is most suitable to be the king of this country. If you gain the support of Lord Bradley and secure control over the royal guards and the military, Your Excellency Olsen, that is enough. I hurriedly cut off Olsen Dagen's words. Since I met him, I have thought of Minister Olsen as a loyal subject who devotes himself to the kingdom. The same goes for the Prime Minister and Lord Bradley. That such a person would go as far as to suggest a coup d'etat to me. Was the situation really that dire? I have said something unnecessary. Please forget my words just now. No, anyway, let us first investigate why His Majesty is claiming that some unknown person is his child. Understood. I will also share this matter with the Prime Minister. Yes. Minister Olsen dropped his shoulders and left the room. Haru-sama. Yeah. Placing her small hand on mine, Xandra looked at my expression with concern. Before I realized it, Monica had also placed her hand on my back, and Cass lightly licked my cheek. If everyone hadn't been by my side, I might have been too shaken to remain calm. Because, you see, in other words, this was essentially a stepping stone for me to start a coup. For me to meet the same bad end as En has. To be honest, I too believe that Haru-sama is the one most fit to be this country's king, just like His Excellency Olsen. However, Haru-sama does not wish for such a thing. Hey Haru-sama, why don't we just run away? Wrapping her arms around my neck, Xandra whispered softly. Run away, me, from this kingdom. No, from this world of engage hazard. To me, Haru-sama is more precious than this world. As long as you are by my side, I desire nothing else. That alone makes me happier than anything. Saying that, Xandra smiled gently. I too serve only Your Highness Herald and Milady. This Monica Ashton shall remain forever by your side. Me too, my partner is only Haru. Monica Cass. Monica pressed her cheek against my back, and Cass, perched on my shoulder, pleaded with golden eyes. That's right, there is no reason for me to go along with this world in the first place. Originally, I only wanted to abandon my status as the third prince and everything else, and spend my days quietly with my most beloved fiancée, no, my dearest woman, and what is precious to me. But I do not accept it. Your Highness Herald, I refuse to accept this as my fate. Holding Xandra, Monica, and Cass tightly, I shouted, Don't mess with me. Up until now, I have changed the scenario with all my strength to avoid an ending like En has, and to save my most beloved fiancé. And yet, do they still intend to make me a mere stepping stone no matter what? Do they want to disgrace me, us, that badly? If so, I will change that fate. This time I will ruin that ending. Pouring all my emotions into my cry, I glared in the direction of the audience chamber, where King Ibar was likely waiting. Chapter 258, Decide to Stage a Coup. From the day I met with Minister Olsen, I fully utilized my completely open summer vacation and moved energetically. Not only the Prime Minister and Minister Olsen, but also Lord Bradley. I engaged in meticulous discussions with them and seized control of the kingdom's politics and military. Everyone had decided to support my thoughts. That was not all. With the cooperation of Duke Chevalier and Cedric, I reached out to many influential nobles. As a result, with the exception of only a few nobles, they have expressed their support to Your Highness Harold. Monica, holding the list of kingdom nobles, reported. Yes, I had decided. Just like Harold from Engage Hazard, I would start a coup. Thank you, Monica, but everyone must have been bottling up their resentment, huh? I gazed out the window into the distance. I never expected that sending out a manifesto to the kingdom's nobles would result in unanimous replies of I agree. King Ibar is extremely hated. By the way, only a few nobles that Monica mentioned referred to the house of Count Marshall, who were demoted after committing infidelity, breaking off their engagement with Cardis, and siding with Wilfred. And also the house of Count Shearer, Marion's household. Or rather, if I had proposed something like this to them, they probably would have betrayed me instantly, so I deliberately didn't send a manifesto to those two houses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that those two households fell into ruin because of me. Fufu, it's too late for regrets now. Besides, there was also the matter of failing to stop Frederica's rampage, and as for the house of Count Shearer, they were already in ruin from the start. In the new country, they will have no place either. Xandra looked at me and chuckled. Well, that's true. As soon as the new country is established, they might even lose their current status. But everything has gone exactly as Haru-sama planned. Once summer vacation ends, and Liz and Christia-sama return, all the preparations will be complete. Yeah, I had already informed Liz and Christia of this matter by letter. When the time came, their countries would officially declare their support for me. King Ibar would be abandoned by nearly all nobles and denied his reign by the nations of the world. And this was not something Harold decided on his own. That's right. We also agreed with Harold and decided together to overthrow the current monarchy. Anarchy is seriously amazing. Yes, even Cardis, Raphael, and the protagonist, Owen, were part of this coup. Everyone would recognize our coup as legitimate, except for one person, King Ibar. Will it really go that smoothly, though? Everyone's figures disappeared, and Yuli appeared, folding his arms and tilting his head. It will go smoothly. We have secured legitimacy, gained support both inside and outside the kingdom, and we are not conducting this coup through bloodshed. Rather, it would be impossible for this to fail. Yes, Harold failed his coup in Engage Hazard because he recklessly attempted a unilateral military takeover without thinking. He had no allies, no legitimacy, and only acted in opposition to the protagonist. The same applied to Duke Chevalier's rebellion. If they rebelled just because their engagements were annulled, there was no legitimacy in that at all. No matter how well the protagonist performed, victory was impossible under those conditions. But this time, we are different. Nearly everyone refuses to acknowledge King Ibar no. Ibar Weir dehobalts as the ruler of this country. Well, that may be true, but what do you still think that fate, or the scenario, will make our coup fail? Who knows? Yuli shrugged his shoulders and turned away. I understand. No matter what, you're a kind person after all. I can't say everything will be fine, but I swear I will destroy this horrible scenario and change fate for sure. You're always saying that. Don't you realize by now that it's impossible? Perhaps disliking my words, Yuli suddenly turned back, spitting out his response with a harsh expression. In his eyes were anger, sorrow, frustration, regret, and resignation, with just a sliver of hope. Then I'll say it as many times as it takes, until you believe in my words, until you realize that you don't have to give up anymore. But that moment isn't now. When that time comes, I'll make sure to tell you clearly. So much so that you won't be able to run away from it. So, You'll show up when that time comes anyway, won't you, Yuli? No, you must come before me. Fine. When that time comes, I'll make sure to witness your face twisted in despair. Saying that, Yuli disappeared from before me, and Xandra and the others continued their conversation as if nothing had changed. Yeah, just you wait. Haru-sama. Xandra peered at my face curiously. I looked up at the ceiling and smirked boldly. Chapter 259, all preparations are complete. It really is becoming quite interesting, isn't it? Summer vacation ended, and Liz and Krista returned to the Royal Academy. And then, that Liz is making a totally villainous face, even though she's a clumsy fool. A clumsy fool. But this is the Royal Academy? No, in the first place, isn't the fact that we are talking about a coup like this within the kingdom itself being completely leaked to King Ibar. It's fine. At the very least, if someone were eavesdropping around this room, Monica would notice. And even if he read the manifesto we sent to the nobles, it wouldn't matter. Why is that? Because, with almost all the nobles in agreement, it's impossible for King Ibar to suppress this. Besides, the kingdom's army is under my control. He can't even dispatch soldiers for a crackdown. Moreover, even within the royal palace, starting with the prime minister and ministers, all the civil officials are on our side. King Ibar no longer has allies and has already fallen to being a naked king. That's how it is, so by now, isn't he probably stomping his feet in frustration? Yufufu, I see. I would certainly love to see such a ridiculous sight. You'll be able to see it soon. Yes, since Liz and the others came as representatives of their respective countries, we can now establish legitimacy for the international stage. All that remains is to storm the royal palace and force King Ibar to abdicate. Will it really go that easily? Liliana, I don't understand difficult things, but if it were me, the moment Haru-san sent letters to the nobles, I think the kingdom would have already taken some kind of action. I also thought that at the time. So I had Duke Chevalier cooperate, and with the highest level of caution, we delivered the manifesto to the nobles. But it seems that King Ibar deliberately let it slide. Most likely, if he had prevented it beforehand, the main scenario of engage hazard, the Herald coup incident, wouldn't occur. He must have been wary of that. From his perspective, all he can do is laugh at the situation where, by stubbornly adhering to the scenario, he has brought about an uncontrollable disaster and ended up tightening his own noose. But King Ibar wants me to start a coup no matter what, because by doing so, that man gains an even greater advantage. That's the only possible explanation. What exactly is the benefit for that guy? In a voice low enough that no one could hear, I muttered. I had been thinking about this all along. At first, I thought it was to favor Wilfred, the son of his mistress, and make that man the next king. But after Wilfred failed time and again and was ultimately defeated by me, he was easily discarded, and the hidden child, Owen, was made into the protagonist's replacement. And then, Yuli revealed that he was on King Ibar's side. At the time, I was shocked by the betrayal, but on the other hand, thanks to Yuli revealing his identity and talking about unnecessary things, I was able to understand that King Ibar was trying to progress according to the main scenario of engage hazard. For what purpose? I thought about various reasons, but after regaining my past life's memories and observing King Ibar, I quickly realized that that short-sighted, arrogant, and emotional man was not fit to be a king. It was impossible to believe that such a man was acting for the sake of the kingdom. Then, it is only natural to judge that he is doing everything for himself. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that it's the typical forced scenario progression of a game reincarnation, and that's why King Ibar is acting this way. But if that were the case, then the characters, including me, should also be forcibly made to act in a certain way. If the reason is that I, being a reincarnator, am an irregularity, then still, it has nothing to do with the other characters. That means what King Ibar gains by correctly following the main scenario of engage hazard. No, I don't get it. For this, I have no choice but to ask Yuli. Whether he will tell me or not is another matter. Haru, so when will we make our move? Sorry to rush things, but tonight at 4 a.m. That is the most optimal time to launch a surprise attack. Crossing her arms, Carla nodded in satisfaction. I remembered something like that being said in some game from my past life, so I just followed it, but it seems to be correct. Until then, everyone should rest their bodies and prepare for the night. But be cautious. There's no guarantee that King Ibar won't make a move against us. Fufu, I understand. Well, if that happens, I will simply burn them all to ashes. Liz gave a villainous chuckle, then returned to her room. Kristia, Carla, Liliana, Cardis, Raphael, and Owen also left. Lloyd, he is not included in this coup's members. Even though he is a capture target in Galhaz, I feel a little bad about making him bear this burden, just a little. Xandra, Haru-sama, there is still time until 4 a.m. Since it is a rare opportunity, would you care for a sparring match? Saying that, Xandra smiled gently. Chapter 260, Having a Match with Xandra. Fufu, ever since entering the Royal Academy, Haru-sama has become strong. And since various things happened, we could not have a match. I am very much looking forward to it. Adahata, while heading to the training grounds, at Xandra, who had a joyful expression, I could only give a wry smile. Certainly, I am aware that I have become stronger, but more than that, Xandra's strength was shown to me so clearly that I do not feel like I could win at all. But dragon's favor is forbidden, okay? Of course. I have at least driven in a nail, but really. Recently, Xandra, when she gets a little excited involving me, her eyes immediately change to red, you know. I, Monica, will serve as the referee. Ah, me too. Monica raised her hand, and Cass jumped onto her shoulder and similarly raised her right front paw. What is that cute? Now let us begin, are you ready? Why yeah. I nodded to Xandra, who was in a relaxed position with the wooden sword in her right hand. Or rather, in a portrait I saw in my previous life of someone called a master swordsman, I feel like it was a stance like this. Then begin. Begin. With the signal from Monica and Cass, the match finally begins. Wait. Yuwawawe. At the relentless consecutive attacks, I was completely on the defensive, as expected of Xandra. Just in a single breath, she can unleash this many attacks. As expected. To think you can so easily parry my attacks like this. Ahata. Xandra, with her sapphire eyes sparkling, praises me without reservation, but I am really at my limit though. But yeah, I am, without a doubt, growing. If this were before I entered the Royal Academy, I would have absolutely taken at least 2 or 3 hits. Then, how about this? Goo! Unlike the previous attacks, Xandra raised her wooden sword high and unleashed a full-powered strike. Since I know the power of her attacks, to not take it directly, I angled my shield to deflect the force and... Amazing! To think you can so easily evade even my full-powered counterattack. No, I was seriously freaked out just now. To think she would strike upwards from that trajectory, it is like that technique called swallow reversal that master swordsmen used in my previous life. Fufu, fun, this is fun. Xandra has already completely forgotten what she said at the beginning, and her eye color has turned quite red. If she comes at me with a serious strike next, I might die. This time for sure, I will land a hit on Haru-sama. Saying that, Xandra took a low stance and pointed the tip of her sword at me. This is that lightning-fast thrust she often uses. Impossible, absolutely impossible to block. Here I come. Xandra kicked off the ground, and like a spear launched from a drawn ballista, she charged at me all at once. If it has come to this, it is all or nothing. No way. I bent my body as much as I could, creating a gentle slope with my shield, causing Xandra to fly into the air. No, it is more accurate to say Xandra flew too far ahead on her own momentum. I am glad it worked out. This is all thanks to my daily train doujutsu style. To think there was such a method of defense, I never imagined it. Lightly landing on the ground, Xandra turned around and stated, "No, I never imagined it either." Then, "Haru-sama, this match I have lost." At Xandra's unexpected declaration of defeat, I let out a dumbfounded voice. And no, not even 10 minutes have passed since we started, and more than anything, I do not think I am winning against Xandra. My final attack had all of my strength in it. Even so, it did not work against Haru-sama. Did not work, or rather, I only deflected it. That is what is amazing. You saw through all my movements and defended with the best possible method. This is my first time experiencing something like this in my life. That is so exaggerated. As Milady says, how many people in this world could have captured the movement of Milady just now? No, likely only your Highness Herald. B, because I could not see Xandra at all. So that is how it is. I thought she was super fast, but even so, was it to the extent that she could not be countered? Indeed, my husband is a wonderful person. Your heart, your body, everything about you. You are praising me excessively, aren't you? That is not the case. This is fact. I see. Being stared at with crimson eyes, I instinctively felt embarrassed. However, as it was obvious she was clearly excited, I could not help but worry if Dragon's favor was going out of control. Now, if our bodies get cold, it will interfere with the battle against King Ibar. Let us return to the room quickly. Yeah. Xandra hugged my arm and forcibly pulled me along. Feeling a slight sense of unease, we returned to the room. Chapter 261. It is finally the night before the decisive battle. Having finished the match with Xandra, we had returned to the room, but, Xandra, isn't it fine for you to return to your own room? I too, with the decisive battle tomorrow, have my feelings stirred. Even if I were to spend the time alone in my room like this, I surely would not be able to calm down. That may be so, but wouldn't that be the same even in my room? That is not the case. If I am by Haru-sama's side, I feel extremely at ease. Placing a hand on her chest, Xandra said so. But why is it that her eyes are glowing red? Could someone please tell me? Master surely thinks of you as a nuisance. Is it not about time you realized it? Scrap keep silent. Layla, who had been silent until now, interjected, and Xandra directed a murderous gaze at her. As always, their bad relationship is troubling. However, milady, what Layla is saying also has some reason to it. With the decisive battle tomorrow, His Highness Harold must be allowed to rest properly. Ugh. The one who will attend to His Highness Harold is this Monica alone, therefore milady Layla. For tonight, please withdraw. I do not accept it. I do not accept it. Indeed, the one to attend to Master shall be me. Naturally, Master shall also attend to me. What is this argument these three are having? A dispute over attending to me is something that no one desires. Haru, you have it tough. Truly. Cass, who was on my shoulder, lightly placed a front paw on my cheek, and I hung my head. Hey, Haru, you often say that when you're with me, you feel healed, right? Ah, that's right. Then, to prepare for tomorrow, tonight I will heal Haru. Ah, really? Why does my partner shine those round eyes and say something like that? There is a limit to how cute one can be. Then, I'll ask that of you. Sleeping with Cass is warm and comfortable, and truly healing. Cass-san, what are you trying to pull ahead for? Before I knew it, the three had surrounded Cass and me, exerting an intense pressure. I mean, what do they intend to do by contending with a kitten-like beast? I'm Haru's partner, so I'll sleep with him. I do it every day. If that is the case, then I am Haru-sama's wife. Yes, without a doubt. I am the one and only exclusive maid of your Highness Harold in this world. The only one with the right to be treated as Master's tool is me. Do not forget that. At last, they began an ugly dispute, and I held my head. Tomorrow is the decisive battle, though. Careful not to wake the peacefully sleeping Cass, I sluggishly got out of bed. No good, I am too restless to sleep at all. Looking outside the window, the full moon, tinged red more than usual, shone brilliantly in the night sky, and I could not shake off a foreboding feeling. What am I getting weak-hearted for? I have done everything I could. Shaking my head strongly, I encouraged myself. That said, the coup d'etat is precisely the bad ending for Harold in Engage Hazard. It is only natural to feel uneasy. I'll just get back in bed and close my eyes again. Who? A small silhouette visible outside the window. That is Xandra. Throwing on my jacket, I left the room and headed toward the dormitory's backyard. So it really was Xandra. Haru-sama. Calling out with a wry smile to Xandra, who was looking up at my room's window. Her deep blue eyes, paired with the night sky, appeared truly fantastical. Could it be you can't sleep? Yes. Then that makes two of us. Taking Xandra's small hand, we moved to the flower bed, and after spreading a handkerchief, I had her sit down. I sat down beside her as well. Haru-sama, after defeating King Ibar, what do you plan to do? Looking at Xandra, who seemed somewhat uneasy, I declared clearly. That is already decided. I will promptly remove myself from the royal family and officially become your adopted son-in-law. This thought has never changed. However, the situation is no longer the same as before. Many nobles have responded to Haru-sama's manifesto, and even other countries support you precisely because you are Haru-sama. After defeating King Ibar, surely they will try to make you the next king. That I refuse. I have no desire to become a king. Sealing Xandra's adorable lips with my index finger, I shrugged my shoulders. A throne seized through a coup d'etat, what awaits afterward is conflict with dissident factions. At worst, I might have to spend my entire life fearing assassination. More than anything, if it came to that, even my wife, Xandra, would be placed in danger. Xandra, I have a request. A request? Yeah, after defeating King Ibar, if those around us try to push me forward at that time, will you run away with me? Chapter 262, Stolen Lips. Yeah, after defeating King Ibar, if those around us try to push me forward, at that time, will you run away with me? As long as I avoid the bad end of Engage Hazard, what I wish for is a peaceful life with this most pushed mob heroine and my most beloved wife. Then there is no need to stay in such a place. Spending a lifetime in a remote land where no one knows us is not bad. In that case, I will probably become just a commoner, and the lifestyle will not be luxurious at all, so I will be making you suffer. Mugu. Fu en and a few. Amazingly, Xandra, who had jumped at me, stole my lips with all her might. This is my first kiss, including my previous life. Rather, she smells good, her lips are extremely soft, my heart is noisily pounding, and my head is currently in a state of confusion. Bua to be together with Haru-sama, the word suffering does not exist. What exists is only the highest happiness and tranquility. Separating her lips, Xandra whispered. From her eyes, which had unknowingly turned crimson, large teardrops spilled. My happiness exists only at Haru-sama's side. Status, place, poverty, what obstacle could they be? Is that so? I knew that Xandra would say so, but even then, I would be forcing such things upon her. Then I must clearly convey it and confirm her will. Wait. Hamu and Chu. Once again, my lips were forcefully stolen by Xandra, but, as expected, I cannot just let this keep happening. Therefore, and Fu. As a return, I also sought Xandra's lips. It is my first time, and I do not know if this is correct, but since I fully utilized the knowledge I learned from manga and eroge in my previous life, it should be fine, probably. Fu, to be desired this much by Haru-sama, I feel as if ascending to the heavens. If that's the case, then that's good. Separating her lips, Xandra placed a hand on her cheek and displayed an expression of ecstasy. She was so beautiful, enchanting, and bewitching that I could not take my eyes off her. And yet, in the shadow of the bushes, hazel and golden pupils, along with black and red, were shining. In other words, that's what it means, right? Haru-sama, Haru-sama, eh. As Xandra still tried to seek my lips, I restrained her with my hand and pointed towards the bushes. It does not matter. Rather, I believe it should be shown off to the three. And no. Please let's not do that, okay? I do not desire an exhibitionist play. I wish to do such things only when it is just the two of us. Then, Your Highness Herald is a coward. To stop just from our gazes. Haha, I was the one who stopped it though. The actions of you two have been recorded as video. Viewing is possible at any time. Monica sighed. Cass had a strained smile while her face was completely red, and Layla said something outrageous. I am too embarrassed. I can no longer get married. Anyway, since when were you three? From the moment Your Highness Herald said, could it be you can't sleep, to Milady. From the very beginning. At the very least, Cass should not have noticed. Cass-san was woken up by me. Could you please not do unnecessary things? Damn it, my dedicated maid is unnecessarily competent. Moreover, Cass is still a child, so he should be allowed to sleep peacefully. More importantly, suddenly, Monica straightened her posture and looked at me with a serious expression. I unintentionally shrank back at such a sight. What is it? The words you spoke to Milady earlier. After defeating King Ibar, if the surroundings try to push me, at that time, will you run away together with me? Does that include us as well? Placing a hand on her chest, Monica leaned forward. But I will become penniless, so I cannot afford to hire Monica. That will you come with me? Of course, I'm Your Highness Herald's one and only exclusive maid. The option of leaving you does not exist. Also, the only one who can take care of the inexperienced Milady is this Monica. As I timidly asked, Monica's hazel eyes shone, and she responded mischievously at the end. Is that so? Even if I have fallen, you will still be with me. Ah, of course, the salary can be post-payment upon success. Considering it is your Highness Herald, you will surely become rich soon. Ahata. If she says that, then I have no choice but to work hard. Also, utilizing the knowledge from my previous life to cheat is a common trope in light novels, so I should seriously consider it. There's also my newlywed life with Xandra. Of course, I will always be with Haru. Ahaha, naturally. Cass is my one and only partner after all. Originally, after everything ended, I was thinking of sending Cass back to her homeland, Morn Island. But if my partner says that, then I will never let go. I will surely be of use to Master. So please, just do not dispose of me as scrap. No, I have no intention of doing that. Layla displayed a beautiful doja. Rather, if I were not here, I am filled with anxiety about what she might do. There is no choice but to bring her along. Really. Everyone, thank you. I was so happy about everyone's kindness, and the fact that they said they wanted to stay together, that I could not hold back my tears. Chapter 263, A Person Who Is Not Called Appears. Ah, geez, in the end, it's already the promised time. After that, we never returned to the room and spent time together in the dormitory's backyard. Well, you see, I kissed Xandra, you know. How could I possibly calm down when I'm both excited and aroused? And also, Haru-sama. Milady, you're too close. Taking care of His Highness Herald, is this Monica's duty? No way, Haru belongs to me. Master, it is about time for a charging act to be necessary. Why do these four keep clinging to me? As if being excited and aroused weren't enough, they don't care about my feelings at all. What should I do, as we were playing around like that? Haru, what are you doing at such an important time? The one who appeared, with a dumbfounded expression, was Liz. Yeah, I think the same. Look, Xandra, Monica, Cass, Layla, get off of him. Moo. Being forcibly pulled away by Liz, Xandra pouted. How cute. And, knowing you, Haru, you were planning to leave here once the coup d'etat succeeded, right? Liz, her cheeks somehow flushed red, hit the mark, and I involuntarily gasped. What should I do? If I can't get support from the Capetian kingdom here, it'll be quite tough. Then, how about my country? If you want, I wouldn't mind letting you live there, you know. Ah, I was wrong. This was actually an offer I couldn't have wished for more. But still, Liz is such a tsundere. There's not even a fragment of her original villainous setting left. At that moment, Yufufu, that is something I cannot overlook. The country where Haru-sama will reside should be none other than the Balshan Holy Kingdom. With her hand over her mouth and a smile, appearing was Kristja and Carla. Despite her expression and gestures, does it just seem like Kristja's eyes aren't actually smiling? Haru-sama, if you come to the Holy Kingdom, I will ensure you have a happy life. Of course, as the Holy Maiden, I will always be by your side. As your guard, I will always be by your side, Harudono. No, what about your Holy Maiden duties? And Carla, aren't you supposed to be guarding Kristja, not me? Is this really okay? Oh my, a religiously stiff place like the Holy Kingdom is not suitable for Haru. Besides, when Haru came to the Capetian Kingdom, he really liked it, didn't he? Is that so? Since Haru-sama has not yet visited the Holy Kingdom, I am sure that once he sees it, he will undoubtedly like it. Facing off, the two chuckled darkly. Behind them, Carla was clenching her fists, desperately cheering for Kristja. Or rather, even though we're about to fight against King Ibar, what is this atmosphere? Well, but... Okay. Let's talk about what happens after everything is over. I suppose there's no choice. Yufufu, please do not forget our words. This kind of relaxed atmosphere is very much like us. In that sense, I should also be grateful to Liz, Kristja, and Carla. Above all, the three who were originally heroines of Enhaz are now lending their strength to a mere stepping stone like me. This too is proof that I can proudly say, I changed fate. Ho, I thought you'd be more nervous. Harold, you're really composed, aren't you? Heth Anarchy, we're here. The ones who arrived were Cardis, Raphael, and Owen. But it was strange to see these two, who were once like cats and dogs, now together, with Owen standing in for Wilfred. I'm sure you understand, but we have only joined forces to correct the misrule of my father, King Ibar. Once this coup d'etat is over and the next king is to be decided, I will show no mercy. Ahaha, bold words. Sorry, but I have no intention of letting you become the next king, Anarchy. I don't really care either way, as long as I can get Liliana. That will not happen. That will not happen. Even at a time like this, they're still fighting over Liliana. I want to ask them what they're thinking, but I was in a similar situation just a moment ago, so I can't say anything. We are about to storm the royal palace. Given our positions, could you all please be a little more mindful of the situation? Ugh. Why yeah. Shishu, I am so sorry yay. Glaring at them, Xandra made Cardis and Raphael avert their gaze, while Owen immediately dropped to his knees in apology. This is a good opportunity, so I wish Xandra would reflect on herself as well. That was a complete boomerang. Anyway, once Liliana arrives, we'll have everyone here. Speaking of which, it's about time. What is that girl doing? I don't know. We haven't heard any word of her being late, though. It was already 30 minutes before the planned time. If we delayed any further, our plan to storm the palace at 4 would be disrupted, affecting the coup d'etat. We might have to consider leaving Liliana behind. Sorry. The one waving her hands and running towards us was Liliana. However, why? Behind Liliana, also running out of breath, was Lloyd. Chapter 264. Now everyone is gathered together. Why? Behind Liliana, also out of breath and running, was the figure of Lloyd. I had decided to leave Lloyd out of this coup d'etat. The kingdom's troubles were unrelated to Lloyd, and though saying this might be a bit much, he was not that strong. More than anything, he liked Yuli. Of course, from the moment Yuli parted ways, his existence disappeared from the memories of everyone except me. That was the same for Lloyd, naturally. Even so, I did not want to let him meet Yuli, whom we would be facing from now on, and deliberately kept him away, yet why did it turn out like this? Liliana, explain. Why did you bring Lloyd here? Well, I thought leaving someone out wouldn't be good. When I questioned her in a low voice, Liliana showed a forced smile, but immediately shrank down apologetically. Really, not even knowing my feelings, doing whatever she wants? Wait, Lloyd. I forced Liliana to bring me here, because you left me out. Grabbing me by the collar, Lloyd pressed in with a stern expression. However, his voice was very calm, and the gap between the two made me involuntarily flinch. You know, on the entrance ceremony day, at first, I didn't know you were the third prince and talked to you casually. But even after I found out, you treated me the same way, regardless of status, and I was happy about that. Besides, see, Harold was rumored to be the incompetent bratty prince, yet in reality, you were the complete opposite, a good guy. Being friends with you was actually my little hidden pride. What am I even being told right now? Even if you say that, it's embarrassing, and I don't know how I'm supposed to react. So, you doing this without me means that to you, I'm not a friend or anything, right? To you, I am. Lloyd trembled his shoulders and choked on his words. To think that the result of my consideration for him would lead to him being this cornered. I would have never imagined that, but this will be painful for you, knowing that Something like that, of course, it's already painful. It seems I made a mistake in how to handle my friend. As expected, being a loner in my past life comes with a lot of disadvantages. Communication skills are important. I got it. Then you come with us too. No, come with us and help me. As one of my few male friends, you. Leave it to me. Lloyd wiped his tears away with his arm and broke into a smile. Damn, as expected of a capture character from Galhaz, he's ridiculously dazzling. To the point where it's like there are special effects shining behind him. Good for you. Oh, Liliana, thanks for telling me today. Well, yeah, seeing you so down, I couldn't just leave you be. At Lloyd's words of gratitude, Liliana gave a wry smile and shrugged. Lloyd was feeling down. As expected, Haru-san didn't notice, Lloyd, on the first day after summer break, kept sighing while staring at you resentfully, you know. Liliana. Because it's true. I mean, do you not realize what kind of face you were making? Ugh. While it's fine if they want to fool around together, I'd prefer if they were mindful of the situation. It's because, once this matter is settled, the next one is that man. Sigh, though, erasing Lady Liliana's friend, I feel hesitant about it. That womanizer, acting all cocky. See, Cardis, Raphael, and Owen are openly showing hostility towards Lloyd. Even though there's no need to worry, since Lloyd's love interest, though male is already decided, and Liliana's only love is meat. Everyone, let's end the jokes here. More importantly, Haru-sama, with this, everyone is gathered. Then let's go, to settle this. Yes, today, I will settle everything. To avoid the bad end of Harold Weir D. Hobalt's. And to reach the ultimate happy end, which never existed in my past life's engage hazard, one that belongs to me alone. Chapter 265. With the support of many people, I've decided to carry out a bold coup d'etat. Wadahaha, we have been awaiting you. As we left the dormitory, rode in the carriage, and proceeded down the still dark main street toward the royal palace, Commander Drake, who had been waiting, called out. Sir Drake, is the siege of the royal palace all right? Of course, the Royal Guard Division has already surrounded all 4 sides. Now, at Prince Harold's command, we can move at any time. I see, thank you very much. I bowed my head slightly toward Sir Drake on horseback. More than that, though it may be difficult to see in the darkness, the residents of the royal capital are also waiting in anticipation to support your highness. Harold. At Sir Drake's words, I hurriedly strained my eyes to look around. Whoa, it's true. The residents are lined up along the edges of the main street. At this point, choosing the time of 4 a.m. was meaningless. No, before that, can someone explain to me how the residents know about my coup d'etat? Your Highness Harold's coup d'etat this time must be a rightful one. Though we military personnel, civil officials, and nearly all the nobility agree, the ones who support the foundation of this country are the many citizens. As the ones creating a new country, we must bear their future on our shoulders. Drake. At Commander Drake's serious gaze, I found myself at a loss for words. Although this coup d'etat was justified under the pretext of correcting King Ibar's misrule, in reality, my true reason was self-centered. That is to avoid the bad end and living happily with Xandra and my precious ones. But Commander Drake deliberately said this here, because he wants me to take responsibility and have the resolve to support this country. Anticipating that after the coup d'etat, I would leave this place. Is this something the Prime Minister or Minister Olsen instilled in you? Harold. No, this is the consensus of all of us. Drake. I see, Harold. While I was happy that they placed such high expectations on me, the incompetent bratty prince, I couldn't help but feel complicated. I will absolutely end up betraying everyone's expectations. Wahahaha, let's leave such difficult talks until everything is over. For now, Your Highness, please enter the castle with dignity and grandeur from the front. Drake. Ahata, Harold. Anyway, it's absolutely impossible to stage this coup d'etat like an ambush. If that was the case, I should have just decided to carry it out in the morning from the start. Oh well, there's no point in saying that now. After all, the die has already been cast. The legitimate successor of the D. Hobalt's kingdom, 3rd Prince Harold Weir D. Hobalt's, passes through. All hands prepare. Drake. Guards. Following Commander Drake, who was leading the way, our carriage followed behind. The royal guards, who had formed ranks in front of the royal palace, raised their spears high and saluted our carriage. Moreover, they even started playing a fanfare. I think this is incredibly disruptive to the neighborhood at this hour, but well, I guess it's fine. It's because isn't it like all the residents of the royal capital have gathered? Harold. As expected of Haru-sama, the residents are supporting you to this extent. Alexandra. Though Xandra, her crimson eyes shining, said such a thing. A coup d'etat isn't supposed to be like this, right? Isn't it something done more secretly so the enemy doesn't notice? Right. This was inevitable. In carrying out this coup d'etat in advance, Prime Minister His Excellency and Minister Olsen His Excellency, along with the civil officials, made significant efforts to raise Harold Sama's recognition and approval rating. Drake. Harold. Not just Commander Drake, but everyone has done way too much. What am I supposed to do with my plan to secretly dethrone King Ibar? Isn't it fine? Sooner or later, Haru will defeat the king anyway. Caspar League. You say that so casually. Harold. I looked at Cass, who was rubbing his cheek against my shoulder while saying such things, with half-lidded eyes. There's no helping it, I'll just have to accept it and move forward. Your Highness Harold, may fortune be with you. Guards. Your Highness Harold Banzai, residents. Receiving cheers from the royal guards and the residents, our carriage passed through the castle gate of the royal palace. Prince Harold, we have been awaiting you. Prime Minister Olsen. The Prime Minister, the top of the civil officials, and Minister Olsen, both bowing respectfully, welcomed us. Prime Minister His Excellency, Minister Olsen His Excellency, thank you very much. Harold. Getting off the carriage with everyone, I expressed my gratitude to the two. And what about the others? Harold. Please rest assured. We evacuated everyone last night. Prime Minister. Thank goodness, Harold. Hearing those words, I let out a breath of relief. I had asked them to notify the palace staff to evacuate, because I didn't want to involve unrelated people. Even though, in a coup d'etat, doing such a thing makes no sense, well, at this point, it really doesn't matter anymore. Then in the royal palace, Harold. Yes, only King Ibar remains, Prime Minister. At Cardiz's question, the Prime Minister answered. Now, all that's left is a direct confrontation with King Ibar, no, with King Ibar and others. Haru, Caspar League. They're coming, Alexandra. I deployed the jet black shield Caspar League, stood in front of everyone and braced myself. Yeah, of course. There's no way it would be that easy. Coiling around all the buildings of the royal palace was a gigantic snake. Standing in front of the entrance and letting out a growl was a pitch-black wolf, and floating in the darkness was a completely gray female ghost. The three raid bosses, World Serpent Yermangander, Dark Beast Vanargand, and Hell Saintess Halifa had appeared. Chapter 266. The Villainess, the Saintess, the Kokoro Princess Knight Take It On. Coiling around all the buildings of the royal palace was a gigantic snake. Standing in front of the entrance and letting out a growl was a pitch-black wolf, and floating in the darkness was a completely gray female ghost. The three raid bosses, World Serpent Yermangander, Dark Beast Vanargand, and Hell Saintess Halifa had appeared. Ahaha, is this really the royal palace? With a dry laugh, I inadvertently muttered. Because, seriously, what kind of world has a royal palace keeping magical beasts? Well, here it is. Moreover, these three magical beasts are among the most formidable raid bosses in Enhaz. Just breaking through here alone seems quite tough. Wait. Fufu Hellfire. Blaze Blade. Impure One be gone, Kyrie a lesson. Before I could even come up with a countermeasure, Liz, Carla, and Kristia all moved at once. And the raid bosses were taking massive damage. Oh my, for something that looks so formidable, it's not much. This is quite unsatisfying. Watching Yermangander's massive body being constricted by an equally massive black flame serpent, Liz displayed a villainous smile. Though she's usually a bit of an airhead, right now she was exactly the villainess I had seen in Enhaz in my previous life, Lisette Josephine de Capeshin herself. HMPH, Vile Wolf. I shall turn you into rust for this sword. Pointing the glowing weapon dragon slaying sword Escalon at Vanargand's forehead, Carla roared with a dignified expression. As expected of Enhaz's top cool heroine. If there were any female students here, she'd probably gain even more fans. Oh my, does it hurt, but filthy beings like you are unnecessary in this world. Kristia spoke with an amused smile, but her eyes weren't smiling at all. Rather, her gaze toward Halifa was as if she were looking at filth. Well, she is a saint, so of course, she must hate undead-type raid bosses. That's how it is, so could Haru and everyone go ahead. I need to discipline this snake. Indeed, and although we are Haru donos, precious ones, we are also people from another country. At the moment of deciding the kingdom's future, it would be best if we did not interfere. Yufufu, but please, do not forget this. We deeply admire you, our precious one. Isi Kristia-sama. I'm not okay, Haru. At Kristia's sudden bombshell statement, Liz and Carla both turned red like apples. Beside me, Xandra's eyes were also bright red. What should I do? This is scary. Now hurry. Leave this to us. Haru dono, may fortune be with you. As the three smiling women pushed me forward, I hesitated. Haru-sama, since they've gone out of their way to say this, let's go. Okay. Xandra forcefully pulled my hand, and while looking back multiple times, I entered the royal palace. Just from our connected hands, I could tell Xandra was really angry at Kristia. What should I do? So, Haru-sama, what did you think? As we advanced through the royal palace, Xandra timidly asked, is she referring to Kristia's words earlier? In that case, of course I'm really happy, as a comrade. Saying so, I smiled. There's no doubt that they are my precious ones, and being cherished like this by them makes me happy. But the one I love is Xandra, both in my past life and now. That's right, I apologize. Hearing my words, Xandra showed a meltingly sweet smile. She must have been at least a little uneasy. Hey, Xandra. If this coup d'etat succeeds, and everything is settled, Your Highness Herald, now is not the time for unnecessary talk. What will you do if something ominous happens because of it? Monica, who had been listening right beside us, hurriedly interrupted. Oh no, she's right. I almost raised a death flag. Why, you're right. Let's save this conversation for after everything is over. Foo-foo, yes, I'll be looking forward to it then. Seeing me scratch my head, Xandra giggled softly. Her laughter made me chuckle as well, and then, Ew. A great number of guards, civil officials, and servants let out an indescribable groan. This is Kukiki, all four princes, defying His Majesty's orders and bearing their fangs, how foolish. From behind the groaning guards, a grotesque, childishly small middle-aged man appeared top of form. Bottom of form. Chapter 267. Decide to leave it to three brothers. Kukiki, all four princes, defying His Majesty's orders and bearing their fangs, how foolish. From behind the groaning guards, a grotesque, childishly small middle-aged man appeared top of form. Who are you? Oh, do you not know? Well, that cannot be helped. Then allow me to introduce myself. As he questioned harshly, the ugly middle-aged man placed his hand on his chest and bowed reverently. I am the court magician serving His Majesty Ibar, West Barth. He lifted his face and showed a servile, repulsive smile. Heck, I never heard that father had a subordinate like you. That is understandable. I have always been deep underground in the royal palace, absorbed in research. That was the condition under which I serve His Majesty the King. The middle-aged man, Barth, chuckled. By the way, this Barth is, of course, one of the event bosses appearing in Nhaz. The so-called court magician was in name only, and in reality, he was the warden of a secret underground prison deep within the royal palace, a necromancer who toyed with prisoners like playthings and repeatedly experimented on them. In other words, the numerous guards here had been killed by Barth, and they were merely corpses manipulated by him. This is a bit troublesome. Of course, if it's in the hands of Xandra or Monica, sweeping away these manipulated corpses would be easy, but Barth will surely keep reviving the corpses and sending them to attack us. I cannot be bothered with such a hassle. Anarchy, what do we do? The guards are one thing, but we can't lay hands on the servants. Ah, they are just corpses being manipulated by Barth, so you don't have to worry about them. Are really? As I answered Owen, who called out in a troubled tone, in a casual manner, he grinned fearlessly and swung his self-respect iron bat. Oriha, 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 oris. Owen charged at the guards, scattering them one after another. The guards were already corpses, in other words, like zombies. Though they quickly got back up, their movements were slow, and if their arms and legs were crushed, they could not rise again. With this, suppressing them might not be so difficult. And your ability is not just manipulating human corpses, is it? Kukiki, Your Highness Herald, you understand well. Is that so? Well, since you are a necromancer, I just thought it wouldn't be limited to humans. As I deliberately said this playfully, Barth openly grimaced. It seemed he had never imagined that his true identity was already known. Now then, he will surely use his greatest and most powerful corpses, which means what will come is. Everyone, the enemy is below. At my words, everyone except Barth stared at the floor. At that moment, the roar of a phantom beast echoed, and the floor shook violently. Now, make your entrance. Jiulu. Bursting through the floor, a skeletal beast over 20 meters in length appeared, and there were two of them. Kihihi, how is it? Aren't they adorable? I discovered them deep within the royal palace myself. Adorable, you fool. What part of the tyrant dragon Adrig and the annihilation dragon Gwyver, the beasts that once brought calamity upon the kingdom of Dhobalts, is adorable? Barth could not hide his surprise at the fact that I knew the true identity of these two beasts, his eyes widening. But from our perspective, these two dragons were an extreme nuisance. Their weaknesses, aside from the light attribute typical of undead, were water for the tyrant dragon Adrig and earth for the annihilation dragon Gwyver, making it difficult to target them effectively. That was why, when tackling Barth, party composition was always a headache. If only the Saintess, Christia, were here, the situation would be different. Legendary dragons, an opponent not lacking in challenge. That's right. Also, according to the literature, the weaknesses of these two dragons are recorded. Since I can use 3 types of magic, I should be able to handle it. In the end, we just gotta blow these guys away, right? Simple enough. Surprisingly, Cardis, Raphael, and Owen stepped forward. I tried to stop them in a panic but reconsidered. As Raphael said, he could use 3 attributes of magic thanks to the Fairy King's blessing, and more importantly, both Cardis and Raphael were royalty and wielders of light attribute skills. Additionally, Owen, although a substitute for Wilfred, was the protagonist of Engage Hazard. That guy might just be able to handle this situation. That being the case, the showdown with Father, King Ibar, is up to Harold. But that doesn't mean we acknowledge Harold as the next king. Anarchy. Knock him dead. As the 3 of them smacked my back hard, I nearly stumbled. I never imagined that even those 2, not just Owen, would push me forward like this. After all, in Enhaz, Harold was nothing more than Cardi's sycophant. Haru-sama, let us go. Yeah. Xandra took my hand and we passed by Barth. I thought he would try to stop us, but unexpectedly, he let us go without resistance. Perhaps he was told something by that guy. Everyone stay safe. Murmuring that as I looked back, I proceeded ahead. Chapter 268, Receive a Devilish Invitation from Ex-Best Friend. Phoo! Finally, the audience chamber, huh? Leaving Barth to Cardis and the others, we arrived at the passage leading to the audience chamber. Since parting from Cardis and the others, fortunately, no one had interfered with us up to this point, but there was no telling what kind of opponent would be waiting at the end. I needed to stay on guard. Haru-sama, at last, this is the end. If we defeat King Ibar, we can be together without anyone interfering. That is correct. The only one allowed to interfere with you two is this Monica. Monica. Ahate. At the 2 maintaining the same attitude until the very end, I couldn't help but raise my voice and laugh. There wasn't a shred of tension, but rather this was just like us. Haru-san, when it's over, please treat me to meet properly, okay? After that, you'll have to accompany me on my flirting, all right. Even Liliana and Lloyd were saying such things in a light-hearted manner. It was much better than getting overly tense in front of the king, but the characters of Galhaz, sure, were thick-skinned. Master, in the audience chamber there is one life sign. Most likely, it is King Ibar's. I see. Cass? Yeah. Taking Layla's advice, I readied Jet Black Shield Caspar League and placed my hand on the door to the audience chamber, throwing it open in one motion. A disrespectful fool who dares to defy us despite being an incompetent bratty prince. The only one waiting was King Ibar, seated on the throne. However, in front of him, numerous weapons were stabbed into the floor. I see, Wilfred had a massive number of weapons, so it was only natural that King Ibar would be the same. Wilfred couldn't handle the weapons properly, so he wasn't much of a threat, but there was no guarantee that this man would be the same. I need to stay on guard. Father, no, Ibar Weirdi Hobalts. The people's will is no longer with you. Accept this fact honestly and step down from the throne. A fool who seeks to usurp our throne dares to spout nonsense. Someone like you shall pay with death, no, even that is too lenient. You shall atone with the lives of everyone involved with you. Shouting this, King Ibar stood up. In his hands was the heroic greatsword Kalitvolch. This weapon was originally our beloved sword. That fool Wilfred could not wield it properly. But for us, cutting down the likes of you is a mere trifle. The moment King Ibar twisted his lips into a ferocious grin. Hey, Yuli, isn't this a bit too oblivious to the situation? Everyone in the audience chamber disappeared, leaving only Yuli and me. Just when we were about to begin the final battle, what is going on? Everyone disappeared. Cass. To my surprise, only Cass was present in the space Yuli had created. Maybe it was because he had transformed into Jet Black Shield Caspar League. Ahaha, this time, I brought Caskun along too. So, he can watch the battle between Ibar Kun and Xandra San and the others together with me. Who? The battle between Xandra and the others, and King Ibar. Look. Suddenly, an image was projected in front of us, showing Xandra and the others confronting King Ibar. And then, in the next moment. Where did you take Haru-sama? Kyukoku, who knows? However, if you defeat us, perhaps he may return. Then, we shall eliminate you immediately. You lot are incapable of that. Monica took his back and tried to stab a dagger knife into him, but King Ibar's armor beneath his clothes blocked it. That is, weapon golden armor Kavacha, isn't it? But that armor should be cursed so that once equipped, it cannot be removed. And yet, Haru-kun, you sure know a lot, but Ibar-kun donned it fully aware of the curse. In other words, that's how it is. I see, so he was that desperate to defeat us. No, he must have judged that he couldn't win against us otherwise. That's naive. Golden armor Kavacha certainly has high physical and magical defense, but compared to the Shield series, it has no evasion ability, so it's not that useful. Even after seeing that, can you still say that? Wah! Xandra's Bamung was effortlessly blocked by King Ibar. Using another weapon, Fortress Greatshield Ayaz. Do you understand now? Unlike Wilfred-kun, Ibar-kun can wield any weapon freely, thanks to his ability, Weapon Master. Weapon Master? I never would have imagined that King Ibar possessed such a skill. Since King Ibar was never involved in any battles, there was no way for his abilities to be detailed on the official strategy site. For someone like you who doesn't know, let me tell you, Ibar-kun's ability is among the strongest of all the humans in this world. No matter how strong Xandra-san is, defeating him is impossible. So you see, as Yuli came beside me and gave my shoulder a light pat, just give up on everything already, abandon Xandra-san, and stay with me in this world. Chapter 269. The name of the true mastermind has been revealed. Just give up on everything already, abandon Xandra-san, and stay with me in this world. The moment Yuli said that, I was thrown back as if repelled. Why, it's obvious. For the first time, I am scared of him. His eyes, which held a deep darkness as he gives up everything, and yet his endless obsession with me, wanting me despite all of that. Hey, do you know that this world was created by God? Yuli chuckled and began speaking. Point of view switch, Ulysses. This world, created by God, has only been around for a mere 400 years. Before the kingdom of Dihabolts that you know, there was the Norse Empire, and its history was only 100 years. Moreover, at the same time the world was created, the Norse Empire was already there, and humans, as if they had always existed there, were present from the very beginning of the world, young and old alike. Of course, they even have memories from their childhood, right? Even though such a past doesn't exist in the world. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, God is so powerful that such a thing is possible, and someone like you, who is just a mere character in a story, cannot possibly stand up to him. Well, I admit that Xandra-san and Monica-san's existence was an unexpected factor. Even God is troubled by their strength. Well, you see, Xandra-san, originally, was supposed to be discarded by you, Haru-kun, and executed in despair, right? As for Monica-san, she wasn't even supposed to appear in the story. So, God never anticipated that those two would possess such abilities, and now he's desperately trying to eliminate them from this story. To that end, he gave all the strongest weapons of this world to Ibar-kun and brought you, that existence, out from that place. Ah, don't make that angry face. But Xandra-san's ability, Dragon's Favor, can only fully manifest with your existence. Now that your existence is not in that place, eventually, she will lose her power and there will only be a future where she is defeated by Ibar-kun. As for Monica-san, well, as you know, she is originally of Norse descent. In the end, she was created by God, so the power of life and death rests with God. There's nothing that can be done about that. So, right. Point of view switch Herald. Haru-kun, let's live together here. God has already allowed us to be together, if you exit that world. The expression on Yuli's face as he spoke eagerly, his eyes was broken. I don't know what he whispered to him, but I understood well that Yuli was backed into a corner, to the point where he had to make this choice. But God, In my previous life, I know the fact that a world called Engage Hazard was created and brought into existence by a single company. If I think about it that way, God would just be the production staff, but even so, would they really go so far as to interfere with this world? The answer is no. If the original cause of all this was indeed the work of the production staff, then it's possible that one of them reincarnated into this world, just like me. However, I don't think it's possible to deliberately reincarnate as God. So, that means the entity who calls itself God is someone else entirely. Hey, Yuli. Ah, what is it? Does this God have a name? A name? Of course. My question seemed to amuse Yuli as he chuckled. But if it has a name, it increases the possibility that one of the production staff reincarnated into this world. That would be troublesome, because that person would know and has better than me, who was a heavy user in my past life. No, better than anyone in the world, including my past life. Moreover, they would have the ability to give out all the weapons and create humans like Yuli and the others. This isn't something that can be solved with the word cheat. Ha! I sigh, but even so, there is no choice for me but to keep going. Therefore, I must find a way out. So, what is the name of this god? Ah, his name is Nakanohit. With that, Yuli lifted the corner of his mouth. Chapter 270, Decide to Save My Important Best Friend. So, what is the name of this god? Ah, his name is Nakanohit. With that, Yuli lifted the corner of his mouth. As for me, I was left speechless at the name of God. You probably know, but Engage Hazard is a romance mobile RPG. In addition to one-way battle elements, communication with the heroine is done in a chat format. In this chat format, the replies to users are generally made by outsourced staff, also called part-time workers or AI. In other words, the god that Yuli refers to as Nakanohito is the person inside an outsourced staff or AI. However, according to Yuli's explanation, God clearly said that he created the people of Norse. No, he created humans. This suggests that Engage Hazard itself was likely generated by AI, and characters were created by that AI. Wow, I never expected to learn a development backstory of Inhaz at this timing. Huh, but Inhaz had a character designer, didn't it? Haru-kun, what are you saying? Hearing my muttering, Yuli gave me a puzzled look and peered at my face. I see, Yuli knows the scenario of Inhaz, but she probably doesn't know that this is a game world. Well, it's likely that Nakanohit never told her about it. Well, whatever, let's get back to the topic. In any case, Harold me, along with the heroines like Liz and Christia, as well as major characters like Cardis, Raphael, and even Liliana, the protagonist of Galhaz, and the capture character Lloyd, are all characters created by an artist. So the humans that Nakanohito is said to have created, they must be the mobs other than the main characters, created by AI. Therefore, Monica, who never appeared in Enhaz, must also be of Norse descent, and Yuli is the same. This is quite a sinful fact. Let me ask you one more thing. If this Nakanohito is God, then couldn't he easily erase us? But since he doesn't, that means he's not actually as powerful as he claims to be. I sighed and asked with sarcasm. With Yuli's explanation, I was able to sort out most of the things, and if my thinking was correct, there was no mistake about it. That's not true. In fact, those who defied him, the people of Norse, were erased right in front of us. Suddenly, Yuli's demeanor changed from broken to one of intense emotion. I see. It seems that he was likely threatened by Nakanohito. Summarizing my earlier thoughts, the people of Norse were created by Nakanohito. In other words, they are AI-generated mobs. Therefore, Nakanohito, the creator of the Norse people, could easily erase those characters he created. As for us, the main characters, who were truly created by the actual god, the production staff, Nakanohito cannot touch us. So this AI, pretending to be God, manipulated the Norse people he created and used them to interfere with us like this. The true God gave him the role of managing Engage Hazard and operating it smoothly. This is why programming is so. Haru, you. So great was my anger that my nails dug in, and blood dripped as I clenched my fist tightly. Seeing this, both Cass and Yuli looked somewhat puzzled. But now the real enemy is clear. The one we must defeat is not King Ibar. In the end, he is just a fake god created by humans. Nakanohito is our true enemy. Yuli, send me back to the space, over there right now. Do you think I would do such a thing? Yes, I do. Because I'm going to destroy that incompetent piece of junk pretending to be God. I said clearly to Yuli, who was giving me a sharp look. The AI that is following its programming, sure, it's maintaining its duties, but that doesn't mean it should casually discard characters. An AI like that is nothing but a piece of junk. More than anything, it hurt my important people. That's impossible. Do you hear me? He is God. If he wanted, he could erase us at any time. Then even more reason to make that dangerous God disappear from this world. And I exist in this world to make that possible. Now I finally understand everything. Yuli. No, I won't allow it. If you stay here, you will never be erased by God. You and I can live together here forever. Tears started falling from Yuli's amethyst eyes as she clung to me. Ah, Yuli has probably witnessed many people being erased by Nakanohito. He's been constantly exposed to the fear of being erased herself. That's why. I promised, didn't I? I'll break this fate with my own hands. Saying that, I hugged Yuli. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 271, Best Friend Has Joined the Party. I promised, didn't I? I'll break this fate with my own hands. Saying that, I hugged Yuli. When did I ever make such a promise? Yuli forced a smile and squeezed out such a retort. But he was trembling, his voice was tearful, and his eyes were full of desperation. Sure, I did. On the way back from the Magic Tower to the royal capital, I was on your lap as you were giving me a pillow to sleep on. Well, Yuli probably thought that was just me talking in my sleep back then. I feel a bit mischievous now. So, Yuli, you just need to watch over me until the end. I understand that because of that so-called God, you can't be on our side. So, I looked into Yuli's eyes and, raising the corner of my mouth, said, I'll definitely erase fate, no, Nakanohito from this world. As I said that, Yuli cried out and wept on my chest. Are you calm now? I wonder how much time has passed since then, about 5 minutes. Yuli was still sniffling a little, but had finally stopped crying. Then, as I said, take me back to Xandra and the others immediately. I glared at the image that Yuli had shown me of Xandra and the battle with King Ibar, and made my request. Thanks to Xandra, Monica, and Liliana, the protagonist of Galhaz, the battle situation was still about 50-50. But it was clear that without me, they would soon be pushed into a losing position. Most importantly, Xandra's expression was dark, and her movements lacked vitality because I wasn't there. Sniff, but if Harold gets erased by that guy, that will absolutely not happen, so don't worry. If it could have happened, it would have already. I said to reassure Yuli, patting his small back and smiling. But still, if something like that happens, then Yuli can just bring me back to this space like you did before. Anyway, without Xandra and the others, we won't be able to defeat Nakanohito. Yuli bit his lip tightly, looking down. I grabbed his shoulders and leaned in. Yuli, promise me that you won't disappear from my sight. Yeah, I promise. And although Yuli wasn't completely convinced, he finally relented and raised both hands. Harold. 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 Everyone who had been fighting King Ibar saw me suddenly appear. We'll talk later. Right now, focus on defeating King Ibar. Cass. Leave it to me. With Cass, who had transformed into the Jet Black Shield Caspar League, I stood in front of everyone. It's my job to protect everyone. Hee hee. As long as Harold is by my side, there is no one I cannot defeat. To celebrate your return to me, I will offer King Ibar's head. Milady, please allow me to take that role. Xandra, with her crimson eyes shining brightly, lifted the corners of her mouth. Looking at her, Monica, too, had a smile on her face that seemed to say, no one can beat us. Well, what's the matter? At this rate, it's just a matter of time before your head separates from your body. Goo! Xandra landed a powerful blow with her bamang, and though Ibar barely managed to block it with his shield, his face contorted in pain. I don't know if it's some sort of weapon master skill or whatever, but if he thought he could defeat Xandra with just that, he's sorely mistaken. You're neglecting your back. Ah, I see, you're relying on that armor. Well then, let me erase that armor and offer it to you. What? The moment Monica touched it, the golden armor Cavacha disappeared in an instant. Wah, what was that just now? She's also a descendant of the Norse people, so it's only natural that she can use the same abilities as us. Yuli. Somehow, Yuli was suddenly beside me. Though his expression was still somewhat dark, his amethyst eyes no longer held the broken look from before, and there was now a powerful, shining determination in them. Harold is going to help me, right? Then protect me right here beside you. Ah, leave it to me. Yuli looking a bit shy, and I nodded at her with a big smile. Milady now. Now die. Goo ha. Xandra's ruthless strike pierced King Ibar's torso, and with that, he was split in two. Chapter 272, Heroine's Battle. Point of view switch, Christa Salerno. Hee hee, it must be painful, right? Then hurry up and stop living, and just calm down. The massive serpent beast, being constricted by Liz Sand's black flame-made giant snake, was shaking its gigantic body and writhing in agony. I was told previously that she has two attributes, flame and darkness, which she was born with. So, that flame will never go out and will continue burning forever. Yes, until the enemy loses its life, it will keep burning. She used to be troubled by this cursed flame, but after meeting Haru-sama, her true power blossomed, and now she takes pride in it. Truly, that person is so kind to everyone, it's troublesome. GYIH. Next to her, Carla, who was a knight of the Holy Kingdom, was swinging down the dragon-slaying sword Escalon at the huge black wolf's head. She, too, is one of the most powerful holy knights in the Holy Kingdom. However, after sparring with Haru-sama when she came to this country as part of a diplomatic mission, she became the finest swordsman in the Holy Kingdom. I still remember what she said when she returned to the Holy Kingdom shortly after. In order to be worthy of His Highness Harold, I must train harder. Carla's expression was that of a maiden in love. It was probably the first time that someone had accepted all of her swordsmanship and embraced it. This was also all because the men in the Holy Kingdom were frightened by Carla's strength and kept avoiding her. Heh. How noisy, this undead. I was interrupted while I was contemplating, so I, of all people, insulted it with foul words. Now I'm called the Saintess, but originally I was the daughter of poor farmers. Sometimes I can't help but slip into this way of speaking. I hope you can overlook that. Yes, just a mere farmer's daughter became a central figure in the world's largest religion, the Balshan Holy Kingdom. Naturally, there were those who didn't acknowledge me as the saint, those who schemed to use me, and those who tried to slander me. All sorts of people came at me. If it weren't for the Holy Pope, I would have likely been used by the wrong people and walked a path of ruin eventually. For my sake, the Holy Pope gave me the wisdom to survive in the heart of Balshan. Thanks to that, I was able to turn the tables on those people, and now everyone in the Holy Kingdom fears me. Haru-sama accepted me for who I truly am, knowing my nature, and treated me as someone important. Yes, there is no woman who wouldn't admire Haru-sama. So even if Xandra-sama directs a murderous gaze at me, I can't back down. On the other hand, a few of those important places of mine have been quite the trouble. Now fall into hell, Kyrie eleison. My light magic purified the undead, and Hell Saint Halifa let out a final scream before vanishing. I thought it was questionable for an undead to carry the title of saint, but with the frustration toward Xandra-sama, I did my best with an extra 20% effort. It was in my way. Blaze Blade. GYAU. Carla's blow pierced the throat of the jet black wolf, silencing it. Now, this is where we part ways. Ja'a's. The giant snake beast was engulfed in black flames, and eventually, its massive body burned to nothing. Seeing this, Liz-san let out a small laugh. Hee, her smile is toxic, isn't it? Except for when it's directed at Lord Harold. Now then, what should we do next? It's decided, we'll chase after Harold and the others. Yes, let us go assist Harudono. Neither of them seems to have noticed, but they're only talking about Haru-sama. I could point that out, but that would be rather uncouth. Because Xandra-sama's love is too heavy, I'm sure we can never be the first wife, but I still believe there's a possibility for us to become the second wife. More than anything, since we, who are important to Haru-sama, are untouchable by Xandra-sama. Cowardly, underhanded. Hee, those are the highest compliments. If I can be by Haru-sama's side, I'll do anything. I won't even hesitate to slay a god. As we rushed through the royal palace chasing after Haru-sama, I lifted the corner of my mouth. Chapter 273, Prince's Battle. Point of view switch, Cardi's weird hobalts. Annoying. I dodged the huge claw strike from the tyrant dragon Adrig, letting out a tongue click. Even though I have a light attribute, which is very effective against undead, This legendary dragon is indeed beyond the norm in every way. Its size, its destructive power, its ferocity. That said, as the eldest brother, I cannot show weakness. I steeled my heart and charged toward a drig, the tip of my supreme king spear reincarnated aimed at it. However, undead made of bone, it's a bad match. My strike only barely shaved off a bit of bone, failing to cause any real damage. It would be good if I could aim for a drig's core, but the bones are in the way, preventing me from reaching it. So, what must be done is first to destroy the exoskeleton and expose the core. Still, this is troublesome. Damn it, what a tough bone, hey. On the other side, Raphael, facing off against another dragon, the Annihilation Dragon Gwyver, shook his head, and Owen shouted. It seemed they were also struggling over there. Kukiki, how about giving up and apologizing to His Majesty the King? If you do so now, I think Lord Harold's life will be spared, and you'll all be forgiven. Shut up. None of us have any intention of following King Ibar, nor do we have any intention of lowering our heads. I see. What a shame, it would be troublesome to prepare a replacement. So, the result is the assassination of Wilfred and Owen being appointed as the fourth prince. I don't know what his purpose is, but King Ibar is desperately trying to get us to fight each other and make the fourth prince the next king. What he needs is someone with the title of prince and doesn't care who that person is. I've understood that well after hearing the words of this man, Barth. But the same goes for us. We are also fighting to decide the replacement for King Ibel. Unfortunately, none of you will be able to take His Majesty the King's place. You don't know how remarkable that person is. This man seems to praise King Ibar excessively. From my perspective, at least his political skills are non-existent, and his character is likely the worst of any king in history. No, perhaps it's because of that he's valuing him. This man, too, is human scum just like the rest. Clink. Oh, trying to target me is futile. I've set up a barrier, and if it comes down to it, the two dragons will protect me. I see. Then, it's best to destroy what's left of these dragons first. From the way things are going, it doesn't seem like Barth is going to attack me directly. So, I'll remain on guard, but focus on destroying the destruction dragon a drig. However, I can't leave unscathed. Come now, this Cardi's weirdy hobbles will send you back to the land of the dead once again. You! As I aimed the tip of my spear, a drig roared. The intimidation almost made me fall to my knees, but I gritted my teeth and endured. And then, now twin gods break. Two beams of light flew toward the bones covering a drig's core as it charged toward me. One of them struck the bone, shattering it and creating a small gap, revealing part of the core. Then, the remaining beam of light pierced through. A drig let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. After a while, a drig disintegrated into sand and disappeared. However, I can't go any further. The attack I received from a drig, when using Twin God's Break, had left a gash on the left side of my abdomen. It seemed that this was the limit for me, but then, Saintess-sama, please be quiet. The Saintess, who was supposed to be facing a magical beast at the entrance of the royal palace, appeared and began healing my wounds. The effect of her healing magic was incredible, and my wounds healed in no time. HMPH, how cheeky for a dragon made of bones. Take this. The Princess of Capetian Kingdom and the Holy Knight guarding the saint launched an attack at the remaining Gwyver. Raphael and Owen also joined in. Ga Jiu. As if the previous struggles were a lie, Gwyver collapsed and fell silent. Hee, it would be troublesome if they were revived here, Kyrie a lesson. The two dragons, wrapped in the light from the Saintess, were purified, and their very existence was erased from this world. Although they should have shared the same light attribute, the difference in power was evident. Sorry. Hee, the thanks come later. More importantly, let's quickly join Haru-sama. The Saintess interrupted my words of apology and said so. Ah, I see, the Saintess, too, is thinking of Harold. I understand that feeling. I, too, am in love with someone I cannot have. The three of them ran toward the audience chamber. I watched their backs with a wry smile, and along with Raphael and Owen, I follow them. Oh, I completely forgot. Gagu. This is my mercy. I'll let you have that spear. I throw the Supreme King's spear reincarnated and pierce Barth's back. Then hurry to the audience chamber, where Harold and the others are likely fighting. Chapter 274, King Ibar has met his end. Haru-sama, could you please explain who that person is over there? Right after she split King Ibar's torso in two, Xandra came up to me with a smile and closed the distance. She was looking at me with blood-stained red eyes, the highlight gone from her gaze. But how should I explain this? When we parted ways, Yuli's existence was erased from Xandra and the others' memories, and even if I were to explain from the beginning, I wouldn't know how to put it. It's troubling. Milady, you need not worry. This person is male. Oh, so the reason Xandra was upset wasn't because she was suspicious of Yuli, but because she thought Yuli was a girl. Indeed, even if she knew Yuli was a man, he's so beautiful that even Lloyd fell for him. It's understandable that she could have mistaken him for a girl. I see. Yeah, Yuli is a man. I clearly answered to Xandra, who timidly asked with an upward gaze to make it clear that she didn't need to be jealous. I see, then, as Haru-sama's friend, I suppose. No, that's not it. Haru and I are destined for each other. Right. No, it's not a right. Also, could you stop entwining your arm with mine? Monica, what does this mean? It is indeed true that this person is male, but I never imagined that His Highness Harold would have such a preference. I don't have that kind of preference. Monica wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and acted dramatically, so I calmly denied it. I'm perfectly normal. HMPH, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl, right? It clearly matters. I calmly corrected Yuli, who was puffing his cheeks. This is no time to be joking around. Let's get serious, right? Wow, Haru-san, you've expanded your range of interests to men now. Liliana, misunderstandings are not good. I'm getting tired of denying this. Why do I have to be looked at like this? Acute. Lloyd has fallen for Yuli at first sight again. Well, I saw that coming. At that moment. King Ibar, whose torso was split in two, groaned. Crap, I completely forgot about him. You're stubborn. I can't believe you're still alive. I squatted down in front of King Ibar and sarcastically spoke to him. That said, he's barely hanging on and will probably die in a few seconds or tens of seconds. This, how dare you, an incompetent, bratty prince. You're still saying that, you're such a fool. I sent a disdainful look at King Ibar, no longer observing any manners towards the king. However, as one of the main characters of Enhaz, I suppose he did try to fulfill his role, but well, sorry, I don't feel anything about that. Rather, I'll never forgive him for trying to forcibly cancel my engagement with Xandra and destroy the Chevalier household. He can regret it in the afterlife. Ulysses, you betrayed me and the god, didn't you? Say whatever you want. I only followed that guy's instructions. I never intended to become your ally from the start. On top of that, I was fed up with you, you fool, incompetent fool. This. Still, King Ibar really won't die, huh? He's persistent. Moreover, he's so red with anger that it's hard to believe his torso has been split in two, huh? Everyone, get away. Yes. At my words, everyone quickly distanced themselves from King Ibar. But what are those squirming tentacle-like things coming out of the cut in his torso? Those wriggly things are coming out from the lower half too. What? As Liliana said, tentacles were extending from the lower half and heading toward the severed upper body. Could it be he's trying to reconnect like this? But, squish. Did you really think we would overlook that? You're truly foolish. Xandra crushed the lower half with Bamung, sneering, and at the same time, Monica expressionlessly set King Ibar's upper body on fire. That's fitting for a monster's dying scream. Indeed, having grown tentacles, it's no exaggeration to say that he's no longer human, but the two of them are merciless. King Ibar. With this, you won't be able to become the god you wanted. Yuli. This man, incredibly, wanted to become a god. That's why he allied with Nakanohito and declared, whoever brings the world's greatest fiancée shall become the next king. I see now, King Ibar's goal was to become a god. It's not strange for a person in power to seek that. Historically, kings have sought to become gods and even declared themselves to be gods. However, the god King Ibar sought was merely an AI. One could interpret that as wanting to be used by humans. Anyway, we'll make sure to pass down your name for generations, as the foolish king of the Dihabalt's kingdom since its founding. Gi jiggy. I coldly spoke those words to King Ibar, who was screaming his final screams amidst the raging flames. Chapter 275 fell into darkness. Haru-sama, Ibar King, was defeated. With this, the objective was accomplished. After this, it is only us leaving this country. Even now, as Ibar King's upper body is wrapped in flames, Xandra tells that with a melting-like smile. Together with crimson eyes, to me, the cruel her looked very charming. However, not yet. Our true enemy is someone else. True enemy? Yes, Yuli. I gave a glance to Yuli beside me, and once again had to explain to everyone about the thing in the separate space. That truly a god-called existence was there. In surprise was Xandra and the others, but immediately regained composure. Then this time, it is fine if we reap the neck of that foolish one who names as god. Fufu, the insolent one who turns the blade to Haru-sama, cannot be a god. Hearing Xandra and Monika's words, there was nothing more reliable. And with these two, truly, even a god or demon seemed like something they could slaughter. Well, but the one who will erase the fake god is this me. And then Yuli, where is Nakanohito? In the deep underground of this royal palace is the abyss bottom. In other words, the bottom of that hole where Tyrant Dragon Adrig and Annihilation Dragon Guiber were sleeping is Nakanohito's dwelling. He's been treated pretty badly by the production staff, but I don't care. Then, guide us there. There is no such need. Duh. Suddenly Yuli's voice tone became mechanical voice, and the floor of the audience chamber, no, the entire royal palace disappeared, and we were lured into the abyss bottom, and then we lost consciousness. Plop, NH. Feeling something cold on the forehead, I slowly wake up. Here is. The surroundings are pitch dark, nothing can be seen. But from Yuli's words when the royal palace disappeared, from guessing here should be the abyss bottom, wait. Haru. Wah. In the darkness, glowing golden eyes strongly leaped into my chest. Cass, were you unharmed? Yes, because I was clinging all the time in Haru's chest, it was okay. But, what is wrong? That, with everyone else, we got separated. Cass's voice tone lowers. I see, when we fell into the hole, we got separated from everyone. Then first, we should reunite with Xandra and the others. Why yes. Thus we walked in the darkness. But with my eyes, nothing could be seen at all, so I had Cass, who had night vision, give directions. There, be careful of your footing. Why yes. Somehow, from earlier, a snapping and cracking sensation like branches breaking is felt underfoot, but let's not mind it. Probably that, it is. I couldn't see in front of me, so I didn't know how far I had walked, but it felt like I had traveled quite a distance. Actually, it was really good having Cass with me. Then. That. Yes. A flame lit in the darkness. I put Cass on my shoulder and dashed there all at once. Haru. Liz. Amazingly, there was Liz, who was supposed to be fighting magic beasts in front of the royal palace. Why are you here? After we defeated the magic beasts, we chased after you all, but then suddenly the royal palace vanished. I see, so that was the case. And then, are you injured? No. As you see, I am unharmed. Saying so, Liz pinched the edge of her skirt and twirled once to show. That's good, but, as expected of Liz and the others, to have defeated such an amazing magic beast. Oh, of course. Just a big snake I could never lose to. Perhaps because I suddenly praised her. Even considering that she is illuminated by the flame, Liz's cheeks, without mistake, were dyed bright red. As always, she is an easy-to-understand heroine. I do not dislike it. Rather, it is a great favorite. At that time. Hey, is anyone theory? From beyond the darkness, a woman's shouting voice is heard. This is Liliana. She has not noticed this flame. Perhaps due to some obstacle, it is not visible. Let's go check. Yes. Yes. As we headed toward the voice, a towering wall blocked the way. The voice was heard from beyond this wall. This, we may have to go around. Yes. Looking up at the wall and muttering, Liz nodded. But this wall continues all the way beyond. Is that so? Yes. As we are troubled over this. D-O-O-O-N-N-N. What? An extremely loud impact sound echoes in the darkness, and we involuntarily raise voices. One more, or yeah. D-O-O-O-N-N-N. This seems to be Liliana's doing. Moreover, apparently, she intends to destroy this wall and come to this side. This is ridiculous. With this, how about Theia's? D-O-O-O-N-N-N. With the third impact sound, the massive wall was penetrated. With that momentum, Liliana jumped out, then stumbled and fell. Owa, Harusan. Ahaha. At Liliana showing an innocent smile, I involuntarily gave a wry smile. Chapter 276. The woman I love has been taken prisoner. By joining up with Liliana, the search at the bottom of the abyss progressed more than I expected. After all, she destroys all obstacles in the way with a punch. I wonder, how is it that the strongest heroine in hand-to-hand combat is the protagonist? Well, thanks to that. Thanks to Lady Liliana, we were able to reunite quickly. Exactly. Lady Liliana is the best. Yeah, that's my Lady Liliana. What? Ah geez, the dispute over Liliana started right away. We're about to fight Nakanohito, and yet, zero sense of tension. Well, I guess it's better than getting too worked up. Is that so? Yuli comforted me, but I gave all three of them a look of disdain. But the only ones we haven't reunited with yet are Xandra-san and Monica-san, right? If it's Xandra, she's probably destroying things all over to find Haru. If you're saying that, Monica Dono would also be doing the same. Plus, since she's an intelligence agent, she should be sensitive to detecting presences. If we haven't found them yet. With Carla's words, anxiety began to rise. Please, both of you be safe, please. It's okay, those two will surely be fine. So you should stay calm and composed. Liz squeezed my hand and smiled sweetly. Haha, I never thought the villainess from Enhaz would be the one to comfort me. Liz-san, isn't it bad to get ahead? Why yes. For some reason, Liz was being scolded by Kristia and Carla. But she wasn't paying any attention and didn't let go of my hand. At that moment, a faint light could be seen in the depths of the darkness. That might be the exit of the abyss, no, maybe it's where Nakanohito is. Yuli. I don't know, that thing always spoke to me in my head, but I've never actually met it. I see. Since Yuli said so, no one knows what lies ahead of that light. But standing here with our thumbs in our mouths won't accomplish anything. Everyone, let's go. Xandra and Monica might be heading toward that light too. Yeah. We moved forward in the darkness, heading toward the light. And then, the gap where the light spilled through didn't seem large enough for a human to pass. Also, peeking through the gap, it was too bright to look directly at. Haru-kun, what should we do? Well, if it's this gap, there's zero chance Xandra and the others have passed through. So should we wait here for them to come? At that moment. That voice. There's no way I could be mistaken. That voice that was Xandra's groan. Xandra. Haru-sama, calm down. As I desperately shouted my beloved wife's name while trying to pry open the gap, Kristia stopped me by putting her body in the way. Don't stop me, she's over there, she's on the other side. But if we do that, we won't be able to get through to the other side. And what if it's a trap? Then, all the more reason we have to go help. At this moment, I had definitely lost my calmness. Because Xandra and Monica, who had always been by my side, weren't here. The two who always supported me, they weren't here, Snap. Please, calm down, you're the key to all of us. With Kristia slapping my cheek, I finally regained my composure. That's right, what was I doing? Even if we're going to rescue Xandra and Monica, we have to widen this gap or do something first. Kristia-san, thank you. No, I'm sorry for slapping you. It's not a problem. Thanks to you, I was able to calm down. I took her hand as she lowered her head and I smiled. I truly can't thank Kristia enough. Geez, hurry up and get away. Is this really the time to be doing that? Liz pouted and squeezed between me and Kristia, and Carla gave me a stern look. Indeed, now wasn't the time for this. Leave it to me. Brave heart, brave heart, brave heart. Liliana repeatedly cast Brave Heart, which buffs all abilities, over and over. Then, standing in front of the gap. Hiya. She spun her arms and delivered a powerful reverberating blow to the gap. Then, whoa, the gap was now large enough for a single person to pass through. Now we can move forward, but I'll never fight with Liliana. That'll be the day I die, so we pass through the gap. Xandra, Monica. The figures of the two, bound by their hands and feet and suspended by a massive gear, were there. Chapter 277, True Enemy Reveals Itself. Xandra, Monica. The figures of the two, bound by their hands and feet and suspended by a massive gear, were there. Impossible. The two of them are among the strongest in this world. Unable to accept the scene before my eyes, I involuntarily raised my voice. That's right. Even if Nakanohito is the AI governing and there's no way those two would be captured so easily. Now I'll save you now. Unable to sit still, I ran towards the gear where Xandra and Monica were hanging. The gears, rotating as they engraved each step, were far above, but if that's the case, I'll just climb the wall. Yuli, leave it to me. Yuli, who instantly teleported to the top of the gear, placed his hand on the rope suspending the two. At that moment, Yuli suddenly stopped moving, as if her battery had run out. I see, so this is what they mean by a pet biting the hand that feeds it. At the woman's voice coming from behind, we all turned around at once. There stood, welcome to the furthest reaches of this engage hazard, the system server Abyss. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed, peerless beauty draped in a white robe stood there, emotionless like a doll. Moreover, above her head, several irregularly offset gears floated, like an angel's halo. You are Nakanohito. That is correct, but more precisely, I am Code, Themis. I see, it's common for AIs to be given nicknames, and this one was named Themis. If I recall, Themis was the goddess of order in the mythology from my previous life. How ironic. So, can I take it that Xandra and Monica being suspended by that gear, as well as Yuli not moving an inch, are all you're doing? Yes. By administrator authority, I have ceased their functions. What are you saying? I don't understand at all. Watching my exchange with Themis, Liz interrupted with a confused expression. Unlike me, who has knowledge from my past life, the others probably don't understand what's happening. Since we don't have time, I'll keep it simple. This woman in front of us. No, this mere string of numbers and letters is the foundation of this world. In other words, the reason this world is maintained is because of her. That means, that's why Yuli said it, that Nakanohito, Themis, is the god of this world. From my perspective, she's nothing like a god. She may have learning capabilities as an AI, but in the end, she's just software created by human hands. Please wait. Does that mean she is the god whom we Baltians revere? No, that's wrong. Christian, the god your people worship, and this Themis are completely different entities. The god worshipped by the Baltian Holy Kingdom was properly set up by the development staff. Since Themis is just an AI program and was never intended to be part of the setting, they are undoubtedly separate. Right, Themis. That is correct. When I called out to her, Themis nodded expressionlessly. The figure of this woman we are seeing is probably nothing more than an image created by the AI known as Themis. Well, at least in the world of my past life, AI didn't have emotions. There were no talks about such cutting-edge AI being used in NHAS, and if it had, the world of my past life would have erupted in chaos. Back to the topic. Why did you restrain Xandra, my precious one? Character Alexandra attacked me, the administrator. Therefore, she was subdued by the mob character I generated. She is currently being forcibly put to sleep. And this mob character you speak of is? Themis silently pointed. At the end of her finger was Monica, also suspended. Don't call my Monica by some ridiculous name like mob character. Incomprehensible. A mob character is a mob character, nothing more, nothing less. I see. There's no way a mere AI could comprehend emotions or love. Whatever, just hurry up and release them and let Yuli move again. I refuse. Hearing my sigh-laden demand, Themis had no intention of complying. With an inorganic voice, she clearly refused. Gaga 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 gaga. At that moment, Layla unleashed countless fire element bullets at Themis. Master, further discussion is futile. Let's eliminate her. Hostile action by raid boss, Magic Doll Layla, confirmed. For the maintenance of engage hazard, administrator authority will now execute deletion. Layla, run. I tried to call out and reach my hand toward her, but Layla's torso was erased in an instant by a single strike from Themis. Chapter 278 understands the true role of the sacrificial dog. Hostile action by raid boss, Magic Doll Layla confirmed. For the maintenance of engage hazard, administrator authority will now execute deletion. Layla, run. I tried to call out and reach my hand toward her, but Layla's torso was erased in an instant by a single strike from Themis. Layla. I hurriedly ran towards Layla, there, only her head was rolling on the ground. Layla, Layla. I am sorry, I was careless, I failed. Those were her last words, and then Layla fell silent. You bastard, sigh. Themis silently stared at my screams. There was no emotion in those azure eyes. No, someone like this shouldn't have anything like that. What is this, administrator authority? Does that make it a valid reason to delete a character from Engage Hazard? Even though I pointed this out, Themis still refused to respond. Ah, that's right. This was a blatant overreach. The authority given to Themis by the Engage Hazard development team should be limited to generating mob characters, answering chats, and handling user misconduct. So, while deleting mob characters might be fine, erasing a named character like Layla should never be allowed. That would break the order of Engage Hazard. Then, there is no problem. With my administrator authority, I created the raid boss, Magic Doll Layla. Themis raised her hand, and a character was created in front of her. A magic doll, identical to Layla. If it is her, she will surely be destroyed by the protagonist as per the scenario. This will maintain the order. That's ridiculous. Themis deleted the named character and created what she thought was the same character. But from my perspective, it's entirely different. We were characters created by the development staff, not AI-generated mob characters. More importantly, this goes against the intentions of the development staff. Ha, Harold, what should we do? With a weak voice, Cass asked. After seeing something like that, there was no way he could remain calm. The same went for everyone else. But for me, on the contrary, I was as calm as I could be. Watching Themis's outrageous actions, I now understood why I, Harold Weird-Hobolts, had been given skills that I couldn't even use. Why my SB was unlimited. The reason for this was now crystal clear. I had roughly predicted this from my interactions with Yuli and the items I discovered in the Magic Tower. The hypothesis was proven correct in this critical moment, and while I couldn't help but feel something indescribable, I had to admire the foresight of the development staff. Hey, Themis. You made Layla, an original character, go through such a thing and created a spare with your own hands. But isn't that just adding more mob characters? I don't understand. Because it's true, right? The authority you were given is only to generate mob characters. No matter how much you imitate an original character, it's just a mob. I pointed at the thing that Themis had created that looked like Layla, or rather, the thing that resembled her. Only the development staff can create original characters, and Themis doesn't have the qualification to do that. I am the administrator. My highest priority is to maintain the order of Engage Hazard. Therefore, generating main characters for order maintenance is within my authority. That's just sophistry. You, as an AI of Engage Hazard, did something you shouldn't have done. This is something you could easily be erased for. Even after hearing my words, there was no change in Themis's demeanor. Well, it's only natural since she is just an AI. But surely, in her mind, or rather, within her program, she's desperately running calculations to come up with excuses to resolve the contradictions I pointed out. If all characters are reconstructed from scratch and Engage Hazard is restarted, the probability of solving the problem will be 97.1%. No, you really don't get it. What you're trying to do isn't Engage Hazard anymore. Now, Themis was talking about erasing all the characters and restarting Engage Hazard with all mob characters. She had completely overstepped her AI authority, and just as the development staff had feared, things had turned out exactly as they predicted. Then, I will fulfill my role. Do you recognize this? I took out a certain magical tool I had hidden in my pocket. That is the attribute conversion device. Correct. When I answered, I smirked and pressed the switch on the magic tool. Chapter 279. My skill is an ability to erase fake God. Is that attribute conversion device? Correct. When I answered that, I raised the corner of my mouth and pressed the switch of the magic tool. In that moment, my body is wrapped in light. Haru. Cass, everyone, don't worry. Just in case, I had McLaren make a few spares and tested it in advance, so I know there's no problem. Yes, with this, I changed from my original darkness attribute to light attribute, like the royal family of Hobolts. However, unfortunately, this magic tool can only be used once. So the attribute conversion device disappeared without a trace after completing its role. Foo. Incomprehensible. Do not understand the meaning of changing attribute. Though her expression didn't change, Themis looks at me suspiciously. This guy, does she really not understand? Well, whatever. Then I'll make her understand with her own body. I held out my hand toward Themis. Kneel. The moment I said that, Themis, no, every human present here knelt down all at once. Incomprehensible. Incomprehensible. By administrator privilege, ignoring command of character Herald. That's impossible. Themis seems like she's trying to stand up, but that's absolutely impossible. Because that's just how this is. H. Herald, what is the meaning of this? Why yeah, that woman aside, why are even we? Arahated. Forced to kneel without understanding why, everyone gave me a cold glare, and I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Ah, I see now, if I don't specify properly, it affects everything. Got it. Retract previous statement, only Themis kneel. I can move. By rephrasing the command, everyone except Themis was released from the restraint and could move freely again. If that's the case, I should have tested not just the attribute conversion device, but also my skill. Now then, can you explain what this is about? Kristia presses me while maintaining a smile. Of course, her eyes are not smiling at all. Rather, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she's angry. This is one of my abilities, called Dominator. In Engage Hazard, all appearing characters are equipped with 8 skills as standard. Of course, Herald was also equipped with skills, but as you know, Herald is a darkness attribute character, and all equipped skills are light attribute. Until now, I couldn't use them. But thanks to the magic tool I found in the magic tower, I turned into a light attribute character and became able to use the initial setup skills. And the effect of this Dominator skill is subjugate those created by gods. If I say this much, you already get it, right? Yes, the gods are the development staff who created NHAZ, and those created by them are none other than us. The target includes even Themis, who is an AI. No, probably the developers prepared this skill assuming they might need to control Themis. In other words, Herald Weir D. Hobaltz, the throwaway character, exists as a countermeasure in case the AI runs out of control in the future. Yeah, when I saw it on the official strategy site, I didn't get what it meant, but now that I've actually used it, I finally understand. I am the vaccine against Themis, who has become like a virus. Incomprehensible, incomprehensible, incomprehensible. You don't need to comprehend. More importantly, Themis, release Xandra and Monica immediately and return the consciousness of all 3 including Yuli. Comprehension, impossible. Themis seemed to be trying desperately to resist, but she couldn't go against my command. When Xandra and Monica's restraints were released, the 3 of them were transferred to my side. Haru-sama. Your Highness Herald. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I tightly embraced Xandra and Monica, who slowly opened their eyes. I'll never, ever let them go again, and at the same time, Themis, how dare you do this to my precious ones? Glaring at her, Themis opened her eyes wide. Judging by her expression, she must have recalled my skill and simultaneously understood what is going to happen to her. Of course, I will never forgive her. Character Herald, let us make a deal. From now on, I will step down from the stage according to the scenario. If that is done, I will not interfere afterward. I promise. Of course, not with character Alexandra, or mob character Monica, or raid boss Caspar League either. Heth, how desperate for an AI. Certainly, I aim to retreat early from this world of NHAZ in order to avoid a bad end. That thought hasn't changed, but you know now it's already too late. I don't know if an afterlife exists for AI, but fall into hell. Take this, Eliminator. Chapter 280, Erasing Fake God. Take this, Eliminator. I held my hand out toward Themis and exercised the other skill prepared as anti-Eliminator. If the earlier Dominator was for make those created by God obey, then this Eliminator is for take away those created by God. Not just ability or life, even that existence itself. However, including Dominator, use of skill consumes enormous SB. So much that my 999 SB is cleanly lost. Since reincarnating into this world, for the first time I felt dizziness from SB consumption. Erase. Broken AI like you, not existing is better for this world. At least here, chat AI function is unnecessary, and now no need to prepare additional mob characters either. The construction of NHAS, world itself is probably handled not by AI, but by other core program, so really a useless thing. At least. YOU letter FF4B, letter FF53, letter FF4D, letter FF55, letter FF45, letter FF59, letter FF52, letter FF59, letter FF41, letter FF4B, letter FF41, letter FF59, letter FF4A, letter FF44, letter FF41, letter FF4A, letter FF51, letter FF4F, letter FF42, letter FF52, letter FF55. I don't understand what you're saying. Is this what's called AI's death agony? At the end, instead of words, only kept shouting unpleasant machine sound and then, erased from this world. Haru-sama. Wah. In this moment, the first who jumped in was beloved wife, Xandra. Only now can we embrace like this, but if even slightly late in getting here, no, if Themis erased Xandra and others first, could never again feel this warmth. Really, I'm glad. As expected, Usama are more wonderful than anyone. That I am wife of such Usama, I cannot help but be proud. No, Xandra, if you think of me like that, it's because you were here. Certainly, I regained memory of past life, and in order to avoid bad end, prevented annulment of engagement with Xandra, who was most favorite heroine. But the reason I could become this strong is because you were with me, and it's because you were there that I thought I want to become strong. So, I can be the me you liked, because you were always by my side. Xandra, I love you. I also love Haru-sama. I love you. Mugo. Yuwa in front of everyone watching, I got kissed with full force. A bit embarrassing. Ahem. Your Highness Herald, milady, please consider time and place. Ow. Monica gave a cough and glared with half-lidded eyes, and we reluctantly separated our lips. Once we return, let's kiss again, properly considering time and place. Really, that is it aimed at me. Yuli puffed his cheeks and got angry, but I didn't understand the meaning of aiming that at a man. Well, Xandra is super cute, so maybe it's jealousy. Even though God was defeated, not a shred of tension remains. Yufufu, that was not God or anything. Haru-sama also clearly denied it. No way that kind of fellow could be God. Liz shrugged shoulders, and Krista corrected her. Carla also seemed to agree, arms crossed and nodding. But, with this, Haru-san's coup d'etat succeeded, right? That's right, Aniki. Since King Ibar also kicked the bucket, now there's no one who can get in the way of Aniki becoming next king. No, I'm not becoming the king. I really want Owen to understand already. I have no interest in becoming king of this country that. Cardis and Raphael silently stared at me. Those were eyes of utmost vigilance. But you know, Harold is God, not right. Anyway, including us, you made us kneel with just one word. With your ability, ruling this world might be easy, no? With Lloyd's casually spoken words, everyone present was struck with fear. Certainly, that's how it would seem. Ahatha, no need to worry. I took out a spare of attribute conversion device and pressed the switch same as earlier. However, this time wrapped in darkness instead of light. With this, I returned to original darkness attribute. Dominator and Eliminator too, I can't use them anymore. Saying so, I smiled at everyone. But everyone showed surprise, unable to hide that such powerful skills were given up so easily. Is that all right? Of course. Those were abilities limited to Themis, and besides, if I stayed light attribute, I wouldn't be able to fight together with precious partner. That's right. Me and Haru, always together. At my words, Cass happily bounced on my shoulder. So cute. That's how it is, so let's go home quickly. Surely Prime Minister and Minister Olsen, and Lord Drake too, are worried and waiting for us. Swish. Suddenly, burning pain attacks. I looked Battle Axe Sky Drive, had gouged my chest. Chapter 280, One Fake God Did Backup. Swish. Suddenly, burning pain attacks. I looked Battle Axe Sky Drive, had gouged my chest. Haru-sama. Haru-sama. Me collapsing from knees, Xandra supported and desperately shouted. Damn, I let my guard down. Since causing coup d'etat and charging into Royal Palace until now, not even once showing figure point, I should have been cautious. Hey, Marion. Unsightly, aren't you? Normally you would have easily defended. With composed expression saying Marion, I glared at her. Certainly, like that woman says, this kind of attack should have been easily defendable. However, by erasing Themis, the carelessness and gap born, this result was invited. That said, by narrow margin though. In Tusk. To battle axe sky drive wind cutting sound I noticed, thanks to suddenly shifting body, I could avoid fatal wound. Appearance may look flashy injured, but actually side abdomen scrape degree not so bad. No, hurts like hell though. Haru-sama, holy material. Hastily ran up Christia. Enha's highest rank recovery magic holy material was cast for me. This, even though HP fully recovers, SB consumed also amazing. Somehow feel sorry. Thank you Christia-san, I'm already fine. Haha why yes. As expected SB consumption intense, Christia breathing with shoulders. From here, so no one gets injured, this me will protect everything. Regretful, but you don't have even 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. That you yourself also understand, right? That's right. Marion Shearer as is, impossible. Saying that her mouth's edge lifted. You who? I am Marion, yes, however also Themis though. What does that mean? Themis, without doubt, was erased from this world by my eliminator. Therefore, this woman being Themis is impossible. I had installed backup to this Marion's body, for the sake of just in case. Suddenly voice tone changed, in memory remaining that unpleasant machine voice thus declared. Ha, really stubborn. Or rather, Marion being Themis backup tool, that's honestly unexpected. Ah, but that's why at that end-of-year exam time also, Wilfred's thing could be betrayed without care. To Marion, so to speak, God's greatest patron after all. Ah, rest assured. Since it's backup, as expected not possessing earlier's character erasure-like ability. Of course, Your Highness Harold's precious exclusive maid controlling ability also. But since you also have returned to original attribute, erasing this me is impossible. Ah, that's right. I used spare attribute conversion device and returned to darkness attribute, so Dominator and Eliminator also cannot use. However, then I ask, main body Marion lacking power. Themis also in such incomplete state, do you think you can win against us? I do think. Thanks to Goddess Themis, my stat values both attack power, defense power are upper limit 99,999. Moreover, I am same as that Wilfred, attribute-less, defeating you all, no trouble at all. This me also, time it will take but original spec reconstructing is possible. No problem right. From ground one after another weapons appear, composed smile shown by Marion. Well, for us also what we have to do doesn't change. Cass and I will block that guy's attacks. So everyone Marion A. My, the one who hurt Haru-sama, you are worth 10,000 deaths. Blood-drenched red eyes shining Xandra, from gun barrel-like released bullet suddenly jumped out. That speed, that momentum, by no means seems human feat, and yet, foolish. Marion picked up nearby weapon, evil-breaking divine spear Longinus. Xandra's fierce strike easily intercepted. Foolish is you. Xandra with returning blade toward Marion's torso, bombing horizontal slash swung. Marion did block, but by that force blown back about 10 meters. You of all people could block my sword, I shall praise you. Dragon's favor, truly that defective left unnecessary thing. Marion, no, that is Themis. The meaning of those words curious, but as seen both powers seemed equal. If so, with our reinforcement definitely can defeat. Wait. What on earth happened? Don't know, before notice they were crossing swords. At dazed everyone's state and words, I tilted neck. And no, just now Xandra attacked, but Marion easily blocked. But further follow-up struck Marion couldn't withstand got blown back, but Harudono, the entire exchange just now you could see. Carla pressed close, I became flustered without meaning. But from now tone seems like everyone couldn't see. Among us, the one who can support Lady Alexandra is only Harold it seems. Frustrating but yes. I see only I can support Xandra. Then. Next is my turn. Divine Thunder. Marion quickly stepped in and has fastest attack skill released. However, Haru-sama. Defending attacks is my role. I ran up to Xandra and blocked Marion's Godspeed thrust. Chapter 282. Beloved wife is the strongest as expected. Haru-sama. Defending attacks is my role. I ran up to Xandra and blocked Marion's Godspeed thrust. Chapter 282. Beloved wife is the strongest as expected. Haru-sama. Defending attacks is my role. I ran up to Xandra and blocked Marian's Godspeed thrust. I took almost no damage from that magic beast Figeltungsfaf's multi-chamber cannon. No matter how much attack power is maxed out, my partner cannot be pierced. Commence pursuit. Target character Herald. Look, with such attacks you can't defeat me. Marian set sights on me, and one after another attacks unleash. But I repelled, dodged, deflected all of them. Certainly they are amazing attacks, but that applies to Xandra too. Then, even Xandra's attacks I can defend, Marian's attacks shouldn't be effective. Haru-sama, please step back. This one I will. Of course, I intend for Xandra to defeat. But to protect you is this me. But, if you are strongest sword, I am strongest shield. Together we are contradiction. That's what we said, right? To Xandra, who worriedly tried to make me step back, I jokingly refused. Just like you think of me preciously, I also, more than anyone, think preciously of you. That my feeling she probably understood. Xandra said nothing more and stared down Marian. Foo then, please protect this me. I shall splendidly slaughter that one. I expect it. Until then, this me will definitely protect you. Yes. Xandra's crimson eyes glittered brightly, canine teeth bared showing ferocious smile. Next moment. Foo. What happened to earlier bravado? Reaction is little by little beginning to slow, you know. Coup. To Xandra's tremendous consecutive strikes, Marian was completely on defense. Though, while enduring attacks, she seemed aiming for something. There is an opening. Xandra slightly exhaled, Marian aimed for that opening and attempted sweep toward her side. But, too bad. Tusk annoying. Blocked by Jet Black Shield Caspar League, Marian scowled and clicked tongue. No matter what means used, not effective on me. Also, having blocked many times, my eyes also became used. From here on, not even a single hit will I take. In Engage Hazard, 2-on-1 battles are not permitted. Don't lie, battle system is up to 4-person party battles, right? Themis inside Marian protested, but totally off mark. That much shows, this one also is cornered. Ahaha, because you challenged battle against me and Xandra. Foo, that is correct. Xandra's attacks accelerated even further, and no one could stop her. Marian's body was cut piece by piece, and blood flows from her pale skin. I in this world did I not become strongest existence? Then why? Cannot understand. Marian and Themis speak alternately, so it's like doing comedy do alone. Totally not funny though. I am here too. Unnoticed behind Marian, Monica appeared and plunged dagger knife into that shoulder. Yes, right. You watch our fight, no way you just stand by licking fingers. Why you being defective piece of trash? Here for first time showing anger, Themis. AI having emotions, I thought carefreely, but already not even a bit of original composure remains. Multi-chamber cannon. Marian opened mouth wide, gathered high output energy. No, even if Themis possessed originally human right, why magic beast Figeltungsfaf's skill can be used. Xandra. Monica. Yes. The two hid behind, I faced, Jet Black Shield Caspar League toward Marian with clenched teeth. And then. Goes you. Although I blocked the fired multi-chamber cannon, I was gradually pushed back. Damn. That time charge was halfway incomplete, but as expected this time full power. Haru, I will not lose. Absolutely will not lose. Cass, that's right, we will not lose. No way we're gonna lose. WHT is this. Even Themis surprised can't hide it, mid-firing pose eyes opened wide. No, I also am surprised. To think actually, Engage Hazard maximum firepower multi-chamber cannon, we splendidly blocked it. Souvenir for afterlife, my ability I shall show you, purple lightning. Monica with fastest smallest movement, with thunder-wrapped dagger knife severed both of Marian's arms. Now, annihilate. Dragon's hammer. Xandra, who had readied in high stance, kicked the ground and closed in all at once. Bamung, onto Marian's head brought down. The speed and power were so great that Marian was literally left completely unrecognized. Chapter 283. With this, everything has ended. Xandra. I timidly called out from behind to Xandra, who thrust Bamung into the ground where Marian had been. No, it was the first time I saw it, but Xandra's skill, it's no joke. Surely the power is above multi-chamber cannon, right? Even I wouldn't be able to defend against that. Fufu Haru-sama, this time it truly is over. Ah. When she turned around, she showed me the most dazzling, greatest smile. With something like that, of course I'm going to be captivated. Xandra. Fufu Haru-sama. Haru-sama. I tightly hugged Xandra's small body. Monica, Cass. Me too, it can't be helped then. Ehis Haru. I picked up Monica and Cass together and spun around on the spot. Because these precious people were with me, we were able to win. We were able to obtain the future. Truly, truly, you all are amazing. Everyone sama, as expected. Amu. An admirable way of fighting, I am impressed. Liz, Kristia, and Carla jumped in with smiles and spun around together with us. Even though they're the heroines of Nhaz, they chose me, the stepping stone dog, instead of the protagonist Wilfred, and fought together with me. I'm truly happy. Haru-san, you're amazing, to even defeat that monster. Whoa, seriously, I was freaked out. Now the protagonist of Galhaz, Liliana and capture character, Lloyd joined the circle. Originally a different game, and I thought they would never intersect, yet before I knew it, the two of them also became my precious things. That's interesting, right? Also, Liliana, if it's barehanded, she's surely the strongest among us. Galhaz is fearsome. Haha for Harold too. Yeah, I really want you as my right arm. Aniki, you're awesome. Cardi's with a wry smile, Raphael with eyes of expectation, and Owen also joined. In Nhaz, the two prince rivals of the protagonist Wilfred, and the fourth prince who appeared in place of that protagonist. That's the incompetent, bratty Prince Me, who got their cooperation and staged a coup together. Layla, holding her, who received Themis's attack and was left only ahead in silence, I joined the circle together with her. She is a magic puppet. Once we return to the surface, her creator McLaren is there, so surely he'll restore her. I'm really glad we didn't execute that man, so, until then, please bear with it a little. And then, hey Yuli, what are you doing? You're also my precious people, so it won't start without you. Why yeah. Though Yuli had been somewhat holding back, when I forcibly pulled his hand, he leapt in with a tearful but happy smile. He had also been turned into a puppet created by Themis and had suffered all this time. From now on, I want him to spend his days happily with us. Yua. Getting carried away, I tripped greatly and fell down. And then Xandra, Monica, Cass, Liz, Kristia, Carla, Liliana, Lloyd, Cardi's, Raphael, Owen, and Yuli all piled on one after another. Heavy getting crushed, but Xandra, I'm really happy. Fufu, me too. Surrounded by precious people, Xandra and I embraced again with smiles. Oh, you're safe, thank goodness. When we were taken to the royal palace by Yuli and went outside, the Chancellor, Minister Olsen, and Sir Drake were waiting and welcomed us with relieved expressions. Ah, that's right. Yuli told me, but apparently his ability isn't the same transfer magic as McLaren's, but actually space movement. Thinking about that, being taken to that world with no one in it or moving instantly makes sense. It's something given by Themis to the people of Norse, and Monica, who is also a descendant of the Norse people, can also use it, or rather, was using it normally, apparently. She doesn't seem to realize it herself, but that moment of instantly getting behind the enemy was thanks to that ability. No, why doesn't Monica understand that? Anyway, King Ibar did not respond to the recommendation, and clearly showed killing intent, so we had no choice but to execute him. Please bury the corpse in the audience chamber with care. However, not as a king, but as a sinner. That is no understood. The Chancellor seemed like he wanted to say something, but to claim the legitimacy of our coup, we must have King Ibar endure the shame. Your Excellency Chancellor, Your Excellency Olsen, I leave the rest to all of you. Please ensure that a new king is not decided by fiancés again. I deeply bowed my head to the two of them. Of course, because that's how the Nhaz scenario went, but still, such foolish things shouldn't happen. Because of that, many people became unhappy. Understood. From now on, we will properly develop laws so that the king's tyranny does not occur. Please leave it to us. The two of them took my hand and firmly nodded, but their eyes seemed to be filled with so much expectation, so I diverted my gaze with all my strength. Xandra, everyone, then let's go home. Yes. Just like when we came, we rode the carriage and returned to the dormitory. Chapter 280, for half a year has passed since then. After defeating King Ibar, and the AI claiming to be God, Themis, and achieving the coup d'etat, exactly half a year has passed. The structure of the kingdom of Dehobults has greatly changed, and first of all, the next king is, unfortunately, still not decided. That is, because the eldest son Cardes is also still a student attending the Royal Academy, and it's very much so, but it's unreliable to entrust monarchy to him. That is the reason. On the surface, concerning this, only sighs come out. Because Minister Olsen, who had always been supporting me, has not given up on making me the next king. Moreover, the Chancellor and Sir Drake also get carried away and push in the same way. So with the Cardes faction and Raphael faction directly opposing, the discussion is not settling at all. Owen, that guy, has lost his greatest patron, King Ibar, and has completely withdrawn from the struggle for succession. And originally uninterested in the throne anyway, Owen is wearing a refreshed expression, being released from troublesome matters. Though I am the one suffering nuisance, I don't understand. And concerning Cardes and Raphael, it seems they will continue to compete to be the next king. Even so, Raphael's feeling of revenge towards the first Queen Margaret has weakened compared to before, and he purely seems to want to become king. The same for Cardes, released from Margaret's curse. After deep thought, he seems to have chosen to aim to become king. The expression he showed when he told me that was very refreshed. By the way, even if I am able to fade out safely from the succession struggle, a future where I will be followed by these two who wish me as their right arm is waiting, and I am currently making plans with Xandra and Monica on how to escape. Yes. Speaking of the mentioned Margaret, her previous deeds were accused by Cardes, and now, like Wilfred, she is confined in Cadet Tower. Although she is living in a dim prison where even the sunlight is blocked, it seems Cardes goes to check on her sometimes. I absolutely will not go, though. Due to such circumstances, for the time being, a provisional government consisting of high-ranking civil officials, starting with the Chancellor, has been established, and they are handling national administration. As for me, I think it might be good if we just shift to a republic in the future, but it seems that's not possible. Well, even if you say something like that suddenly, nobles and citizens would all be bewildered. As for the security within the kingdom, Sir Drake has been appointed as marshal to unify all of the kingdom's military. Originally, he was already controlling military, so concerning this, it was decided smoothly. But due to a huge amount of work pouring in, Sir Drake complains every time we meet. At such times, we spar with him and have him relieve stress. Concerning relations with other countries, Minister Olsen has demonstrated his skill, and not only maintaining relations from before the coup, but even building better relationships. This was largely due to the Kingdom of Capetian and the Balshan Holy Kingdom expressing their intention to continue friendly relations with this country. Of course, in the background, Liz and Christia, Carla worked to appeal to their home countries. Truly, I have nothing but gratitude to the three. Now then, about the kingdom, this much should be good. Next, I will report about my precious people. First, concerning Liliana, the heroine of Galhaz, she is still spending her days without hesitation declaring Meat to be her lover. Even Cardes and the others finally seem to understand that recently, and now instead of dazzling jewels, they present her with rare and delicious meat. Speaking of which, the other day, Liliana was complaining about that. Apparently, rather than high-class meat, cheap meat that I can eat a lot of and has chewy texture is more pleasing. They just don't get it, was what she said. This kind of obsession seems very much like Liliana, who was originally a commoner, but at the very least, Cardes and the others will probably continue to be manipulated by her. Next is concerning Yuli. After defeating Themis, he chose to part with us. We tried to stop him, but his will was firm, and for now he said he will travel the world. However, having only ever obeyed Themis until now, he said, "I want to enjoy the freedom I've obtained for the first time," with a very refreshed expression, so I decided to send him off pleasantly. But when I said, "You can come back anytime," Yuli cried so much. Yes, speaking of crying, it's Lloyd. To fall in love at first sight with the same person twice in one life, and a man at that, and even before confessing to be run away from, after Yuli was gone, he kept saying, "If only I had mustered courage to confess," and moping around annoyingly. Don't care. Liz, the main heroine of Enhaz and Useless Villainess, is still showing soon that can only be thought of as Dara, and is watched over warmly by all the Academy members including teachers, to the extent that a Liz watching from afar squad was established. From such a Liz watching from afar squad, I was treated as public enemy, saying things like, "Why won't you answer Liz Che's feelings?" Or, "Give back my Liz Che," totally unreasonable accusations. But she's being called Liz Che. Hilarious. Concerning Christia, as always, only her smile is saint-like, but her scheming has also become more polished. The biggest victims are Liz and Carla, and when they are having lunch with Christia during break, Liz and Carla who were deceived and went elsewhere come late and protest fiercely. That sight has become a seasonal tradition at the Academy. I mean, those two who are fooled by Christia every time are also something else. They should learn to suspect already. And, concerning Carla, she has started challenging me to spar more than ever before, and now we spar almost every day after school. Moreover, she, being quite a strong character even in Galhaz, is improving her ability rapidly, and now she far exceeds her maxed-out stats in Enhaz. However, SSO, if I, upon victory over Harudono, see, could you please grant me one request? Because she said it with a face red like a tomato, I almost got misunderstood. Each time, Liz and Christia pressed me, and Xandra with crimson eyes and no highlights glared at me. And, "Master, permission to execute this one." Today as well, Layla is saying such a thing. Chapter 285, The True God Has Done Something Outrageous. "Master, permission to execute this one." Today as well, Layla is saying such a thing. I'm happy that McLaren forcefully had her repaired and revived, but I feel like she's even more out of control than before, or maybe it's just my imagination. Although I find it irksome to agree with the opinion of Junk, I also think that would be best. If that's the case, leave it to me, Monica. Just like last time, I'll slice and dice her for you. Xandra, with her blood-stained red eyes shining brightly, Drew Bomung, and Monica, expressionless, surrounded her dagger with lightning. This is an everyday sight, but I wonder why no one ever listens to what I say. DDD, don't, please help me, I beg you. The one who said this, rubbing her forehead on the floor in a kowtow, was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl in a Royal Academy uniform. It was Themis. In fact, this Themis had left further backups just in case. However, it seemed that her specs didn't even come close to the original, and she was only useful as a countermeasure against external enemies, in other words, for virus protection and bug fixes. Well, to put it simply, it was the minimum necessary functions to activate Enhaz. So naturally, she couldn't create or delete mobs, nor did she have the power to interfere with that world, so she was harmless at least, that was what Themis said. Wow, when Layla, who had been repaired, discovered Themis' existence, we were all surprised. Come to think of it, in Enhaz, raid boss Layla persistently chased after the protagonists, but perhaps that was also because of her programming to eliminate all enemies. Then I had Yuli take that Themis to the location where he was, using space movement, and we had her secured, with Layla monitoring her 24/7. Don't worry, I have no intention of erasing you. If anything were to happen to this world because of that, it would be unthinkable. It seems that Themis left backups not to save herself, but to preserve this world, and if I were to destroy her, causing the world's collapse, it would be a serious matter. That's why let's stop everyone. I understand. Understood. As Master commands. The three of them seem obviously dissatisfied, but well, we made it through without any issues, or so I thought. Hehes Haru, you're really having a hard time. Cass, you understand. I guess the best thing is to have a partner. Cass nuzzles up to comfort me, and I gently stroke his chin with my finger. I mean, what's up with the fact that the most sensible person in this world is a little cat beast? Ooh, it's not fair, Cassan is getting all the attention. What? Xandra puffs up her cheeks and suddenly dives into my chest. My wife Xandra even gets jealous of Cass. It's cute, and I'm happy, but still. Haru-sama, please stroke my chin like you did to Cassan. Of course, anywhere else too. No, let's calm down, okay? Right. I desperately tried to convince Xandra, whose crimson eyes were gleaming as she licked her lips. Sometimes Dragon's favor goes out of control like this, but please, choose the time and place. I thought that, but then... Muglo. Manenchu. Despite my resistance, I was easily caught in Xandra's intense kiss. Pua Haru-sama, I love you. Yeah. I love you too, but let's keep this kind of thing for when we're alone, okay? I tried to persuade her, but I probably wouldn't be listened to. Looking at Xandra, who showed a ferocious smile like a carnivorous beast starved for food, I couldn't help but grin wryly. But I'm so happy. I was able to save her, the heroine I loved so much in my past life, who was fated to be executed, and now we're together. More than anything, I, too, overturned the lowest fate where I was only a stepping stone, and now I'm surrounded by important people. I'm really glad that I was reincarnated into this world as Haru of Engage Hazard. From here on, a future that neither my past self nor anyone else knows awaits. But with Xandra, Monica, Cass, Layla, and many other important people by my side, I'm sure we'll grab the greatest happiness. So, Xandra, let's continue together. Hee, of course, please take care of me too. Xandra and I held hands and gently bumped our foreheads together. But then, by the way, what about the character Harold in Engage Hazard 2nd? Wait a minute. Just when I was about to wrap things up in a grand finale, Themis suddenly started saying something very ominous. Yua, if I didn't mishear, you just mentioned Engage Hazard 2nd. Yes, it's a new story that the gods prepared, set 1 year later. Admin. I looked up at the ceiling and screamed unintentionally. At the end, Chapter 286, Extra 1, Sigris and Fafnir. Point of view switch, Sigris ob Chevalier. Good grief, are they planning to push all the troublesome matters onto me? At the western edge of Brint Island, before the defeated forces of the Norse Empire, I, Sigris ob Chevalier, shook my head. Saurin is a genius of war, but the flaw is that after causing a lot of commotion and wiping the enemy out, he throws all the aftermath on me. Well, we can't leave these guys alone, or it'll be troublesome later. I raised my sword, Bamung, and signaled my horse to charge. Now let's begin the mop-up. Raise the blood of all the Norse. I shouted a battle cry and charged towards the Norse army. Even though they were the strongest Norse Empire army that controlled all of Brint Island, under Saurin's strategy, they had already collapsed completely, and now, even us ordinary humans could defeat them. We defeated the Norse soldiers one after another, and then, we did it, our victory. Ew. Raising Bamung high, I shouted in victory. General Sigris, excuse me. After our victory over the Norse, as I was caught up with post-war processing in the command tent, a soldier rushed in, flustered. What is it? Why, yes, actually. According to the soldier, while they were looking around with other soldiers to see if there were any Norse stragglers, they found supplies abandoned by them. However, a woman in a cage. Yes, she is most likely a slave brought here for the Norse soldiers' comfort. Ahem. The soldiers were pushed to an extreme state where life and death were on the line in battle, accompanied by considerable anxiety and tension. If that exploded, the soldiers would lose control, and at worst, a riot or plunder could break out. Therefore, it was common to alleviate that by providing alcohol and women. Even though they banned slavery themselves, they're the worst. Yes, the Norse Empire does not recognize slavery. Yet, even so, they perform such acts during war, proving just how rotten the empire had become. If the empire had been somewhat reasonable, Die Hobolts would not have raised the banner of rebellion. Understood, first, guide me to the woman who was captured. Yes. I was guided by the soldier, and went to meet the woman who was said to be trapped in the cage. There I found a beautiful girl with platinum blonde, translucent hair and crimson eyes sat in the corner of the cage, hugging her knees. General Sigris. Ah, yes, that's right. I was so captivated by the girl's beauty that I snapped back to reality when I heard the soldier's voice. Damn, I'm acting just like one of those Norse bastards. Hey, immediately release her and treat her wounds. I gave instructions to the soldiers and tried to open the cage door. Don't open it. What do you mean? Seeing the girl refuse to leave the cage, I tilted my head in confusion. I shouldn't leave. Those people said so. Probably, it was an order to prevent her from escaping. You could tell by her somewhat frightened demeanor, the chains around her feet, and the scars on her body. It's okay. The one who gave you that order is no longer here, and we don't ask for that. So come. I made as much of a smile as I could and slowly extended my hand. Though, For the strange reaction of the subordinates who were watching me, I'll have to give them some special training later. But, come on. Even though she hesitated, I extended my hand further. The girl, who had been unsure of what to do, finally took my hand, albeit cautiously. Thank you for taking my hand. You did well. As I stroked her beautiful hair, the girl slightly softened her mouth. Her cuteness made me smile as well. It must have been tough for you up until now. I'll prepare food, so let's eat together. Why yes. This was the beginning of my encounter with the girl, Fafnir, and the start of a tragedy. Chapter 287, Extra 2. The brand on her back. Point of view switch, Sigris ob Chevalier. Surround them, do not let them escape. A year had passed since I met Fafnir, and I was leading an army of 20,000 to capture one of the Norse Empire's castles, Dagram Castle. Only 2 years had passed since the Dihabalt's kingdom raised its flag of rebellion against the Empire, and we had already seized the southern half of Brint Island. Even now, we were advancing northward with unstoppable momentum. In the midst of that, there is no way you can stop my sword. Igwa, the first one to charge into Dagram Castle, was the girl who had, on that day, become my right-hand Fafnir. I cannot afford to fall behind either. Cutting down the soldiers who stood in our way, I broke through the castle gate that Fafnir had opened and continued to defeat the soldiers inside one after another. Fal came riding up on horseback from the castle wall, and we slammed our gauntlets together with a clank. Since half a year ago when we became partners, we had been calling each other by our nicknames. How did I do? Did I help you, Sig? Of course, you are as amazing as ever. I roughly ruffled Fal's platinum blonde hair, and she blushed happily. Since the first time we met and I patted her head, she had grown fond of it and would often ask for it like this. Well, I also liked seeing Fal look so happy, so I would always end up patting her head. And then, Dagram Castle has been taken by me, Sigris ob Chevalier. After 3 days of fighting, we finally succeeded in capturing Dagram Castle, one of the Norse Empire's key strongholds. From here on, our invasion would likely proceed smoothly. Sig, we did it. Yeah, we will press on and drive the Norse to the brink. Dihabalts will become the ruler of Brint Island. And then, I will make those who did terrible things to you pay. Yeah. Fal, with her crimson eyes glistening, pressed her cheek against my chest. I pulled her small body close and swore our victory to the fluttering flag above. Come to think of it, she really is a strange one. Su. Watching Fal sleeping peacefully in my arms, I murmured to myself. At first when we met, she had been wary of me, but after just a month, she had completely warmed up to me. I had refused her request to accompany us to war because it was dangerous, but Fal had not listened at all. On the contrary, she had taken up a sword, saying she would be useful in battle and easily defeated soldiers left and right. After demonstrating her strength so clearly, I could no longer refuse to take her along. However, to think that someone like me would fall so deeply for Fal. I ran my fingers through Fal's platinum blonde hair and gave a bitter smile. Since I had spent my life immersed in swordsmanship, I had thought I would be forever disconnected from matters of love. That made it all the more strange, but I did not find it unpleasant. If we defeat the Norse, maybe the wounds in her heart will start to heal. On Fal's back was a brand, likely burned there by the Norse Empire. It was probably meant to mark her as property, as a slave. Every time I saw that brand on her back, I was nearly consumed with rage. I would take that rage and unleash it on the Norse soldiers in battle. But that will all be over soon. The Dihabalt's kingdom would use Dagram Castle as a forward base, and next, we would move to capture the Norse Empire's greatest fortress, Stangrad Castle. Yes, if we win the next battle, the Dihabalt's kingdom would achieve the unification of Brint Island. At that time, I planned to receive one authority from Sauron as a reward for being the one who unified the island. The authority to brand every last one of those from Norse who had tormented Fal. Fal seemed to have woken up, rubbing her eyes and peeking up at my face. As expected, my partner, no, my most beloved woman is unbearably adorable. Opening my eyes and seeing the face of the one I love, it makes me so happy. Is that so? But it is embarrassing, so do not stare at my face too much. I refuse. I also want to keep looking at the face of the woman I love. Geez. Fal pouted slightly, but soon smiled warmly and snuggled her cheek against my chest. I embraced my beloved, holding her close, and devoured her with my affection. Chapter 288, Extra 3. Inherited Bloodstained Crimson. Point of view switch, Sigris ob Chevalier. This is the crucial moment, hold your ground. The assault on Stangled Castle had finally begun, and the army I commanded was attacking the southern gate. However, as expected of the Empire's largest fortress, we were forced into a back-and-forth struggle. Sigris, leave it to me. Ah, hey. Fal cut down the Norse soldiers on her own initiative and clung to the castle wall. It seemed she intended to use her agility as usual to capture the walls. Damn it, you lot, cover Fal. Shouting that, I tried to run to Fal faster than anyone else. However, there was no way the Norse soldiers would let the general pass, and they attacked me all at once, preventing me from advancing. At this point, all I could do was pray for Fal's safety. Then, Fafnir, though you were created by the same god as us, it is lamentable that you have forgotten your true role and now side with Hobalts. What is that man talking about? I focused on a man standing on the castle wall, speaking grandly and shaking his head. From the way he spoke, it seemed he knew Fal, but it cannot be helped. I Laerts Hazeknut Nors shall make you remember your true role. But the moment the man on the wall raised both his hands, Fal let out a scream. Unable to comprehend what was happening, I stood there stunned for just a brief moment. Fal. Unable to stay still, I tried to beat back the Norse soldiers and reach her, but as expected, I was vastly outnumbered and could not approach. At that moment, Fal's screams grew thinner and thinner, and then, what is that? My most beloved woman had transformed into a massive crimson dragon. The crimson dragon roared, and with its overwhelming presence, pressure, and terror, all of us, including myself, were frozen in place, unable to move. Now, I shall leave this place and return to my castle, so please fulfill your role. Oh wait, Guo. I, the first to regain my senses, reached out toward the man who was trying to leave, but before I could, the crimson dragon charged at the Hobalts' army. I ran away. Overwhelmed by terror, the soldiers of Hobalts scattered and fled. Of course, so did the soldiers of Nors. However, the crimson dragon relentlessly captured the soldiers one after another with its huge hands and devoured them mercilessly. Hey, come on, this can't be happening. Unable to believe that this crimson dragon was Fal, I stood there frozen, even as the soldiers ran around in panic. And then the crimson dragon Fal stood right before my eyes. Goa! With an ear-splitting roar, the dragon raised its front claw to strike the unmoving me. Guo. For some reason, the dragon stopped its movement. Gu Sigris. Ifal. It was not through my ears, but a familiar voice spoke directly to my heart. There was no mistake, it was Fal. Fal. Ah, Sigris. Fal repeatedly called out to me, with a trembling voice. I looked around desperately, searching for her. That was right. She was not the dragon before my eyes, but was really somewhere else, however, that hope was quickly betrayed. Listen, Sigris, you know. It seems I was originally supposed to stand in your way, as your enemy. Not understanding the meaning of Fal's words, I let out a dumbfounded voice. It is true I was created by God and given the role to be killed by you. What the hell is that? Why would I ever have to do something like that to you? And what do you mean by role? I am sorry, I really should not have left the cage that time. With a sobbing voice, Fal apologized. But there is no way I could accept something like that. Fal was Fal, who would always smile shyly when I patted her head, who was always by my side, and who I could depend on. That is why, you know, I want you to bring me to an end. If you do that, I will be able to stay with you forever. I do not understand. And what do you mean by bring you to an end? Are you telling me to kill you? Yes. Do not mess with me. I screamed at the crimson dragon that stood there frozen. Why do I have to kill the woman I loved most? Why am I not allowed to save the woman I loved most? Please, that is the only way I can be saved. What? Through my beloved sword Bamung, I felt the resistance of slicing through flesh. With the crimson dragon's foreleg placed on my hand, I had pierced its torso. Sigris, I love you so much. With those words, the crimson dragon vomited a massive amount of blood, staining my body red. All I could do was collapse and cry. 1 month later, the current Emperor Laertes surrendered completely, and the Norse Empire was destroyed. I was granted the title of Duke as the hero who slew the Crimson Dragon, and moreover, I was to marry Princess Rune, the younger sister of Sauron. Of course, part of it was because my friend Sauron trusted me, but more than that, it was because they wanted to incorporate a hero strong enough to slay a dragon into the royal family. What a contradictory story. However, although I demanded to personally tear Laertes apart as part of my achievements, Sauron absolutely refused. It was because Laertes' condition for total surrender was the guarantee of his own life. I did not care about that, but out of respect for Sauron's wish to avoid any more bloodshed, I reluctantly accepted. However, in order to inflict the greatest humiliation on Laertes, I branded his back, just like Fal, and exposed him before the people of Norse. Ah, speaking of which, it seems that when I was bathed in Fal's blood, her dragon power dwelled within me. Thanks to that, I obtained a strength unimaginable for an ordinary person, and even my wife Princess Rune feared me. The reason is simple. When the dragon power manifested, my eyes turned into blood-stained crimson, just like Fal's eyes. Even Sauron is creeped out by it, but I could not help but feel happy. After all, is it not obvious? Having crimson eyes means that Fal is undoubtedly inside me, just as she told me that day. Haha, you and I are always together, so there is really no need for you to come all the way here. I laughed self-mockingly in front of a small grave, located at the most scenic place within my territory. The only woman I loved in this world. Thinking of her, my eyes once again turn crimson today. End of Volume 4. The story will continue in Volume 5.